Just
How,
confirming.
where
Politics in Barbados is rarely ever dull, but the past 4 years have pushed the country into unfamiliar territory. In 2022, the Barbados Labour Party claimed a historic second 30-love victory, a sweep that promised stability, unity, and an unshakable public confidence in the Mia Mottley administration. But within 2 years, that certainty splintered. Member of Parliament for Christchurch South, Ralph Thorne, who won his seat under the Mottley-led Barbados Labour Party, crossed the floor, becoming leader of the opposition and by default, leader of the Democratic Labour Party. For the Prime Minister, it must have felt like deja vu. In 2018, Member of Parliament for St. Michael West, Joseph Atherley, left the BLP mere days after winning his seat to form his own party, the Alliance Party for Progress. The size of the cabinet was always a bone of contention for the electorate, as it was the largest in recent memory. It was expanded in January 2022, reshuffled that same year, and shaken up again in 2024 after several ministerial resignations. The administration also floated renaming Independence Day as Barbados National Day, a proposal that ignited fierce backlash and exposed a widening gap between government and public sentiment. Meanwhile, the Democratic Labour Party descended into turmoil after losing all 30 seats twice. The party appeared to have a faction after Ralph Thorne became the party leader. Court battles followed, members were removed, senators were changed, and confusion became the headline. By April 2025, disgruntled members had formed Friends of Democracy, another sign of deepening division in the opposition. The crossing of party members from one party to another seemed more widespread than ever before. The one that caught everyone's attention was former member of the Democratic Labour Party, Attorney-at-Law Michael Lashley, joining the Barbados Labour Party, a move that reignited debate about loyalty, ideology, and political survival. Through it all, many Barbadians have grown weary, questioning whether politics is still about the people or simply about the power. The result? Rising voter apathy and a palpable loss of confidence. So tonight, Barbados stands at a crossroad. Will the Mia Mottley-led BLP secure an unprecedented third 30-love victory? Will the Ralph Thorne-led DLP pick up more seats in the House of Assembly? Or has the political temperature cooled enough for swing voters to change the course of history?
And the social media platforms of the nation Barbados, VOB 92.9 FM, and the Facebook platform of the Caribbean Media Corporation. Tonight we are broadcasting across the region thanks to our media partnership with the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, to NBC St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, Newsroom Inc. of Guyana, and ZIZ Broadcasting Corporation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Also, Flow 1, Channel 99. Good evening to all our viewers across the region and internationally. With just 1 year left before being constitutionally due, the 2026 general election was called on January 17th and scheduled for today, February 11th. Allowing just over 3 weeks of campaigning for those stepping into the ring. Parliament was dissolved on January 19th, and nomination day was on January 27th. Early voting for the staff of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and the Barbados Police Service took place on February 4th. Barbadians took to the polls today from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. This general election was unique in that there were numerous allegations by the opposition leader Ralph Thorne of voter irregularities and political interference. To refute these claims, Prime Minister Mia Amor community, CARICOM, and the Commonwealth to function as official election observers. The 2026 general election sees 92 candidates representing 8 parties and 2 independents contesting 30 constituencies. A coalition party emerged out of three smaller parties made up of the United Progressive Party, UPP, the New National Party, NNP, and the Conservative Barbados Leadership Party, CBLP, under the banner of the People's Coalition for Progress. We will be tracking all 30 constituencies and the two major party headquarters, the incumbent Barbados Labour Party, led by Mia Amor Motley, and the opposition Democratic Labour Party, led by Ralph Thorne. Stay tuned for those live reports. In studio tonight, we have a big panel to discuss the results as they unfold. To keep them in check, moderator and journalist to my right, Barry Wilkinson. With him is the Down to Brass Tacks team of moderator David Ellis, moderator Dr. Christina Hines, political scientist, moderator Jamal Slocum, political consultant, and we have as well, representing the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador Clyde Maskell. Also with us, political scientist and regular contributor Devron Bruce, moderator Kristen Turton. From the nation, Colville Monsey. Representing the Democratic Labour Party is Dr. Elvis Wickham. And to analyze the numbers is political analyst Kevin Eady of Kev's Politics. We'll have other guests joining us later. Welcome, everyone. Tonight's coverage of Barbados Votes, the 2026 general elections, is brought to you by Western Wholesale, service at the right price. Blue Waters, hydration in every size. Nature's Discount, get healthy with the ultimate health food store. Courtesy Garage, legendary service, legendary performance with GAC, where craft meets technology, Nissan, innovation that excites, and Hyundai. Let's go to the panel for the first thoughts. Barry, I hope you have your gavel to keep everyone in check this evening.
Well, it's funny you say gavel because we're going to give you some breaking news as we talk about heading to the courts, and that's what happened earlier today. A very historic day in the general election landscape in Barbados. In fact, the entire discussion of the last fortnight has been a lot about the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and that very controversial electoral list. Today, as Starcom Network took to the streets, many people were saying that they did not get a chance to vote, not because they didn't make the time to get there, but because their name was not on the list as was promised by the EDC. We can confirm that the Democratic Labour Party, led by the Attorney at Law, Verla de Pisa, has indeed formed a court injunction seeking to extend the time of today's election. Polls were supposed to close at 6 p.m. In some constituencies, that was extended to 7 p.m. I can now confirm that in St. Philip North, for example, polls closed at 7 p.m. and also in St. James South. It is my understanding that that was one of the other constituencies that polls closed late. Now, this has been a developing kind of story for such a long time. And when we come back right here on Barbados Votes, we're going to discuss this first of all before we get into how the votes went today and how the persons that went to the polls indeed might have done. We'll be right back on Barbados Votes.
Welcome to the Western Sale Centre, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sale Centre, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy. Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, kelmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Get healthy, get healthy.
So this is what I've been trying to tell you about. So for $8.99 a month, you can get travel credit for 5,000 Barbados dollars with Going Places travel, and we can go wherever we want. This card just feels like me. Practical, but not boring. Adventurous, but grounded. The kind of card that fits into my everyday life, whether I'm running errands, working out, or heading to dance class. This might just be the one.
This is what the linear acceleration of new electric power feels like. This is what a world feels like where technology keeps you safe. Emotion that transports you to other worlds. This is Nissan X-Trail e-Power, power for every day.
Electoral list, and that played a massive part today in how people felt as we went on the streets. Starcom Network spoke to so many individuals who did not get the chance to vote, not because they didn't make it, because their names were not on the list. And that has been something that we've been discussing on Brass Tacks generally in Barbados over the last 2 to 3 weeks. And today it culminated with the Democratic Labour Party forming an injunction, getting time extended, and the polls in fact closed in most constituencies at 7 p.m. I can confirm that St. Philip North, St. James South, among others, St. Lucie, polls were indeed extended to 7 p.m. because of that controversial list and many people with their names not on, despite assurances from the EBC that they had it all covered. Now, we're going to discuss this first of all. We saw a panel. We're going to go to Dr. Wickham, Dr. Elvis Wickham, of course, who's representing the interests of the Democratic Labour Party, and we also hear from Ambassador Dr. Clyde Maskell from the BLP. Dr. Wickham, the DLP, they're the ones with Verla de Pisa, the attorney at law, who's formed this injunction. She's gone to court since, I think, 4 o'clock. We got a call from Andrew Campbell, the campaign manager of the DLP. He went live on Starcom Network at 4:30, made an announcement for persons who were having problems with getting to vote to come to George Street, and there were a flood of people who went there because they were having issues, and there was an attorney there seeing them through the process. Can you give us some up-to-date information as to what really happened?
Well, Barry, as our comrade leader Thorne had been saying for quite some time, the list was not ready. It absolutely was not ready. I mean, we are told 271,000 plus eligible voters in a country of about 270 plus thousand individuals.
So they weren't really eligible because some of them are deceased. So a deceased person certainly can't be eligible.
Certainly. either way, 270,000 with approximately 3,000 births per year times 17 years is about 50,000 or so. So at most, our eligible voters total should have been about 25,000. But we've known this. This is not the first time. We were being told for quite some time the list is not ready, it is not ready, it is not ready. Why rush the election? We had over 12 months before it was constitutionally due at the time that it was called. This is not the first time that we had an election with eligible persons not being entitled to vote in violation of the Representation of the People Act. We would remember that in 2022, there were at least 6,000 persons who were in COVID isolation or quarantine who were unable to vote. Not every available opportunity was created to allow them to vote, because as we know, COVID positivity was not a restriction for being eligible to vote. And this is of great concern because in a democracy, I see no right more sacred than the right to vote once you are determined eligible. And every opportunity should be made for persons to exercise that right. I personally was involved in a situation of trying to get a first-time voter on the list. 4 times we tried, including going to EBC headquarters, filling out online, going to the registration center, online again. And they still did not get onto the list until a mysterious phone call late one night after online complaint, where they were asked to give then this was after registration had closed, where their person said, look, give me your ID number and I'll get you on the list. 9:30 that night, they were not on the list. And by 6 the next morning, they were on the list. And they had been trying from before the elections were announced to get on the list. Numerous problems with the list. And many, unfortunately, would have been disenfranchised.
Well, I can give a first-hand account because my name was indeed off the list. In fact, it was stated that I was out of the island for more than 5 years, and I voted in 2022. So I don't know how that happened. In fact, 5 minutes to 7 o'clock on the day that you were supposed to get your names in, I was at the St. Lawrence Primary School filling out my name, my address, because my name was off the list to vote. So I can indeed give a first-hand account there. I want to say to Ambassador Maskell, there was some thought of a political motivation by Ralph Thorne for going public and saying to the Prime Minister that this election should have been postponed. Now, the EBC don't have the jurisdiction to stop an election in Barbados, but what the Prime Minister can do, or could have done, was to indeed extend the time for the election, as Mr. Thorne was indeed stating. Can I get your thoughts on this, Ambassador Maskell?
Well, good evening. Well, Barry, I will not allow you to tell me what to say, and your question is not appropriate. Let me say this. A vote is a pure public good. This means that you are entitled to it once you qualify, and you cannot be excluded from it. It is a pure public good. I'm hearing a lot of things here. I'm hearing many people. I am hearing a flood of people. And the issue that is important here is to be able to quantify. And what I'm hoping is that at each and every polling station, that individual who would have gone to vote this morning or afternoon, I'm hoping that those who were responsible took their names so that we can quantify how many people were denied. And why is that important? Because the ultimate political stroke here may be to suggest that because of someone being deprived of a vote in a constituency, it may affect the outcome of the vote. And that is why it's very important, and I'm admitting that we can't deny anyone the right to vote because it is a pure public good. A pure public good says that you cannot be excluded from that good. I query what you just said, because if you can tell me who qualifies for a vote, then you cannot use your argument that the voting list appears to be too big, because Barbadians living abroad are entitled to vote in Barbados, and therefore by a pure addition of numbers over the years, a strange thing happens. Even though we consistently hear that our population is only 270,000 people, only persons 18 or over can be on the voters list. And when it is said that we have 261,000 people are capable of voting, it connotes to the average man that something is wrong. You know why? Because people under the age of 18 make up the population. And there are thousands of people under the age of 18. But I'm suggesting here that 271 cannot be wrong, because there's an entitlement of Barbadians living all across the globe.
But the chief electoral officer quantified that 271 by saying that deceased people were on the list.
No, but again, how many deceased people? You see, you have to be careful in trying to suggest
over the last 5 years
that something is not only the last 5 years. I led that. You see that thing there, 2003? Yeah.
The chart.
I was the DLP's leader. And the same thing, we had people who did not. It's just that it has now been elevated. And I'm not here to suggest that one person who has been denied the right to vote today, that one person should not get that right. Because I start by defining a vote. You cannot be excluded. But the notion that you're going to use numbers to suggest that something is wrong with the voters list in comparison to the population of Barbados is not the right way to do it.
But the salient question should have the voter, the February 11th election, should that have been put back?
But why?
I'm asking you, your thoughts on that. Well, many people didn't get a chance to vote.
No, you said many again. You said a flood before, and now you're saying many. I want to know first, to make this argument compelling, you need to be able to quantify the amount of people who did not get a right to vote.
But so my question to you is, how many people would satisfy you that it would have been too many?
No, I told you at the start.
I'm asking a question.
No. I'm telling you what has to happen. I'm telling you that in order to demonstrate that the ability not to vote by Peter today has influenced the outcome of the election, we need to know how many Peter, Johns, Marys, and that were in fact denied, in order to then make the implication that it has impacted on the election in such a way that the election should have been postponed or should not have occurred, and these other things. I am therefore saying that you have to be very careful in conveying the impression and then using data like 271,000 voters to suggest that something is wrong with the voters list. When in actual fact, I say to you that the population of Barbados is much smaller than the population of Barbadians. You heard what I just said? The population of Barbados is much smaller than the population of Barbadians. There are Barbadians living all across the globe who are still entitled to come home if they want to vote. And therefore you cannot suggest or use that figure to convey a false impression about the voters list.
I want to ask Colvin Munzi, who's with the Nation, he's been on the road a lot. How did this impact today? I mean, Dr. Maskell has said that there might be political motives behind the suggestion.
Oh, Lord.
But you were on the road today. How much did this impact, Colvin?
Well, I see I have a handheld mic. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Basically, what we saw on the road today was consistent with what your report is suggesting, that number of persons complained that they were disenfranchised and were not allowed to vote. Whether or not there is an issue with the voters list, I will leave that up to the statistical experts.
Yeah.
However, questions must be asked as to how this will impact the election, though, in the sense that based on polls, we are seeing, we are expecting a low voter turnout. And the question must be asked, is this going to have some impact? Because there is no doubt that there are persons that were disenfranchised. I myself, like you, Barry, When I checked up to a few nights, up to Friday night, I was not on the list. I was added later on to the list. So those questions have to be raised. I don't know if I am the person best qualified to answer it, but it is something that has to be delved into and looked into as we progress.
All right, we're going to get ready soon to go to actually up St. John. Don't want to get you too excited in thinking that the box is ready to be announced. But we're going to go to a reporter shortly in St. John just to see and get a sense as to what's happening out there on the outside. I want to remind you of our guest and our panel. We do have quite a big panel. Let me start to my right. David Ellis, of course, who needs little introduction. Dr. Christina Hines, of course, from Brass Tacks. Jamal Slocum, political analyst, who would boast that he just came back from St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia, where the parties that he worked with were successful in their bids. But guess what happened here? Mia forgot him. So that's why he's here with us tonight. To his right is Dr. Wickham, who we spoke with earlier. You can't see the gentleman on call, but Kev Politics is our analyst, statistical analyst. As we come around, Ambassador Clyde Masker, look forward to my very fiery discussions with him tonight.
Of course.
And Colville Munzi, who's done a fantastic job politically. I remember the last election in 2022, we met in the gas station, and back then, just behind him was the man who crossed the floor, Reverend Joseph Atherley, who said to Colvin, I think I have a good chance in this year's election. That was then. Kristen Turton, attorney at law, we'll get her perspective about this legal battle. And Devron Bruce, who's done a very good job as well as a political analyst with the University of the West Indies, KFO. Let me come to you quickly, Kristen. How much of an impact with Verla de Pisa going to court, how much of an impact legally could this really be a shake-up to this election?
I'm not entirely sure that it can have a significant impact. I do think that it is important to be able to quantify the level of displacement that's being alleged, and to this point that has not really been done. But it is good to see that there was some representation made on behalf of those people who were unable to vote, and some actions were taken in order to facilitate it. My concern is that I do feel it was a bit late. I think there was enough evidence before now, over the last few weeks, to suggest that this was an issue that might arise. And I'm really surprised that neither of the political parties mobilized the legal team to field complaints of this nature, particularly from the point when the when the actual final list was published, to be able to identify people who might have been affected in terms of not being on the list or not being where they should have been, so that then more urgent action could have been taken.
I want to challenge you there, though, because there was a very much a furor by the opposition leader.
Yes.
And the response by the Prime Minister was to bring in election observers.
No. Let's stick to the actual point here. If we are speaking about people not having a right to vote because they are entitled to be on the voters list, and there is an issue associated with that, the answer to that there could be a political answer where you recommend that the Prime Minister make some type of recommendation to delay the election date. But speaking from a legal perspective, the same injunction that was applied for today could have been applied for on Monday. It could have been applied for on Tuesday with respect to those people whose names were not on the list, or whose names were in the wrong places on the list. Now, what may have been more difficult to do before today would have been the people who, for example, received circulars telling them to go to vote at a particular location, and then being told when they arrived there that they were not on that list. But even so, the idea of having attorneys at law mobilized to act promptly is something that I would have thought both parties would have been interested in if they were so focused on ensuring that Barbadians were actually able to vote, as opposed to the political shenanigans associated with saying it's this person's fault or that person's fault.
David Ellis, let me bring you in here. Do you agree with that position being taken?
Well, I think a lot has to do with what played out today. From all accounts, quite a number of people said that they felt that they were disenfranchised, and that would have raised the bar and the alarm to a greater degree. I'm more concerned, though, about the role of the EBC and how its image has been impacted by all that we have seen and heard in recent days, and how this has culminated this evening with the kind of discussion that we are having. We need to go back to why the EBC was formed. We came out of the Department of the Supervisor of Elections, and the rationale for having an EBC was to give us a greater sense of assurance, of fairness in how our elections were being conducted. What has happened in these past couple of days does not do that for us. And when we talk about quantifying, we would have had to depend upon the EBC to give us certain numbers. First of all, we depend upon them to tell us what went wrong. You know, this does not make sense. Were they hacked? Did they have some kind of computer glitch? Was it a manual error? The people of Barbados were entitled to that kind of information first and foremost. We are currently shooting in the dark, wondering what went wrong and exactly how many people were affected. How many people turned up to them and said, my name is not on the list, I want it changed. We don't know that. So for me, it is the image of the EBC that matters here. And remember, this was supposed to be an independent body with three commissioners from the recommended by the government, 2 by the opposition. What we have had playing out in public is the image of an EBC where the opposition people said, well, we were never invited to any meeting. You know, this is the body that is supposed to reassure us that all of them come together and make their input to give us the confidence and reassurance that we need. And that is my concern. I do not want to get caught up in the politics of it. What matters to me is that we've set up an independent body to give us a sense of reassurance. And what we have taking place this evening does not reassure us enough. That's my view.
All right, let's go to Krista J. Paul, and then we're going to head to our first reporter in St. John. Krista J.
Yes, thank you very much, Barry. If you're just joining us, welcome to our live broadcast of Barbados Votes. We are actually right now going to say good evening to Chantal Legal Gibson, who is right there in St. John at the Lodge School. Chantal, our first report. We want to say a very warm welcome to you if you are tuning in on YouTube and Facebook, wherever you are right here. All right, I understand Chantal is with us. Chantal?
Hi, good evening. So I'm here now at the Law School where we have 3 candidates vying for this constituency of St. John. We have the incumbent, Charles Griffith, who is contesting the seat both in 2018 and 2022 under the Barbados Labour Party, winning on both occasions to become the Member of Parliament. Also in that race, we have Democratic Labour Party's political leader, Ralph Thorne, who crossed the floor in 2024, leaving the Barbados Labour Party, who becomes the opposition leader and in turn the leader of that party. Mr. Thorne previously served as a Member of Parliament for Christchurch South, which was the seat he contested last election. Our third candidate is Kimar Stewart, who is no stranger to politics. He is the leader of the New National Party, which is a member of the People's Coalition for Progress. Mr. Stewart also left the Democratic Labour Party to form his own party after contesting for that party in both the 2018 and 2022 election. Currently, we're here at the Counting Center. No boxes have arrived yet, but however, all the counters are in position. Everyone is anticipating the arrival of at least the first boxes. So far, we have one candidate here on site, which is Mr. Stewart, who is also anticipating tonight's vote. The atmosphere right now is quiet as there are no people on the outside, and the feeling right now is one of anticipation as we await for the first set of buses to arrive.
All right, thank you so much, Chantal Legal Gibson. She's going to keep us up to date with what's happening there. The city, that's also going to be a very keen, interesting place. We know that the incumbent, of course, is the Barbados Party holding the seat, but Corey Lane held that seat from 2022 until he vacated that seat about, 2-3 weeks before elections were called. And it meant that the Barbados Labour Party had another selection to make, and it was indeed Michael Lashley, King's Counsel Michael Lashley, who came over from the Democratic Labour Party. He was the first vice president, had resigned, came over, and he is now vying for that seat against Dale Rowe, of course, from the Democratic Labour Party. Let's go to Tanisha Rock-Yaw. She is indeed in the city of Bridgetown, and she has an update for us. Tanisha? All right, just before we get to Tanisha, I wanted to ask Jamal Slocum. Jamal, you know, we've had a lot of discussion that's going on regarding the young vote. Many people are saying that the Barbados Labour Party has indeed been able to get the younger persons out voting. Last night in Bay Street was a classic example of seeing so many young people coming out. You represent the young people on this panel, Jamal. You're not even 30 yet. How are the young persons in Barbados feeling about voting? Because we know there has been some apathy.
Well, certainly, Barry, I think we cannot make an assessment on that until we see the turnout today. And even when we see the turnout, it's not going to be an accurate assessment of that. I don't think there's a differentiation whether or not you had X amount of young people voted or those on the age of 35 or whatever in the election. If I'm to base it totally on sentiment, it is quite clear that the Barbados Labour Party has been able to attract much of a younger base. By the look of its campaign, it is more vibrant, it's more exciting. You know, the use of entertainment, whether you have a young brother who was on the stage days before the elections, the election day, whether you look at Lil Rake, Mole, the popular names and faces, Master T, even who is one of the hottest dancehall artists in Barbados today. And I'm not discounting the incident which was disdained by many Barbadians in St. Lucie in Checker Hall. But I think the Democratic Labour Party this election more so held on to the party faithful.
Yes.
You saw a return of key individuals who would traditionally support the Democratic Labour Party back out and around the party. So if I'm to assess the situation, it is totally sentimental, and it's based on the fact that the Barbados Labour Party has just crafted the image as more exciting, more youthful, if to use that word.
All right, let's see if we can get Tanisha Rock-Yaw now in the city. Tanisha, are you with us?
Here, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, good evening. I'm coming to you live from the Donald Henry Auditorium, Bethel Church, where preparations are on the way for the counting of the ballots in the City of Bridgetown constituency. What I could report now at this time is that the ballot boxes have not yet arrived here, and officials remain on standby for those boxes from the 11 polling stations. However, at this point, security is in place with about 10 police officers on location. Earlier this evening, Barbados Labour Party candidate Michael Lashley arrived here at about 6:30 p.m. I spoke with him briefly, and he said that he's feeling confident, but also a bit nervous, and indicated he will return later during the counting of the process. Now, just to give some context, Lashley is contesting the seat following the resignation of former MP Corey Lane. Also in the race are Democratic Labour Party first-time candidate Dale Rowe and Corey Beckles from the People's Coalition for Progress. Now, as we speak, the bus has just arrived with the boxes. I don't know if you could hear it. So I guess Fountain is going to get on the way shortly, and I will give an update as soon as I get the information. Reporting from the Bethel Church, Tanisha Rockyall, Barbados Votes.
Thank you very much, Tanisha. I remember back in 2008, in fact, being at that very same auditorium covering this city, they were the first ones that you had results from in the city. So perhaps that could be very much consistent with how we look at the elections tonight. This is Barbados Votes. We'll be right back.
GAC Motor.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy. Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, calmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Welcome to the Western Sale Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sale Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
who will form the next government. In terms of how things have been going so far, we've had several discussions about the Electoral and Boundaries Commission and what has been going on. We switched the discussion just a little bit. We're going to talk to Dr. Christina Hines. She's had some very vibrant discussions on Down to Brass Tacks over the last couple of weeks. Dr. Hines, good to have you, good to see you. You look at the fact that I put this question earlier to Kristen Turton about the observers, the election observers, the impact that they might have had in this election. Is there a feel as to if that impact was indeed successful? Did they? Do you think they would have achieved their mission of coming here to overlook the election?
Well, they're only now observing the election, so they can't have achieved anything as yet. So there are a number of things they will need to look at. They'll need to look at processes that the Electoral and Boundaries Commission has conducted. They have to look at the count. They need to look at what has been occurring during today. So we can't say that they have achieved their objective. There are a number of people who are asking questions about what this means for them. If their name is not on the list, if they're on the list for a different polling station than they expected to be on the list for, what do the observers mean for them? Not a whole lot. But what they will tell us is what happened during this general election. And if there are areas that we need to improve, then we can work on those for the future. So we have to wait and see what they will find, and we won't know that until after the general election process has been completed.
I'm looking at the election observers' rules, regulations, and the criteria that they have to form objections. Under this right to obtain information, the election observers have the meaningful observation, which depends on full access to information, if not specifically sanctioned by law, access to negotiated relevant election documentation. They have the right to look at legislation, the rules, the regulations, voter registration records, and voter station location, which they determine. By looking at this, and this is what they'll be guided by, do you think they'd be looking on and seeing what happened in Barbados today and thinking, well, it's a good thing we came?
It's always a good thing when they come. I don't think it matters what they find. So they can look at a general election and find that it went extremely well. It's still a good thing to have them so that you are checking how we're doing. If the election did not go particularly well in some areas, it is also useful to have election observers. So the fact that Barbados has not had this process before is something that we need to ask some questions about. Why hasn't Barbados done this in the past? It's not because something is unusual that you need to have elections observed. This is something that really is best practice. It should happen as a matter of course, and it can help us to do better each and every time we have a general election, when we have a by-election as well. So whether or not things go smoothly, it is always useful to have these kinds of checks on how our electoral processes are working.
Devron, you spoke first of all with David Ellis and Professor Dwayne Devonish on that very well-known Nation Starcom poll that was done pre-election, which stated that the Barbados Labour Party, the incumbents, indeed had a massive lead coming into the election. That, of course, was before all of the campaigning would have begun. Now the campaign is over. Now that you've seen the BLP, the DLP, the Friends of Democracy, who looked pretty organized, and also the PCP, I think that's the name of their party. Now you've seen the campaign, and the campaigns are all done and dusted. Did anyone shake that Starcom Network poll? And I say shake it. Did they shake it for the better, for the worse? Do you see any difference to what that poll indicated?
Good evening, Barry. And to give some context, the poll would have suggested from individuals who intend to vote that the Barbados Labour Party commanded about 77% of those individuals, whereas the Democratic Labour Party is receiving about 18%. What that reflects is actually a growth in favor of the Barbados Labour Party, and we've only seen that before electorally in 1999 under Prime Minister Arthur. So it's showing to some extent that the Democratic Labour Party is seemingly losing support. There are many areas and reasons why that may be happening, like the existence of the third parties, as you made mention, for instance, but we would have to see how the night pans out. Now, specifically to the campaign, given the short period of the campaign period, I would say that the Democratic Liberal Party has carried out, to my estimation, a relatively commendable campaign. I think expectations might have been a bit low given where the party has been over the last 2 electoral cycles and some of the difficulties it would have had internally, but to my mind, I think that they did a relatively good job. I can't think of any major strategic blunders or fallout, so to speak, from the Democratic Party. There are some, but to my mind, they did a relatively decent job. The Barbados Liberal Party, the expectation is that they will do well. You have the Prime Minister Valdez, who has led that party now for some time. The social media influence, the money, just the groundwork of that campaign. We expect that to be the case with the Barbados Liberal Party. So I would say that the poll would not, to my mind, be shaken. The LP, I would think, would improve, given where they are. But the extent of work that's necessary for them to do well electorally, I'm not sure whether or not sufficient work was put in during the campaign that would make a sufficient difference.
Just want to confirm that boxes have arrived at St. Michael Central in St. Joseph Primary. They've arrived in the city of Bridgetown. Counting will officially begin at 8 p.m., so that's in just about 2 minutes. There was a minor accident which caused the delay of boxes arriving in St. George North, and that unfortunately has put a bit of a delay there on what is going on where that is concerned. Boxes have arrived at St. Christopher Primary School in Christchurch. That will be the Christchurch East seat. And I'm going to ask now David Ellis. David, you would have been covering elections way back from the days of when Sybil Leacock upset Owen Arthur, way back. Does this election have that kind of feel of over the years of a general election in Barbados? And also, I must ask you, we spoke to Devon about polls. Were there polls back then, David, back in the 80s and even in the early 90s? Were there polls?
There would have been polls. I think the critical question is, when exactly were the polls conducted and released?
Yes.
Now, this latest poll was done before this campaign began in earnest. I believe the Democratic Labour Party's Oyster meeting was the first that really showed that there was a difference in the turnout at their meetings. And we can compare what we've seen this time around with what we saw in 2022 and 2018. There are many people who have been surprised that they have been able to mobilize as many people at their meetings as they have done. So I was always cautious about the poll and being emphatic that it represented what would happen in the end. I felt that we needed to see the campaign in earnest, and then we would be able to get a better appreciation of the kind of movement one way or the next. And that's what I am waiting to see this evening. I have not been hearing in recent days the projection of another 30 Love. And I think it is based upon how the DLP has been able to mobilize its support to a greater degree this time around. You ask about the past and the mood. Personally, I have not been moved by this campaign, one way or the next. I have put it down to my age. I say I've seen so many of them, and you know, there's a difference today. I can stay home and watch a campaign. I don't have to get up and go and then find myself struggling to get home at midnight or something like that. So I haven't been looking at the campaign in that kind of detail. Even the manifestos reached a point of not taking manifestos as seriously as other people, because these are mere promises made, but then I know they have to be implemented. And I'm aware that if Barbados has a real problem, it is with implementing things well.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that if you look at what we have been discussing this evening with respect to all the complaints, that's an example of what our challenge seems to be. Just the latest example of it. So, I mean, whether you look at the BLP or the DLP, I think that is a matter that I was looking for in the manifestos to see what were the ideas that were being advanced that suggest to me that we are looking to tackle that problem. Because it's not just a BLP problem, it's you know, whoever is seeking to lead must be able to say to us, look, these are the things we are going to do differently. I don't know whether other members of the panel have seen something that jumps out at them, but I haven't seen that.
On the back of that, I want to ask Dr. Wickham. We know that the Barbados Labour Party, they, to their credit, have done a lot of research, and I know that they do a lot of polls during elections and even pre-elections. Does the Democratic Labour Party do any of that? Are they, like others in the constituencies, saying where there might be weaknesses? Can you shed some light on what the DLP has done where that is concerned?
I will say individual candidates do internal polling in their particular constituencies. There is something that I did want to get back to from earlier, and on the same matter of the EBC, which is that the EBC had not met in January prior to the election being called. Had not met in January prior to the election being called, and that was stated by the deputy chairperson, Hal Gollop. And also of note, and we haven't mentioned this so far, is that we had a list that had over 10,000 persons under the age of 18 on that list. So it has to be emphasized again that there are more than enough concerns about the list. As was raised legitimately by our leader, that consideration could have been given to delay the poll by 30 days. But back to your point, Barry, your question, candidates do their own internal polling in their constituencies.
You know, you look at the fact, Christian, that these days, David would have made the point, you don't necessarily need to go to a political party anymore. Zoom in 2020, when there was COVID, we had Zoom parties and people were enjoying themselves just at home. And this has been a constant trend. Now with election, meetings, people are not going. They're actually just watching it and actually switching from one, place to the next. This is going to be the trend going forward. Can we read into this as to perhaps some of the reasons for the apathy? Because people are not going out, but they're just deciding to tune in and out as they like.
I don't think that in any way would cause apathy. But as I indicated today, even on our program, Down to Brass Tacks, we should ensure that there is really a poll in relation to people who did not vote, so that we can stop speculating about why people may not vote. The question is, for those people who on the day decided, I'm not doing this, who were not swayed or otherwise convinced to vote, what reasons did they give? I actually think the access to information in your home is more likely to encourage you to vote than to discourage you from voting. Because truth be told, you have to click on the link. You have to be sufficiently interested to click on the link and to see what's happening. You can, if you're on social media, you can stop following certain things if you're not interested in them.
Yeah.
But if you are, the more you watch them, the more they appear. That's how the algorithm works. So I certainly don't think that the use of, for example, social media platforms or the use of the digital space to be able to observe to be able to observe campaigns and meetings is affecting apathy. I think we have to be more concerned about the extent to which people feel like if their vote matters.
Ambassador Maskell, we switch the attention now to looking at the Barbados Labour Party's record. 230 loves, an impressive one, 2018, 2022. What would you say has been the bright period, the bright spark for the Barbados Labour Party and government over the last 3.5, almost 4 years since the last election, between 2022 and now 2026? Where has the BLP shone?
The Barbados Labour Party has restored pride to Barbados. pride in not having downgrades, pride in increasing the economy, employing people, buying buses, buying sanitation trucks, improving the overall performance of the Barbados economy, which went through a very difficult period between 2008 and 2018. And I don't think that anybody can deny what has happened. We had no foreign reserves. We now have 30-something weeks of foreign reserves. We were paying 68 cents of the dollar for debt. We're now down to 30 cents. We had an environment in which the Democratic Party betrayed Earl Barrow's fiscal golden rule, which is that you should always have a surplus on your current account to help you to finance your capital expenditure. It is a fiscal golden rule that has all administrations adhere to it. That had to be reversed, and it was reversed. Now, the thing is, though, that I want to speak to this thing of apathy, if you will allow me.
Sure.
I have a view on it. Politicians, I'm not seeing enough of them canvassing. And the EBC is not large enough to do the kind of work, when I say do, the scale that you want done in terms of checking the electoral lists. The beauty of canvassing is that you then discover that Tom is no longer at 4C, Division Drive. And you say, boy, let me go and check because I need that vote. So you then go into the EBC and you say, I have done some canvassing, and that's the beauty of, in fact, politicians use canvassing, checking the list, to tell people, I'm back here, right? But what's happened in this, I think this is Clyde's view, what's happened is that having not done enough canvassing across the board and getting your candidates to be known, because I look at the whole set of candidates here and I don't know them. Right? And I think you should use opposition to become known. You see, you find something to talk about when you're in opposition. And how about Barry and David? And you don't have to be the greatest scholar in English nor math. You know what gets you by in life? Your scholarship should be your attitude. And that's what people like. So the problem here, and I think is emerging, is that there's this apparent now desire to use social media.
That's correct.
You with me?
Yeah.
And people want to see you.
That's true.
And then when you canvass, you get to find out that Tom has left Eden Lodge now and living somewhere in Christchurch. And therefore, it is your interest to, years ago, to go and say, well, you know, Tom, you really belong to Eden Lodge. You only moved there just recently. Could you come back and vote for me? You ask those kind of questions. So what I think is happening, this is my view. And I like data, and I don't have enough data to be able to verify what I'm saying, but I suspect that I'm not wrong, right? When would-be politicians go and canvass, they then help the Electoral Boundaries Commission to clean the list. And we have a problem with scale in Barbados. We can cook very well for 2 people, but ask us now to cook for a Dutch party, or a party, we in trouble. Oh, we don't know how we're scaling up. And that has been a major problem across the board in this country as well, doing things on a large scale. We saw it here tonight, you know. I know this, I'm not here to pick at anybody, but I'm saying you just need to start catering to doing things in a bigger way, so that my friend should have had his little thing rather using this. You with me? And again, I'm not picking at the entity. All I'm saying, we have to learn how to scale up in this country, how to do things on a big scale and do them effectively and well. All right?
All right, I'm going to ask Dr. Wickham to respond to that in a minute, but let's go to some live images of some boxes arriving at some venues. Of course, we are on location with over 30 correspondents out in the field. This is St. Michael East, where boxes have just arrived. This is a live view. And it takes, just within 30 minutes or so when the boxes arrive for them to start counting. It could be a very long night, to tell the truth, if we've had that delay. And we've also had the situation where the polls would have closed at 7 o'clock. St. James South, what's happening there? This is a live shot at St. James South. Very dark, but I don't mean to say it in this manner, but they're going around the back to, I don't want to say put the boxes inside, but this is Ellerslie Secondary School, as they are also now coming off of the bus with the boxes as well. So look, it's now 12 minutes after 8, boxes now going in. I don't think we're going to have results or some results until perhaps the next hour or so. Before we go to Crystal J, just a quick question to ask Dr. Wickham to respond to Mr. Maskell. He made the point that a lot of the young politicians are not canvassing enough. They're not being seen. We had a situation, I have to bring it up, that Dr. Ronnie Yearwood would have been working with the Democratic Labour Party. In 2022, he was indeed just came in after Veronica Pisa would have demitted office, and he was trying to build that young kind of politician to be seen. And when Ralph Thorne would have crossed the floor, there was that note or connotation that effort was indeed dug up, unspoiled. How do you respond to that, to what Clay Maskell is saying, that a lot of young politicians are trying to make a name for themselves? They're trying to get in there, be seen, canvass, but that effort might have been viewed by some people as somewhat thwarted, and people believe that to this day that caused some eruption within the Democratic Labour Party. How would you respond to that?
I can unequivocally say from the time of my association with the party that our leader Thorne has he has not thwarted young persons at all. He's extremely supportive. Persons are allowed to speak freely in meetings. I do agree with the point Ambassador Maskell made that candidates in general, politicians in general, need to be out there and I wouldn't use the expression of helping the EBC to clean up the list, although I do get his point. But I do agree with that. The more time you spend in the constituency is better for you as a politician, better for your party, etc. I do have to say or remind us that this election was called over a year before it was due. So yes, the EBC has a problem with scale. I take that point. But it was called over a year before it was constitutionally due. That time could have been used to get the lists properly sorted. I also want to respond to something else Ambassador Maskell made, a point he made when he said that the debt is now 30 cents out of every dollar that is being used to pay debt. I do recall central bank review at the end of September 2025 that it was 76 cents per dollar that was being used to pay debt, leaving only 24 cents to be spent in Barbados. So I'm not sure where the 30 cents came from. So something dramatic might have changed.
Oh, Lord.
Something dramatic might have changed between September and report for the end of December.
Sir,
clarify that.
You're making an error. You're making an error, a major error.
That was taken from.
No, you're making an error. Let me just correct you before you go in the wrong direction. Is a simple error. Debt servicing includes amortization plus interest payment. This is why it appears to be. This is why it said it was 68. And then if you ask yourself the question, well, how could it be 68 when wages and salaries and goods and services and transfers and subsidies still got to come out of this, right? The reason why it is because like a mortgage, when you borrow money to build a house, the mortgage is converted to a real asset called property. It is the cost to the person with the mortgage is only the interest component. So when you do debt servicing, we also include the amortization, which is the principal payment on the loan. But technically that is taken out of the deficit. You hear me? So that when you pay a loan, you also pay back the principal. But economists take out that principle so that it kind of overstates. And that's why you can then be confused that, hey, but your debt servicing at 68 out of the dollar, but you still got 32 cents only. The only is only because you would take the amortization payment and put it below the line. So you can still do wages and salary. There are 4 categories of current expenditure: wages and salaries, transfers and subsidies, interest payment, goods and services. But amortization is included in the debt servicing, just like how we pay back a loan. But you take it out. Technically, you should take it out. So that's why it sounds like 68%, and then you only have 32. That's not true. Yeah, we treat that below the line. So in fact, when you see the fiscal deficit being quoted in any publication, it does not include amortization. All right?
All right. Krista J. Paul, she has something new for us. Krista J.
Yes, we're heading now to Combermere School, St. Michael Central, where we have Josue Nelson there with a report. Josue?
By the way, let me check, show you where this is.
Josue, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you.
All right. What's happening there at Combermere School, St. Michael Central? All right. You are live with us.
So I'm here. All right. Hello, so I'm here at the Combermere School in Waterford, St. Michael, and from the corner of my eye would have seen the arrival of the 3rd bus bringing the boxes. And this constituency is the staging ground for one of the more interesting stories in the political scene. Here for the 2026 general election, we have 3 first-timers in Barbados Labour Party candidate Tara Trotman, Friends of Democracy candidate Raymond Wiggins, and People's Coalition for Progress candidate Anthony Hines. Now, the more battle-tested of them is Andre Worrell from the DLP. So he would have contested in the 2022 general election under St. John. In that instance, he would have received 1,547 votes, eventually losing to Charles Griffith. This time around, he is running, and he was here earlier. He didn't say much, but he was asking for the arrival of the boxes. He's the only one who has shown so far. We've seen members of Tara Trotman's campaign here just waiting for her arrival. Just a bit about the candidates for Trotman. She adds a little bit of spice to the soup that is this campaign run. She was a former Democratic Labour Party member, former Young Democrat, before leaving the party and now wears the red colors. And Raymond Wiggins, he is a son of St. Michael Central soil. I was here on nomination day when he would have made his registration, and he said that he wished to support his people and represent them. And that really is his call for election this year. And the same for Anthony Hines. He's not a son of St. Michael Central, but he is a returning national who very much declared his passion for the people of St. Michael Central, who he said took him in. And he wants to give them the representation he believes they deserve. So far here, still waiting for results. The boxes have come in. And of course, as we get more, I will be reporting here from Combermere School. This is Jose Ramirez Nelson, Barbados Votes, and I'll be here with you live.
Thank you so much, Jose, and please continue to keep us up to date. David Ellis is back with us. And David, I want to say to you that there's so many issues that have erupted from this entire campaign. You were just discussing off air another one.
What I am curious about at this stage is the voter turnout. And I think we need to have the analysts look at that in comparison to what has happened previously. And we need to get some sense of what we've been hearing about the voter turnout today.
All right, look, let's head up north. Let's go to St. Lucie. Christy J, who do we have in St. Lucie with us?
Yes, we have Jason Bell. Jason, are you with us?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Hearing you and seeing you.
Outstanding. Just over my shoulder here is the stage here at the Eiffel and Phillips Auditorium of the Darrow Jordan Secondary School, so renamed in 2012 by then MP of St. Lucie, the Honorable Dennis Kelman. He's not in the race this time, and it's a 4-horse race, so to speak. We have 2 clear front runners, the incumbent, Mr. Peter Phillips, MP of the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Ian Griffith, who has taken over from the dearly departed Alvin Toppin on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party, Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, FOD, and Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition of Progress, PCP. Now, speaking of Wayne Griffith, I saw him a couple hours ago as the sun set here in St. Lucie, and he was on his way out as I was on my way in. We shared a quick word, and he will be here. So we're looking forward to hearing from our candidates as we go on. We are all packed here. It's a bit of a collegial atmosphere. You know how it is in St. Lucie. Everybody know everybody. So we have friends and family gathered and colleagues who are here just discussing the day's activities. And of course, as I indicated to you, the voting counting process has begun. The first set of boxes arrived approximately half hour ago, and they got started immediately. I understand that the votes from the Checker Hall area, so that will be closer to the west and southern side of this northernmost parish, are yet to arrive. The boxes came here under heavy security by our Barbados Police Service, rather. Yeah, we're looking forward to a long night. I have my own water, given the water crisis here. So we're looking forward to a long night. And for a bit of context, about 48.5% of the eligible voters voted last time. The eligible voters are around 9,000, and we have about 4,500 votes in total. And the incumbent, Peter Phillips, defeated Berla de Pisa, erstwhile leader of the Democratic Labour Party and candidate for St. Lucie, by about 1,000 votes. We're looking forward to a much closer race this time around. For Barbados Votes, this is Jason Bell.
All right, thank you very much, Jason. They're in the beautiful parish of St. Lucie at Darrell Jordan Secondary School, where counting has begun. And we must say a big thank you to our advertising partners for Barbados Votes 2026. Western Wholesale Service at the right price. Blue Waters, you see we have our Blue Waters on the table here. Hydration in every size. Nature's Discount. Get healthy with the ultimate health food store. Courtesy Garage. Legendary service, legendary performance with GAC, where craft meets technology. Nissan, innovation that excites. And Hyundai. Barry?
Yeah, thank you so much. The boxes continue to arrive. Counting underway in St. Lucie. St. Michael, southeast, I believe. Let's have a look and see what's happening down there. Boxes have also begun to arrive, arriving just a little bit late. It's understandable as to of what we've had. St. Michael, northeast will be, of course, the Prime Minister of Barbados. St. Michael, southeast, correction, is where we're seeing. St. Michael, northeast is the PM of Barbados. Clarine Howard of the BSP, Jamal Sandiford of the DLP against me and Motley. That's going to be a massive hill to climb. So we're in St. Michael, southeast. That's Santia Bradshaw, the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, Pedro Shepherd and Roy Turney, ironically, in 2022. That's where we saw the first boxes coming back into the Starcom network when we were indeed doing the count here. I want to go back. We have some questions coming. I'm going to give you a number you can reach us at in terms of sending WhatsApp messages. This is just one that was sent to us. It says to Ambassador Maskell, this question says, can you please explain the 30 cents per out of the dollar that you were talking about, and explaining that to Mr. Wickham? Can you just redo that for us and explain it?
Sometimes I feel so compromised as a professional economist and being perceived as a politician. That is hard.
Well, you were both, to tell the truth.
Yes, so I understand, but sometimes it can cloud person's judgment. All right. Actually, the best place to see this is in the annual reports of the central bank. All right, let me explain. There are two categories of government expenditure. One is called capital expenditure, and one is called current expenditure. Current expenditure has four categories: wages and salaries, goods and services, interest payment on debt, and transfers and subsidies. Right? Those are the four economic categories. You would notice that only the interest payment is in the current expenditure of the government, because the principal or the amortization payment is treated below the line. And I explain again that when you borrow money to build a home, you have converted the mortgage into a real asset called a property. Therefore, only the interest payment on that mortgage is considered to be an expense to you. If I get technical, it means that the house now goes on the balance sheet and the interest payment stays on the income statement. All right? And that's why when economists calculate the fiscal deficit for Barbados or any other country, they put the repayment on debt below the line and they extract it from the fiscal deficit. But however, even as an individual with a mortgage, you still have to pay your principal plus the interest. So a government does the same thing. When a government calculates its interest payment on debt out of revenue, it still accounts for the amortization. But technically, it could be put below the line because you've already converted the debt into a road or a building or something useful, except when you were born to pay wages and salaries and things in the last administration. You understand? Which you don't want. Anytime you're borrowing at home to pay a utility bill or to buy food, you're doing something wrong. If you're borrowing to put on a room, it means that you can amortize that borrowing across 40 or 50 years because the room is going to last that time, right? And that's the reason. So even when we say that we're taking 68 cents out of the dollar, it includes the principal on the loan as well as the interest. But technically, we can actually back out. If we were getting technical, we can back out the principal and put it down below the line. So that's why it would appear then as though when you do your expenditure, it would even go over the dollar. You with me?
But Barry, I still think it is very important for us to talk about the voter turnout. We haven't had a chance to talk about that.
I would love to talk
so
about
far,
it.
and I think a number of people here want to hear a bit more about that. It is crucial in this discussion this evening before the results start to come in.
Yeah, we would love to hear about the voter turnout. Colville is a good man, you're a good man to go to because you were on the road all day. We had crews on the road as well. Philippe Amy, Chantal Legault Gibson, and Adiel Beezer, who we're going to talk to a bit later on. I was also out between 6 and 8 this morning, and I must tell you that the turnout looked to me like it was very snaily and very slow and low. But I was not out after 8 o'clock, so I don't know if that continued, if that trend continued. You were out a lot. Were there long lines throughout Barbados at the polling stations today?
I, like you, Barry, would have been out just for the early morning up to mid-morning. So I cannot speak equivocally to the turnout past that time period. But like you, I did observe that, especially in St. John, persons trickling in, especially compared to 2018. You saw
that was good.
Very long lines, persons from as early as Minister 6 getting there. There is no comparison this time around. Very, very slow trickles for the mid-morning votes, the early morning vote, sorry. As I said, you'd have to defer to someone else that would have captured those voters that came post just close to the end of work and see what that turnout was like.
I want you to send us your WhatsApp messages. We can now take your live messages at 1-246-826-5827. We have a number of persons who are commenting on the YouTube who are watching from Canada, from England. 826-5827. That's 826-5827. You can send us your messages to the panel. We have an open discussion as we look forward to the boxes continue to come in and the count to start very soon. It has started in some places. Jamal, you look at the fact that we speak a lot about the whole voter apathy, but I know you wanted to share something about that particular comment.
I noted Dr. Maskell's comment earlier with regards to the actual consideration of people needing to canvass. I don't think that's the only factor that you have to take into consideration. The truth is, when you look at the two political parties in Barbados, one of the two political parties has been able to get out its base over a period of time. And I think the other aspect is that the other hasn't been able to attract people by way of turning out. So if you look at the St. James North by-election as an example, you would have seen that Chad Blackburn was able to get just under the amount of voters expected from the Barbados Labour Party. But if you look at Felicia Dujan's performance, she was unable to be on par with her opponent. The truth is, I think it comes down to another component as well. Barbadians recognize that there are 30 seats awarded to the Barbados Labour Party in the last election, in the last two elections. Can you get an opposition, or can you get a government formed out of the Democratic Labour Party? I don't think so. Most people don't think so. And therefore, they don't see it as a reason to go out and vote. You know, the Dems can't win, so why am I going to vote? So if you look at all the international publications today, Reuters, all of them said Prime Minister Mia Mottley is moving towards her third term. I don't think, even coming out of the poll that was conducted by Starcom and Nation Group, there's any conviction that the Democratic Labour Party is going to form government at the end of this evening. So therefore, Barbadians also don't see it as a necessity to go out and vote for the opposition, even though they may have concerns about what is happening in the country. And therefore, with that being said, because they are also concerned with what's happening in the government, they're not going out to support the government of the day. So you have a challenge where one political party is losing the confidence of Barbadians, and the second, you know, Barbadians are not able to trust them as yet. They don't feel confident in them either. And I think that must be taken into consideration. Yes, the concern about canvassing and politicians being able to go out there and get familiar with their constituents. We see them all over social media. They go out for a couple photo ops to say, yes, they were there. But Barry, even I want to touch the matter with regards to the EBC as well. I agree in principle with Dr. Maskell. The deliberate use of vague quantifiers to draw some form of a conclusion. It is not evidence, it is the construction of narrative. And I think that we must avoid doing that. But what I also want to lean towards is that I reject the notion on the end of Dr. Wickham that you had a whole year to call election. Look, the truth is, it is embedded in the Constitution from a time immemorial for the Prime Minister to have the right to call an election wherever he or she sees fit. It's happened all across the region. You look in St. Kitts and Nevis, Timothy Harris had a collapse within his government. He called the elections. You saw in Gaston Brown, he called midterm with no COVID, by the way. And he decided to go to election, leaving the UPP with one seat in Antigua and Barbuda. Is it the thing that Barbadians want? Maybe not. But the truth is, it is in the Constitution. So to paint this idea that, oh, you had a whole year to go towards an election, why rush? The truth is, it is in the Constitution. It is a constitutional right afforded to the Prime Minister. And if we look at the reality, it wasn't the Barbados Labour Party that constructed that constitution at the time.
I think a very important question here is the extent to which the way things are done in Barbados, to what extent are they undermining people's faith in the system? Mm-hmm. That is a crucial question. And if you are going to be able to win a majority of the people who have voted, but you have far more people who have stayed away from the polls than have actually voted, then what kind of environment are you creating? I'd like to hear Deveron Bruce on that, because I think we need to talk a bit more about that voter turnout issue.
No, what I would say is that had you looked at turnout over the last couple of cycles, you've seen a steady decline in voter turnout in Barbados. There's several reasons why. I think Jamal is spot on when he spoke to the political party being weak, that being the Democratic Party, because his assistants support him. the Barbados Labour Party at no point has fallen under 40% support. Even 1986, where people talk about only winning 3 seats, they won 3 seats with 40% support of Barbadians. If you look at the Democratic Labour Party, they fell under that 40% in 1989. They fell under 40% in 2018. They fell under 40% in 2022, and they will likely fall under 40% tonight. So what you have is a circumstance where you have a dominant political party in the Barbados Labour Party, and the Democratic Labour Party is simply not performing at the same levels, and therefore it not being to perform at the same levels means it's not pulling out many Barbadians to come to the polls. So I agree with Jamal on that.
But I want to ask on the flip, Devron, what did the levels of the Barbados Labour Party fall to in 2008?
Pardon me?
The level of support. What were the levels of support for the Barbados Labour Party in 2008 when they lost? What was the level of support?
Oh, they lost with 48% of the vote.
Yeah.
So they've been able to keep their base and more Barbadians beyond their base supporting them. So they've always done well. I think the real issue is the Democratic Labour Party not being able to pull its votes out and not being able to attract new voters to the process. Not saying that the Barbados Labour Party is not losing, I don't want to say support, but the love aspect, because I'm saying you may very well see a loveless landslide tonight. Barbadians continue to support the Barbados Labour Party, but it is not out of a great admiration. It is simply the fact that they don't have a viable alternative in many instances. So I would caution.
And you're using that thought process based on what?
Based on the poll. So you're seeing an increase in support based on the poll that was done in January. And if we look through electoral history, as I mentioned, the Barbados Labour Party has been able to maintain its support, even in loss. So this is not, to my mind, a Barbados Labour Party issue. It's a Democratic Labour Party issue in many instances.
Sorry, gentlemen, we do need to take a commercial break. So we'll take our commercial break right now and return with this robust discussion.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price, and we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird. Okay.
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, kelmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
So this is what I've been trying to tell you about. So for $8.99 a month, you can get travel credit for 5,000 Barbados dollars with Going Places Travel, and we can go wherever we want. This card just feels like me. Practical, but not boring. Adventurous, but grounded. The kind of card that fits into my everyday life, whether I'm running errands, working out, or heading to dance class. This might just be the one.
Just 17 minutes now to 9 o'clock in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. We're here for Barbados Votes. We look forward to the results coming in this year's 2026 general elections, but no counting really has started as yet. I think in St. Lucia has, and a number of the call centres are telling us that the majority of the boxes, though, have arrived. So that is indeed pretty interesting. Ambassador Clyde Maskell, before the break, you wanted to raise a point of order to something that was said. You can continue. And I want to tell the panel, feel free to have any open interjection and to jump in. You know, you don't have to necessarily wait till your name is called, but feel free to jump in, especially if you don't believe Ambassador Maskell with these figures. And I haven't said that because I don't believe you. I haven't said it because I don't believe you. I'm just saying. I tend to read minds very well sometimes. Go ahead.
No, I did, man. I'm a very truthful man, so there's no problem. First of all, the ability to call an election is a weapon that the Prime Minister has. You with me? And he or she is free to do so. So until you change the Constitution, it is not a Sunday school game, politics. So you got to be prepared for it whenever it comes. You can't tell a Prime Minister when to call an election. Even if you feel, it doesn't matter how you feel. That's the nature of the politics, the political landscape. I was pointing out, though, that we had 3 elections in 8 years between 1986 and 1994. All right? That's what we had. Nothing has really changed. I think we're just in a different environment. And the attitude towards politics is simply a reflection of what we are seeing among our young people. You understand? An indifference and a lack of appreciation for the things that others fought so hard for. Even the appetite for education is not there and has not been there for a long time. And Christine, you would know that on campus there are 4 females to every 1 male.
Yes.
You hear I tell you? On campus. And this has been happening for quite a while. Females have taken over, and rightly so. It's not a problem. What I'm saying, until you can encourage, we have more, and I won't digress a little, we have more males than females taking the 11+ exam every year, you know. Mm-hmm. There are more males under the age of 25 in Barbados than there are females. But yet still, right? And that flips as you get older, females take over in the higher cohorts. But yet still at university, there's a 4-to-1 ratio of female to male. And at tertiary level. So this lack of engagement that we're seeing from a major part of our population extends itself beyond education and things coming into the political arena. And there's a serious other matter that we need to discuss, and Mr. Ellis has been hitting it over the years, right? Getting that participation and people feeling as though they come to this environment to make a difference, as opposed to coming to it in an entrepreneurial sense. The concept of voter entrepreneurship, which was
buy and vote?
I knew you talking about, which was raised far back. It was wonderfully said by I think Winston Cox years ago. It's something that we need to look at in terms, because especially the males in our society need to become a lot more engaged in those things that they consider irrelevant, because we need to be able to show them the relevance of these things, right? Because the country has to go on and it has to live much longer than we think. And you cannot, in a small society, take one part away, the male part from the female part. Just as you can't, in a political party, take the youth out. And that's what happened. That's what recently happened. If you are a political party, you want each and every vote. But you can't separate it. You can't allow all the individuals in your party to have such a say that they allow you to separate. And I know what you're talking about. I don't have to be explicit. I know what I'm talking about. Politics is difficult. And therefore, when you go to canvass, even persons that you raised with for 20 years, and you and them socialize, and you come to and ask them for a vote, they tell you quite frankly, you know, I'm on the other side. Now, they're your friends, you know. I'm on the other side. Now, you would think that because you've had such a close relationship with these individuals, that your ability to get their vote should be easy. No, it doesn't work so in this political space.
But
it doesn't work that way. So
one of the questions I think we need to look at is the extent to which non-participation then translates into an absence of motivation and mobilization to achieve national goals. That's part of the reason why we need to understand that.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's it.
So I want to jump in here. I think a lot of reflection was placed on voters and not a lot on government. And when I say government, I don't mean any political party. A lot of persons are not engaged because the political outcomes have not benefited them. You've had over many administrations making several promises about improving the livelihoods of people, and you look over generations, they're quite frankly in the same place. So it's not surprising that people then become transactionary when it comes to politics and only expect something on the election day or during the election period, because certainly during the governance period, to their mind, they don't get anything. So we have to speak to the fact that our governments have not been performing in a way that touches sufficient people that they would want to endorse the activity of government, that they would want to participate, that they would want to ensure the continuity of a good government, for instance. So we have to look at how we have been able to impact the lives of Barbadians over generations, and there are a whole host of our society that feel as though they've not been touched positively.
Right.
All right, well, before we continue, I just need to remind our viewers that you are watching Barbados Votes, the 2026 general elections, brought to you by Western Wholesale, service at the right price, Blue Waters, hydration in every size, Nature's Discount, get healthy with the ultimate health food store, Courtesy Garage, legendary service, legendary performance with GAC, where craft meets technology, Nissan, innovation that excites, and Hyundai. We now have a report from Carol Toppin. Carol Toppin, who is at the Democratic Labour Party headquarters. Carol, you are live. We can see you. Can we hear you?
Yes, indeed. I can hear you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. You can go ahead.
And yes, live here from DLP headquarters on George Street. It is a beautiful windy night outside. but inside the actual auditorium, it gets a little bit hot. Here this evening, we have, I would say, approximately 20, 25 people milling around. From the time we got here very early this evening, you know, there were some people here as well. Some have moved on, others have come in. Lots of conversation about what's to happen, a lot of anticipation about the possibility of winning several seats. So that is the atmosphere here. We actually have a bit of a watch party going on behind me where people are following everything that's happening and just awaiting the count, the results to see what will happen right here at DLP headquarters. Will we get more people coming through? It sounds that way in talking to some of the individuals who are gathered this evening. And as I said, there's a sense of hopefulness. There's a sense of anticipation. There's that waiting. And yes, so we'll be here with you live from DLP headquarters, George Street in Belleville. I'm Carol Toppin for Barbados Votes.
All right, thank you so much, Carol Toppin. And from the Democratic Labour Party headquarters, we now head to the Barbados Labour Party headquarters with Gaynell Marshall. Good evening, Gaynell. Is Gaynell there? All right, Gaynell, Gaynell isn't quite ready, but we are hoping to hear from her soon, right here in our coverage of Barbados Votes. Barry?
Yeah, Dr. Hines, I think that the discussion Devron was just having regarding looking at numbers, regarding looking at some current trends, you are on brass tacks quite often. What, over the last 2 to 3 weeks, outside of that EBC chat, have people in brass tacks have been discussing about this particular election and numbers coming in to going to vote and so on?
People have been discussing a number of things. They've been discussing candidates, they've been discussing what they think the parties should do, what they shouldn't do, but I really have a difficulty with focusing on what people who call brass tacks are saying as well as what people in the WhatsApp are saying, because we could view this as selection bias. These are people that opt in, they want to call, they have grievances, they have things they want to complain about, they're for a political party or against. So I don't think this is what we should use to test whether there is truly an increase in voter apathy in Barbados, whether people are disaffected, they're not interested in politics. At this point, I'm waiting on evidence that there is an increase in voter apathy in Barbados. I don't see anything right now that supports this. And if we look at the same brass tacks discussions and some of what you were referring to today, people are so upset they're going to the polling station and the name is not on the list. If you were apathetic, you wouldn't care if your name is on a list. You don't care. You're not going to look to see if your name is on a list. You ain't going to check to see if you are listed as dead overseas. You are not doing any of these things if you are apathetic. And if we take out 2022 because it was a COVID year and the difficulties surrounding people voting in that year, we will see that there are not significant differences in the percentage of persons who actually show up to the polls to vote. It's around 40% of people who are registered who do not show up to vote consistently since around 1991. So if in this election, if at the end of this night, we see that there is a significant drop, then I will be convinced that something significant has changed. But just listening to brass tacks is not really accurate to me, because the people that call brass tacks, I love them, right? But they're not representative of Barbados. They're the people that call. And it's similar to those who, they have their friends that are saying, we ain't voting. But that's because that's who you're associated with. It's not because people in Barbados are in general not voting.
All right, look, we have to, someone actually has written in to your comment. I'll read it after we go to Gaynell Marshall, because she's actually standing by the Barbados Labour Party headquarters in Roebuck Street. Gaynell, come in.
Good night, Barry. Good night to the panel. And you could well imagine that Roebuck Street is an incredible hive of activity as we speak. The startup was very, very early today with the scaffolding and the stage being put up and the familiar stretched fabric of red and yellow of the party colors also coming into the picture, as you can see right behind me. So at the moment, the road still remains passable for anybody who's passing through Roebuck Street, but that's not going to last for very long. It's going to be a while before we see any of the candidates, I would imagine. Just following the coverage of the panel, we can tell that the boxes are now coming through in their respective constituencies. So it'll be some time before actual representatives make their way to party headquarters, but no doubt there's going to be a lot of action. There's going to be a number of questions, hopefully, that we can get answered tonight. I will paint the picture and bring you all the action the best way we possibly can here tonight as Barbados Votes.
It sounds like if they're about to have a political meeting. All we're missing now is those familiar songs and those things in the background that you hear at these meetings these days. I want to read some messages that have come in based on what Dr. Hines said. This person, Maureen, says, can the voter apathy be due to voters expecting some sort of compensation for the X and not receiving anything in the end? And how do we as a society change this attitude toward voting and encourage the appreciation, respect for the right and privilege to vote? Now, David, you alluded to that whole quote-unquote vote buy-in. Does that exist in Barbados, David? Do you think we have any evidence to suggest that that exists, or do you believe it does?
Well, I think we've had scenarios here in Barbados that showed that things were happening that should not be happening, and this has been going on for a number of years. We turned a blind eye to it, but, you know, we've had legislation put in place talking about how much money could be spent. And we see evidence that far more than that is spent, but people are not prepared to test it. So I would not bury my head in the sand on that particular question of whether there's vote buying or not. I think the more important issue here is how are we going to make people feel that they're so much a part of the makeup of Barbados. But even if they don't vote, they still have a desire to participate. You know, there are some areas in which I think my friend Jamal Slocum alluded to the number of entertainers and that sort of thing who have been able to kind of raise the bar among some young people. Barbadian youth are not only about those who are interested in entertainment. What happens to the rest of those people out there? What are we putting before them as two parties, or however many other parties they have, that seems to be sending them to a point where they recognize that national development requires more? For instance, I spoke with young people some time ago about, remember when we were pushing them to go online and make money abroad? And then I discovered, oh wait, they can't make the money because the way Google and YouTube set up, there was a big problem. That was as big an issue for them as the discussion there was about correspondent banking. Up to now, I have not heard that we have solved that problem. These are some of the ways in which you want to be able to energize young people and to get them to the point of being innovative, and that we move away from the traditional way of trying to move forward, because we all know tourism is it, but we need more than that.
I think, David, there has been a cultural shift that we are not willing to acknowledge. I think in post-independence Barbados, and I'm not speaking from a position of experience, by virtue of my age I can't suggest such, but I think from understanding, you know, in a post-1966 period, you had a more conscious Barbadian, you know, very much understanding of the challenges that Barbadians would have faced, you know, coming into independence, and free education was something that was valued. I think, Dr. Masker, you spoke about that earlier, and what it meant for the average boy in a community in Diamond Corner, or the average man in a family in Gaw Hill who could not afford to send their child to secondary school. So there was that value in education, as Dr. Masker said. Things come easy today, and there's a hype that is associated with a lot that is happening. So it's just not the ease, it is the culture that surrounds the ease. You know, it comes down to people, how do you get money? Let's forget elections a minute. You know, there's the big chains in society now where boys are wearing these big gold chains. It sounds to say, make money, make it quick, you know, shoot up this and shoot up that. It is a cultural shift, but it doesn't only exist in Barbados. No. It is something that I'm seeing regionally. Now, believe it or not, we are in a much better position than some of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. You know, when you go to a political meeting in Barbados, you find people sitting down watching the political meeting. You find people actually sitting down listening to what the platform speakers are saying. In other Caribbean islands, if you do not fly in the big international artists, you can't pay a sing. And that's the truth. You know, we saw in St. Vincent and the Grenadines just recently, Shensia versus Massacre at the final rally.
Didn't Vibes Cartel come in for?
No, he didn't come in, but he made a video at the end for Prime Minister Gonzalez, former Prime Minister Gonzalez. So, I mean, we are still a little more subtle than other Caribbean islands, but I still believe that there's a lot left to be desired. One thing I'd like to also add, and it's important for us to delineate a little bit more, is the conversation. I heard Verla de Pisa speak about it in 2022 about a reset. The society needs a reset. You heard Prime Minister Motley speaks about a new national consciousness. You know, people in the US talk about the woke culture and these things. I believe that in the global context, there are a lot of challenges that people are experiencing with governance and with political figures, political actors, and we can't shy away from these issues. Look at Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. You know, there's a lot left to be desired. Now, the truth is, if you look at the Democratic Labour Party's campaign, you didn't see any major Barbadian soca artists. There was no Mo, there was no Lead Pipe with Tech Charge, Jordan English napped last night in Bay Street. The Democratic Labour Party chose a gospel artist from Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, as much as I love his music, I can tell you no young person is going to Highgate Hall to hear no mass and gospel on a Tuesday night. I could tell you that. And half of the people not aware of what's going on. I think the philosophical underpinning of the Democratic Labour Party's campaign had significant value. What they were intending to package was a party that has moral standing. The righteous party. Do Barbadians agree with that? That's a whole different discussion. But what I believe the positioning was more aligned with where a small subset of the society believes we should go, but not the majority.
Claire, is there value? Oh, sorry. You wanted to come in, Krista J.
Oh, yes. I was just about to say, we can definitely hear from Mr. Maskell after this commercial break.
Wonderful.
This is what the linear acceleration of new electric power feels like. This is what a world feels like where technology keeps you safe. Emotion that transports you to other worlds. This is Nissan X-Trail e-Power, powered for every day.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products. From personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price, and we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird. How you are?
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, calmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
That would have been, sorry.
Thank you very much. We're back with Barbados Votes. I know the real reason everyone is here is to hear who is going to win the election. Just to tell you, counting has begun at almost all of the stations now. It's 9 minutes after 9. They were off to a very late start. We're getting our correspondents telling us that the boxes have arrived and counting has begun. Mainly in St. Lucie, they seem to be pretty advanced, where counting is so far going quite rapidly. So I expect that might be the first box that we hear, but we'll wait to see what that happens. Kevon, of course, is here. He is our statistician. Kevon, stats. Any stats do you have for us so far? What can you tell us so far based on the trends that we're seeing for this election for 2022? 2026, I beg your pardon.
Well, Barry, the truth is, it's still pretty early on the night for us to make any characterizations at this point in time. But what I can say, based on the discussions and based on the data that came from 2022, the seats that we're actually paying attention to in particular would be St. Lucie, St. John, St. Lucie, St. John, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Michael Northwest. So over the course of the night, as more polling districts come in, we'll be able to make a better characterization of how the race will go within these particular constituencies.
Just explain to us what we're seeing behind you. We're seeing a blue and white map, not reminiscent really with the colors of the political parties. Well, blue is the DLP, but what does the white represent? What does that map really represent behind you?
Oh no, this is just an illustration of the areas that we're looking at in terms of, so it's not attributable to any party at this point in time. Okay. It's really just indicating the seats that we're paying special attention to over the course of the night.
All right, so the blue are the ones that we're paying special attention to, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you've got St. Lucie. Forgive me for not correctly calling all these constituencies correct, but that's St. Philip North and St. Philip West. And that's Christchurch South, is it?
Christchurch South and St. Michael Northwest.
I didn't do too bad. I was going to ask you if that was one of those Trump versus Kamala Harris maps.
No, not this time.
All right, St. James South, counting on the way at St. James South. That also apparently is going quite well. Earlier today, Philippe Amy and Adiel Bezer, they were, of course, speaking to the representatives at St. James South, and they both felt very, very confident about what was going on. And the turnout there this evening between 4 and 6 p.m. was very, very, I don't say big, because Clyde doesn't want me to get into all these wonderful and big adjectives. But I thought that Clyde, forgive me here, but I thought that there wasn't a flood of people, but there were a noticeable increase of people who were at the polls. I hope I'm politically correct in saying that. Coming back to you, 2003, I believe you would have run one in the farm. You would have run in St. Michael North. What's Northwest. I wanted to talk to you about being a politician versus now the role that you have. How difficult is it to divorce yourself from watching what is going on in politics and now working in a more administrative, bigger role? How difficult is it to divorce yourself from seeing what's going on and vote buying? You were not involved in that. You were a decent politician. But were you one who used to go and buy drinks here and there for the fellas and hope that turned into a vote here and there?
Given my experience in politics, I very much enjoy what I do now.
Okay.
I very much enjoy. I didn't have to buy any drinks. I was from the area. I was very much into sports.
Yeah.
I played everything from wine to iodine, basketball, cricket, football, socialized quite a lot. So I never had to be so engaged. But in actual fact, at some point in time, you need to recognize what contribution you can make. And I was sitting very quietly next to Christine on campus as a lecturer, and I could have done that to my retirement. But I chose this route because I've been able to do so many things. I'm not a man. For example, minimum wage study. The first one did that. I'm responsible for the sugar industry reform, transport board reform, in terms of leadership of it, involved in income tax reform, corporate tax reform. I did the taxi tariff, lots of other things. So people want to know how you was so quiet, why you were so quiet.
Yeah.
Too busy to keep noise. Plus, too busy. Plus, there are other people now, they're younger people who we need to encourage to get involved and take the limelight. I said it earlier, if you're interested in politics, especially if you're in opposition, that's where you make a name for yourself. But the notion that you can stay away from becoming involved and going out there and being judged, and then all of a sudden you can assume a position of leadership and it is going to change you. That's not how it works. You understand? You have to be so engaged from early so that you sit in Parliament and there's so many things you can talk about, but you remain quiet. And you don't change that easily. You're either that way or not. I can tell you from you, if I had to live my political life or what I would have done, I would have tried to be far more impressive in terms of how you speak and that kind of thing, and image, right? And that sells better.
I want to ask you, do we make too much of this whole party hopping? I mean, you were a Democratic Labour Party member. We now had Donovan Ennis, who was saying that it's ridiculous to have Chris Sinclair and Michael Lashley being part of now the BLP. But when you look at it, Kerry Simmons was starting the Dems, he's now a B. You were in the Dems, you are now quote-unquote a B. Do we make too much of it in a small society of this party hopping?
Because, listen, anybody who, especially when we got involved was after the turmoil in the Democratic Labour Party. And a lot of young people went in there. And the truth is that if you're going to make that decision, then you have to have the freedom to do whatever you like. If I want to be a B, I will be a B. If I want going to be a them, I will be one. Nobody should question that. It is difficult in itself to participate in politics, regardless of which side you're on. So the notion that about this loyalty, people can change their minds. Philosophical?
Of a party.
Oh, the
What
philosophy?
about the philosophy of a party? Do political parties still
You
have
think about it.
philosophies?
Think about it for yourself.
What does it suggest?
No,
I'm thinking, but
yeah, you're thinking.
I'm not a university lecturer.
You're a university lecturer.
So I
you
cannot
all over the
dissect that
region, Jamal.
information.
You all over the region dealing with different political parties and
Yeah.
things. You understand? And the thing is that you need to be in a space where you feel as though you can offer your best.
Yeah.
And
But does that give more
you
trust
give
in the system? I mean, there is some merit in what Donville Innes would have suggested.
What's that?
That, you know, here one day, look, Barbadians today left the Democratic Labour Party in 2018 because they were sick and fed up of how they felt under their administration.
Right.
You stood on the platform on multiple occasions. You said that the Democratic Labour Party led us to economic ruin. But here today, you have the Minister of Finance, who was the architect of the so-called lost decade.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, now involved in the political campaigning of the Barbados Labour Party.
Listen.
And hold on, you also have Michael Lashley,
right,
who was deemed the worst Minister of Housing in the history of Barbados.
Right.
Now, I'm not helping you, Dr. Wickham, with the but what I am saying is that these are the little things that make a difference for us young people.
Yes.
And it leads for a more mature Barbadian. They may like, oh, it's good to see Michael left them in their confusion. But, you know, when I sit down and think about it, especially my contemporaries who are equally economists, lawyers, doctors, I don't want to call it the intelligent group. People don't want to feel as if you are playing games with them.
Playing games.
And it almost feels as that is what's happening. Whether I'm not debating whether it's right for Michael to join the Barbados Labour Party, and I'm just saying that's how people feel.
Yeah, there's a freedom he has, but you know that when you step back, you know all life is a set of relationships. That's all life is, you know, a set of relationships that start when you're young, and as you evolve, you then are able to evaluate, and you can change. You can change your mind. But the fact that you are going to tell a young man who made a decision to become involved in an endeavor for which there's no certainty. I don't want to talk about Clyde Maskell at all, but what I'm saying is that you take a chance to get involved in politics. You don't win, you're qualified for a job, you then apply for a job, but on the basis that you enter the political space, you cannot get the job. You with me? And therefore, it's just about relationships. And as you evolve and mature, you begin to recognize that, hey, you know, if things are not, because political parties or any organization, they're not as easy as you think. You understand? So I'm saying to you that you can't confine a fellow to a space.
I
just want to... Before you continue, we now do need to go to Princess Margaret Secondary School, where we have Archelaus Weeks. They're in St. Philip West. Archelaus?
Hey, very good evening to you. Moderately easterly winds here at the Princess Margaret School, St. Philip West. And the first box came in at around 7:15, in fact, 7:48. And at 7:51, and then at 9 o'clock, and we're waiting for the results in just a bit. Now, St. Philip West, it's a hotly contested area. The spotlight tonight is on the high-stakes rematch between incumbent Kay McConney from the Barbados Labour Party, defending her seat, with the familiar challenger, Dr. David Eswick. Of course, there are other parties, Katrina Goodridge of the Friends of Democracy, and Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition for Progress, also in the mix. And this may be one of the many competitive races On the cards tonight in Barbados, candidates and supporters are waiting to see if the constituency remains a BLP stronghold or shifts back to the DLP, or will have an upset in the likes of Katrina Goodridge from the Friends of Democracy and Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition for Progress. Just to give you some information here before we go back to you, the St. Philip West is a Central West constituency in the parish of St. Philip. Key areas and villages within its boundaries include Church Village, Ebenezer, Six Roads, Brereton, St. Martin's Mangrove, St. Patrick's, and Charnock. So we will get back to you. They're counting, and of course, we'll bring you all of that right here, live, Barbados Elections Coverage 2026.
All right, thank you very much, Archelaus Weeks. All right, we head now to St. Philip North, where Calvin Callender gives us that report from Hilda Skeen Primary. Calvin. All right, okay, we'll go ahead with a commercial break. More when we return.
This is what the linear acceleration of new electric power feels like. This is what a world feels like where technology keeps you safe. Emotion that transports you to other worlds. This is Nissan X-Trail e-Power, power for every day.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb before any back pain?
Weird. How you are?
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, calmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Well, you know, you have the after party. We're having the commercial party in here because so many interesting things are being said. It's a good thing that the mics were on. Some definition suits might be flying left, right, and center. But the situation and the discussion regarding political parties and party hopping is indeed one that is taking shape. 826-5827 is the number that you can send us your thoughts. We have a plethora of messages. Forgive me, Clyde, again for the adjectives. But we have quite a few messages coming in. And, and the messages are coming in. But Jamal and Clyde, you were making the point, and not Dr. Christina Hines, Kristen Turton was making the point that the Barbados Party did not have the amount of people deflecting into the Democratic Labour Party when they were in power between 2008 and 2018. And that has been the genesis of the discussion during the break. Jamal, you were making the point that there were some deflections, even if they were not quote-unquote high profile. Want to just speak a little bit about that?
Look, I mean, I don't even want to go down the granular name calling. The truth is, we have to look at the broader picture. I was saying to Dr. Maskell at the break, the circumstances when he left the Democratic Labour Party were quite different. 2003, by 2008, the Barbados Labour Party was in opposition. Lest we forget. I mean, however, let's look at what we have today. We have an opposition who has been unable to win one single seat. 30 seats they have lost, 2 by-elections across 4 elections in the country. What does that mean? It means that you allow Bs to be Bs and you allow Dems to be Dems. Some may not hold that opinion that I share, but I mean, even when you had the Tyra Trotman crossing into the Barbados Labour Party, you had Dr. Leonard Holder, who was perceived by many Barbadians as a loyal servant of the Barbados Labour Party, almost sidelined after years of service to the institution. And it leads down to the point that I was making earlier. We must be careful that we are not flying in the face of the Barbadian public. And it leads to a further conclusion that when we are speaking about the broader issues of apathy, and when we're speaking about the broader issues of how Barbadians treat to politics and the system of government, that they don't treat to it as a joke because it seems as if politicians are taking it as a joke. And I say this final thing with it. You know, there's a concept that all politicians sit down in the lunchroom at Parliament, they eat up and drink 2 whiskeys and a beer, or they're going to hide out and go by Brady's bar, or they're going to go to Thirsty Lizard together, and they're going to have a good time. I'm not advertising, by the way. But
some of your pay was just docked. On that point, though, Jamal, someone has just mentioned that please tell Jamal that Dr. Ronnie Yearwood deflected from the Barbados Labour Party and then became president within 2 years of the Democratic Labour Party.
That is true. But he didn't fly straight into at the top of the party.
But he did.
No, that's not correct. Dr. Ronnie Yearwood ran in an election under the leadership of Verla de Pisa. It was
and that same year became president.
No, hold on. Dr. Ronnie Yearwood was not seen immediately as the next in line. There were other people who vied for the party's leadership in that same cycle. Lest you forget, George Pilgrim ran against Verla de Pisa. Then you had the Reverend Guy Hewitt ran against Verla de Pisa. You had a case where Richard Seeley was said to be in the wings waiting to take over. David Eswick was in the wings waiting. Ryan Walters, lest you forget, was one of the most popular Democratic Labour Party candidates. You know what happened? Dr. Ronnie Yearwood was seen as the second coming of Clyde Maskell. The room is silent. That is the truth. Many Barbadians saw Dr. Ronnie Yearwood as the second coming of Clyde Maskell. And I will say this, I'm going to predict this tonight, the first prediction. If the Democratic Labour Party is unable to make any headways, Corey Greenidge will be on the consideration blocks for the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. And I say this because the Democratic Labour Party has a certain a way of characterizing the type of profiling, the type of candidates that they're looking for. It is not working, however, because here you have a demigod, almost like strong political figure in that of Prime Minister Motley, that all Barbadians love. It's almost like a celebrity figure. And there you have the Democratic Labour Party with a more philosophical, academic, crunchy numbers sort of guy. And the truth is, at the time when the Barbados Labour Party had Owen Affer and the Democratic Labour Party had Dr. Clyde Maskell, you had two economists head-to-head. But then you had David Thompson, who came in with the whole liming on the blocks and making people feel good about themselves. That's the reality we have to face.
David, I think you wanted to respond to that?
Well, all I could tell you is that when I watch the movement of the politicians over the years, I'm among those who would state here that it comes across as though they're all the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's no real distinction between them. And we talk a lot about the buying of votes, but it looks to me as though a lot of money is spent in trying to attract people from one to the next. All right? Whether that person is offered a consultancy, or if that person is told that they are better positioned financially if they cross from one to the next. I mean, let's look. We can look at people who have gone over to the BLP. But the same thing could be said, for instance, of Ralph Thorne, who bettered himself in a sense out of the fact that he became opposition leader. And from opposition leader, it's a better position for him. But I'm very curious, because we have not heard anything from you, Dr. Wickham, for quite a while. And I mean, the balance dictates that we should hear.
Opposition leader Thorne, our leader Ralph Thorne, made it very clear when he crossed why he crossed. Now, as it stands right now, persons can switch parties for whatever reasons. There's nothing against that. But he made it clear why he crossed, when he crossed. I think the crossing, as has happened in some cases, has contributed to the cynicism and the apathy. Going back to what you're saying, Jamal, you have the two persons who could be accused of being the chief architects of the 2008 to 2018 period crossing over, not say for philosophical reasons. And in fact, one of the individuals back in 2013, then opposition leader, said criminal charges should be pressed. No mention or discussion of that. So the public looking on be like, okay, so they're all the same. That was just telling us what we want to hear at a time to get a vote, but you didn't really take it seriously. You didn't mean what you said. All politicians are the same. Leader Thorne, when he crossed, he made it clear that things were happening that he could no longer remain silent. Yes, you tried to toe a party line to a point, but that last budget speech, while he was still a member of the Barbados Labour Party, where he was very critical of the then government, he would have pointed out he couldn't stand the situation that he was seeing. So he made it clear when he crossed, it was for philosophical reasons. His conscience could no longer allow him to stay on the side of the Barbados Labour Party. He told you why he crossed.
Is that any different from what Michael Lassie did? He was not, obviously he didn't cross the floor, but he switched parties. What about his reasons?
He's allowed to cross for whatever reasons, and the public of Barbados will judge.
But his explanation had to do with treatment, how he was treated in a party where he was a senior member. He performed at the highest possible level in the last election. Everybody lost, and he got, I think, the most votes, right, of everyone, in terms of the margin.
Yeah.
Right. And the way he was treated, or he says the way he was treated, is what caused him to leave the Democratic Labour Party.
Yeah, but I would be very cautious. I'd be very cautious about listening to only one version of that.
Precisely.
And
there is. No. What I'm saying is not necessarily accepting what he said or anything. I'm saying we're being told Ralph Thorne said his philosophical reason for leaving. We can't say that and accept that and then ignore that one of the people who's being criticized now is saying he left because he was mistreated. In the same way that Tyra Trotman is saying, you locked me out, I am not staying, I'm going elsewhere. right? The point is, I think we have to treat those differently from how someone might perceive what happened with Christopher Sinclair.
But what about the persons that left the BLP? Why did Dr. Yearwood leave? Did he ever say?
No one knows, but what was his position? Like, did people know who he was? When he was with the Barbados Labour Party, right? Was he a significant figure? I don't know that he really was.
I don't think he was a major player at the time.
No.
I think what we
He
are...
was barely chairman at Alexander School Board.
Right, so people leave. People leave. I'm not saying that we should just accept people leaving. In fact, what I believe is that now people are more conscious about the leaving. And there are a lot of people who are losing trust because of the leaving. But there are some instances where people see, I mean, with Tyra, for example, when you locked the doors to your members and they leave, I think Barbadians were more sympathetic to those people who left that party for that reason than they might be for somebody else.
We do need to, we have another report, and we need to help. Well, we were trying to reach Calvin earlier, so he's now ready. Calvin Callender in St. Philip North. Calvin?
Yes, good evening. You can hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. We can see you as well.
Clearly got you now. Okay, well, I'm here in the Scheme Primary School, St. Philip North, where is a rather quiet evening, quiet and quite windy here in St. Philip. There's tight security, really tight security. Here in St. Philip North is St. Philip Affair, all St. Philip Affair, where we have the incumbent, Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party, who is running in her third general election in 2018 and 2022. She defeated the veteran DLP candidate Michael Lashley. And this time around, she's up against Simon Clark, an attorney at law, also a cousin of Michael Lashley, and needless to say, also from the parish of St. Philip. Friends of Democracy, Anaya Lord, also attorney at law, also bred and born in the parish of St. Philip. Also her first time running in the constituency. Also in the race is Nigel Newton of the PCP, that's People Coalition for Progress. And once again, he's also from the parish of St. Philip. It is said that St. Philip is the parish where one family lives. So we're in for a keen battle of one family here in the parish of St. Philip. So from a quiet and windy St. Philip North, I'm Stephen Callender for Barbados Votes.
All right, thank you very much, Stephen. They're in St. Philip North, and we now take another commercial break.
GAC Motor.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird.
Oh yeah? You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, kelmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Welcome to the Western Sale Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sale Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
All right, welcome back. I'm telling you, Barry, this discussion, this commercial break discussion is getting rather fiery. I'm looking forward to what will happen right after we have Stokely Murray, who is in Christchurch South. Stokely?
Hey, good night, everyone. Good night, Barbados, and those in the studio. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm reporting from the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall in Christchurch South. And right up now, the counting of votes started, and I'm looking across to my right, and they're counting in earnest after a long delay. Now, officials told me that voting throughout the day was relatively slow, and they also reported that turnout was much lower than the last election, their observation in 2022. But the execution of the voting went relatively smoothly. And boxes from the other polling stations in the constituency did arrive late, but without any major issues, no hiccups at all. And there were no issues here with the voting list. Now, with some historical context, I'll provide for you with the constituency here. This constituency has been represented by stalwarts, the likes of the late Harold St. John, the late Anderson Morrison, Mr. Robert Bobby Morris, Mr. John Boyce, and Ralph Thorne. Now, the returning officer, Tristan Hillis, will no doubt be the one giving us all the updates throughout the night in the late start, but counting is in earnest, as I told you before, and he'll be the one giving us the results, and you'll be hearing right here on Barbados Votes. Just a reminder of the candidates in this constituency: Chantal Monroe Knight of the Barbados Labour Party, Corey Greenwich of the Democratic Labour Party, Christopher Aline of the People's Coalition for Progress, and Robert Toussaint of Solutions Barbados. So in a matter of minutes, I believe we should be getting some numbers now, but until then, Stokely Murray here in Christchurch South as Barbados Votes. Back to you.
Stokely, before you go, has any reason been given for the delay?
Well, no real reason was given for the delay. I was just in my observations, buses came relatively late, and the last box, the special box, came maybe 45 minutes after the bus came and delivered the initial boxes. There were two buses, and after they came, they were 45 minutes later, the special box arrived, And then the counting began in earnest. So no doubt they were ready and raring to go to get the process going as it's pretty late. But no real reason was given, I just think, at all. But for what I observed, it's just a matter of just getting the process going. And they were more focused on that than anything else.
All right, thank you very much. Barry?
Yeah, thank you so
No
much.
problem.
I was
See you
tempted to
soon.
ask you, as you said, that you were hearing the names of the accountant and which name you were hearing more, but I won't put you under that pressure. Don't forget Dr. Jerome Walcott, who is the campaign manager of the BLP. He would have also represented Christchurch South as well. Just I wanted to mention him. You were saying, David?
Made by Stokely in this report is what I've been searching for all evening.
Yeah.
What has been the voter turnout today? There's no discussion really about, especially the people who are out in the field. They need to do what he has done, which is to ask those who are in charge what kind of voter turnout we've had. Because I think you have done some analysis on this whole question of the implications of a low voter turnout. And he said just now that they're suggesting that the turnout in that particular area was lower than what they had before. So that is very important for us to sense where we are going. There's been a narrative which says a low voter turnout favors the incumbent. And if that is indeed what has taken place today, then chances are that, will that translate into, let's say, another 30 love?
So what it means is that the Barbados Labour Party will just have to repeat what it did in 2022 if the voter turnout is around the same 45-43%, for instance.
What was it in 22 again?
2022 was about 43%.
43%.
42.7%, so 43%. And if you have a similar turnout, the Barbados Labour Party quite literally just has to perform in the same way that it did the same things to have the same outcome. And it was not even a circumstance where in 2022 the election was close, and therefore we could say that a similar circumstance could mean an advantage for the Democratic Labour Party. It was not even close. So I think the Barbados Labour Party is in a good place if the turnout is low. I pointed towards the fact that they actually have a very good history of bringing their base out as well. And we know that they have a good ground game. We know that they have the financing. We know that they have the political leader as well to get individuals out there. So I think you're having a situation where if the Democratic Labour Party is performing at 27% in 2022, what it needs is substantial growth. It needs a 23-point swing to take government. You don't get a 23-point swing in one election if the turnout is low. So the goal of the DLP had to be growth. And if the electorate is not coming out, then quite frankly, I think that their fortunes are highly questionable tonight.
Kristen, we look a lot, and we spoke a lot about, Dr. Master spoke a lot about the good things that we've seen between 2018 and 2026 so far, where the Barbados Labour Party is concerned. What are some of the things that would concern them and concern the public? Where have they failed, in your opinion?
I think it's really a question of implementation. So they have projected that they have this vision for Barbados. For example, digital transformation is just one example. But in almost every area where they have moved to digital transformation, there have been significant challenges. And we've had challenges with the functionality, for example, in terms of the Supreme Court online filing. There were several problems with documents not being filed for several months. And the implications of that for limitation periods, that is something that plagued them for about 2 years. Now, it seems to have settled quite a bit now, but what about all the cases that were affected during that time? So in many ways, then we've had issues, of course, in terms of questions of hacking and cybersecurity and all of those other issues where I don't know how many people feel confident at this stage that the ministry responsible for that form of digital transformation is or has been capable of transitioning us in a safe and secure way and making sure that it's actually effective. That's just one example.
But there's a general issue that we face, and it has to do with this idea that you are divesting, government is divesting itself of this and that. But when it comes to policing and having a focus on protecting the public, we are not getting that right. I have seen references in the BLP manifesto to strengthening, let's say, the regulation of telecoms. But that's one example that right now is forcing people to go and look for holes elsewhere. And it has to do with the ease with which telecoms are increasing their prices and that sort of thing. We talk about the transport board and the privatizing of that. But the big question is, what are you going to put in place to make sure that the public does not feel terribly disadvantaged by privatization? And I think that's, I think we heard earlier from Ambassador Maskell about our inability to raise the bar when it comes to scale. Those are the areas that I think cry out for some attention. And one more point I wanted to make.
Before you make that, David, we have our first box in. We have our first box in. St. Michael South, I believe, is the first box. Let's go there to Ted Roy. Ted Roy, St. Michael South East, and that is with Santi Bradshaw. First box that also came in 2022 is now coming back again in 2026. Let's have a look at the results. Ted Roy, go ahead. Is Ted Roy Clark there? Okay, no, he's just having some problems there connecting. The internet might be giving a bit of a problem. Yeah, so David, go back to your salient point before we get back to him and make sure that he's... The other
point I wanted to make, I think I'm hearing talk about the Democratic Labour Party being dead. Now, I did not pick that up in the campaigning that has taken place this time around. I thought that there was a resurgence of interest and they were able to generate good attendance at their meetings. Yeah. So I'm curious to see the results tonight because I think the DLP needs, more than anything else, to get a presence in Parliament.
How do you measure good interest?
Pardon me?
How are you measuring good interest?
By both the number of people who are visible there and those who watch online. All right? That's how I measure it.
The numbers of people who viewed online are no different than 2022.
That's not what I understand.
That is accurate. If you go online right now on YouTube and look at the numbers of viewers from the 2022 manifesto launch and compare that
even if you want to dispute that, I'm pretty sure that what you actually saw on the ground, you had more people
coming up because there's no COVID.
Pardon me?
More people coming up because there's no COVID.
But you say that though, but I have, what my observation has been is that as the campaign has gone on, they, to me, have been able to build and attract more crowds. So there has been some element of momentum. And my question is not so much whether they've found new voters. I don't know that they did. In my limited view, I think that the people who are their supporters did not vote in 2018 and they did not vote in 2022 because they simply were not satisfied. And I think that as this campaign has gone on, they have felt more comfortable coming out and supporting. Now, what that will mean for them winning a seat or two
to be seen.
Is what we will see tonight.
I don't agree.
But that's the most that I can surmise from it.
I believe the segment of swing voters in this country is way larger than what we presume. The Democratic Labour Party in 2018 received 33,000 votes. In 2022, they received 30,000 votes. In 2018, the Barbados Labour Party received over 118,000 votes. By 2022, they dropped just about 78,000 votes. What I'm saying is this. The swing voter cluster is way larger than what we are suggesting. And therefore, the Democratic Labour Party's base actually voted for them in 2 consecutive elections.
Correct.
So just to be clear, are you suggesting then that their base is 30,000?
About 30,000, yeah.
Right, and that the people who are their supporters voted, but swing voters did not vote for them?
I don't think swing voters voted for them, and I think that in 2022, you saw an actual reduction in persons who came out to vote in entirety.
So,
but I just wonder whether that's really true. I mean, when you analyze, and this is, I can't analyze them, but if there could be some analysis in terms of where their real strongholds are, is that reflected in St. John?
The point I wanted to make tonight is that we are dependent upon this outcome here tonight to determine the future of the Democratic Labour Party. That's the only point I really wanted to make. And to look at what has happened in the campaign from what I've seen and what I've heard, and to see if that can translate into a situation where they can get a presence in Parliament again. For them, it is not just winning or seeking to win. They can lose and still emerge with more than they had before. And that's the point that I wanted to make.
So I would like to say something here. One is I'm not particularly impressed by crowds, because crowds don't tell me what is happening constituency by constituency. Crowds just tell me the number of people we can see in one place. And we can get crowds in a number of ways. If you're watching online, there are also ways that you can make your crowd appear look one way. So it can't be crowds. And also, crowds can be there for a number of reasons. Having a crowd does not guarantee that you have voters. Curiosity, people that get a free shirt, they go to a concert, they're in the area. There are so many things that can tell us about crowds. I also want to talk about this issue about low voter turnout favoring the incumbent. There's no evidence that this is the case. There's no evidence in Barbados that this occurs. So we can see, for instance, in 1994,
on a point of order,
there,
Dr. Hines, I have 2 results that have just come in. The first results for the night. This is St. Michael Southeast, box NA1. Santia Bradshaw, 198 votes. Pedro Shepherd, 25. Box NA1. Santia 175, Pedro 44, and that was the first one I gave it was A to H, and the second part was F to L. Then we have N to Z, Santia Bradshaw 213 votes, Pedro Shepherd 49. So we'll wait to just add up those when they come cumulative, but so far they're overwhelming lead for Santia Bradshaw over Pedro Shepherd in the first box, NA1.
NA1?
NA1 in St. Michael Southeast. Devron, as you start to analyze that, that looks actually more compelling than it did in 2022, but it seems to be less votes in terms of turnout. Turnout seems to be less.
I'll certainly take a look, but it's looking that way for now, but we have to check the other boxes to see whether or not that's the case or the continuation of the count. Now, I want to make a couple points. So regarding the base of the Democratic Labour Party,
just as Roy Turney, 5 votes. He, of course, was the BSP.
So regarding the base of the Democratic Labour Party, the way that I look at the strength of a base is how you perform at your worst. Because if you are performing at your worst, the individuals that came out and support you, that is likely your base. So when you look at the base of the Democratic Labour Party, the 3 worst performances, 1999, 33%, 2018, 22%, 2022, 27%. The average about that is about 27. I would say the base of the Democratic Labour Party, voting-wise, population-wise, is about 27, and they have to move from there. Second point I would make as well, too, you mentioned the swing voter. I would approximate the swing voter in Barbados to be about 20% of the voting population, or those who come out to vote. The reason I say that, you've had about 15 elections, general elections in Barbados history. On majority of those instances, it was a circumstance where both political parties received at least 40%. There were only 3 instances where they don't. So it's safe to say that in a competitive election, the Barbados Labour Party gets 40%, the Democratic Labour Party gets 40%, and they fight for the 20 in between. That is a way to gauge, to my estimation, where the swing vote is as well too. So those are the 2 introductions that I would make.
Let's look at the graphic. I believe we should have that first graphic coming in for St. Michael Southeast, and then I have some more results, this time from St. Michael West, where Chris Gibbs is concerned. A look at the live results so far. So Santa Bradshaw out front by a mile, a country mile, 1,049 so far to Pedro Shepherd's 206. That is indeed a very impressive start so far for her. Let's have a quick look in the same time at St. Michael West. St. Michael West, of course, that is Chris Gibbs. Chris Gibbs against Damien Fannis and Patsy Nurse of the PCP. This is FA2, L to Z. Chris Gibbs, 116. Damien Fannis, 31. Total of 147 votes. So the trend there seems, of course, so far, and that's just the L to Z. FA2, L to Z. Chris Gibbs, 116, and Damien Fannis, 31. I'm not seeing votes here for Patsy Nurse as yet. 116 to 31 so far. So the trend in those boxes that I guess people might have predicted would have going to the Barbados Labour Party, so far overwhelmingly so. Kev is going to give us some stats on that, and Devron, Kristen, your thoughts early on.
So it's clear that the Barbados Labour Party is maintaining its support. I've not looked at the percentages as yet, but based on the raw numbers, it's looking as though not only is it maintaining its support in St. Michael Southeast, it looks as improving on its performance, which ironically was said in the Star Combination poll. So we would have to see whether or not that's panning out, because if you have a situation where Santa Branch is receiving 1,000 votes and Pedro Shepherd is receiving 200, you're looking at a quite similar performance as last time, and possibly an improvement.
An improvement for
the Barbados Labour
Party. I don't think that we should jump to a conclusion that this reflects what's going to happen nationally, however.
But while not jumping to a conclusion, I pointed out from the very beginning that that seat, St. Michael Southeast, was the first seat to come in 2022. And I remember the pollster that was with us then, when that came in, his actual response was the same that Devron just had, and it was consistent throughout the night. I'm not saying that's the case, but it's something to gauge if you have to look at it.
So it comes back to the point I was making earlier, that the real test of the night is where is the Democratic Labour Party going to end up? Will it get a seat at all? What will its future be? I think that's the critical question for the night.
Does it, let's say they do win a seat. In your view, David, does it make a difference who occupies that seat, as in which seat it is?
It would make a difference who is occupying it, if it comes down to one seat. But if we go through another experience where there are no seats at all, then, I mean, I would agree with those who would make the argument that the Democratic Labour Party would virtually be finished. I don't see how it would be easy to come back. Mind you, they have a lot of young people today. I think we have here Dr. Wickham, and he really can give his own perspective on the results so far. But it would be very difficult.
The results so far obviously are far more favorable for the Barbados Labour Party. In 2 constituencies that you would expect them to do, certainly St. Michael Southeast to do relatively well. The Democratic Labour Party, is far from finished. Are there things that we could do differently? Of course, you should always be introspective and look learn from those inside as well as from those on the outside, as opposed to being in an echo chamber. We have certainly, seen more of our base come back out in this campaign, both at mass meetings as well as interacting with persons on the ground, and we're able to I find, to reach persons at the point that concerns them most. So many persons on the campaign trail express their frustrations with where things are in Barbados. They also express, concern about, does it make a difference which way you vote? Nothing is going to change. Thinking that, the government might still retain power and that sense of stay home. At the same time, there are many who also said that we're going to come up to vote. We're going to come to vote because, and the common refrain was, things are so hard in Barbados. Things are so hard in Barbados, we have to come out and vote. Unfortunately, a number of those persons that I've personally interacted with had challenges, going back to our early discussion with the voting list. But persons, right, things are so hard in Barbados, it has not really been working well for us. Barbados Labour Party seems interested in looking after those at the top, thinking that trickle-down economics will work, which it practically never does. And I spent all of my life more or less in a rural setting, and things are extremely difficult for persons. And the Democratic Labour Party has pushed a message that tends to appeal, to persons having those difficulties.
I would like to say of St. Michael Southeast. One of the things that we saw in this locking out was the locking out of Undine Whitaker. And if the DLP really wants to mobilize their base and mobilize people on the ground, then losing somebody like Undine Whitaker, who was quite successful in this same constituency. She didn't win, but she came quite close. This is a significant loss. So I think that one of the things that the DLP also needs to come to terms with is that it has a lot of work to do in terms of mobilizing people on the ground. And when you lose significant persons like that, to be a little bit dismissive about they were disruptive in a meeting and they were singing and so on, it forgets the fact that you will soon have an election. And these are the kinds of experienced persons that you're going to need. So when we see a result like this, I think that it may also be telling the DLP some other things about where they now need to rebuild. They have to get back in the grassroots in some of these communities. And I don't think this is the kind of point that should be dismissed. Obviously, it's still early in this constituency, but if we continue to see this pattern, it may send certain signals about where some of the weak points of the DLP are.
Speaking of patterns, really quickly, you actually have a 4-point swing away from the Democratic Labour Party so far in St. Michael Southeast. And a political party at this point should be growing in the support. You should not be seeing a swing away from an opposition party. We've seen it in St. James North, which I made mention of before, was critiqued several times, but is an early indication of how the party is performing. So far, we're seeing a swing away from the DLP. These are actual numbers, not polling, despite the fact the polling also showed a swing away from the DLP. But we'll have to see how the night develops further.
I just want to add again, it's important for us not to treat what we've seen here as an indication that the result tonight will be 30 love again.
I have more results coming in. I have more results coming in. This is now the Prime Minister's box. St. Michael Northeast. St. Michael Northeast, KA1, A to H. Mia Motley, 222. Jamal Sandyford, 27. Clarine Howard, Barbados Sovereignty Party, 7. KA1, I to Z. Mia Motley, 225. Jamal Sandyford, 16. And Clarine Howard, 8. KA2, A to H. Mia Motley, 138. Jamal Sandyford, 18. Clarine Howard, 4. KA2, I to Z. Mia Motley, 142. Jamal Sandyford, 21. And Clarine Howard, 3. as expected, Mia Motley on her way to overwhelming victory there. You could even call it from now if you want to. 505, 55, and 15 after KA1 and KA2 boxes coming to the fore. Ladies and gentlemen.
So I was just saying that, Barry, I know you were alluding to a previous post while here. When those results came in, he said, well, it's going to be 30 love again. Yeah. And we are seeing a better performance from Santia Bradshaw than what she did in 2022. The truth is, I'm looking particularly at those key swing seats to see what the outcome will be. I believe that the parochial issues will play a significant impact on the end result. I'm looking at St. John, where the Democratic Labour Party's political leader had a presence there. I'm looking at St. Lucie, where there were issues with water and road infrastructure. I'm also cautious of what is happening in St. Michael Northwest. I'm not saying that the result at the end of the night will not be 30 love. I'm just saying it's too early to make any prediction or any projection.
We're going to be going shortly. Actually, we are ready now to go to Graham Vaughan. Results coming in from Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid from the Barbados Labour Party and Andrew Kay from the Democratic Labour Party. Can we get those results?
A to F. Mr. Kay scored 42. It's Mr. Duguid 129. In ZB1, G to M, Mr. Kay scored 32. Mr. Duguid scored 155. And there were 3 spoiled ballots. In ZB1, N to Z, Mr. Kay scored 47 votes. Mr. Duguid 159 votes, and there were 2 spoiled votes. Totals for ZB1, Mr. Andrew Kay scored 121 votes, Mr. William Duguid 443 votes, and there were 5 spoiled.
I'm Edwin Walker, election clerk.
Polling district ZC1 A to Z. Mr. Andrew Kay scored 14 votes. Mr. William Duguid 118 votes, and there was 1 spoiled ballot. Thank you. I'll give you a bit soon.
All right, we'll get those official numbers in a minute, but again, the trend, overwhelming majority there to the Barbados Labour Party, and in particular Dr. William Duguid over Andrew Kay. I think the results are beginning to come in a bit more fast and furious. Those boxes that we've seen so far are consistent with the projection that was indeed in the Nation Starcom poll for those particular seats, which have been dominated previously by the Barbados Labour Party. But then again, all have been dominated by the Barbados Labour Party, but those overwhelmingly so, and that trend continues to be overwhelmingly so for Mia Motley, Dr. William Duguid, and Chris Gibbs. Of course, to a less extent.
I just want to follow up on something that Jamal was mentioning, just to say that, yes, this is overwhelming, and some may want to conclude that may mean that there will be a 30 love. But one thing we're missing is that St. Lucie in particular is a very unique constituency. Yeah. And it is unique because the issues affecting St. Lucie are not the issues that affect the rest of Barbados. And what they will vote on may very well be different than what the rest of Barbados does. So at the very least, there should be, some caution in terms of assuming that if, let's say, the other 29 constituencies continue on this trend, that St. Lucie will definitely do so. You have to
there is. I would say there's much greater interest in St. Lucie, St. John, and the other St. Philip North and St. Philip West. But the trend so far would indeed be a worrying one for the Democratic Party. David, you want to say
something?
I
think I would agree with that, and I would be surprised to see who is able to buck this particular trend here tonight. Yes.
Well, I would say you can't really look at Christchurch West. No. Christchurch West, the DLP is not going to win Christchurch West.
They never did.
So even when we're saying that these are worrying signals, which they are, I think that, as Kristen was alluding to, I think there are other seats we're going to need to look at. I want to see what's happening in St. Philip
All right, look, we have results coming in from St. Michael North. Let's go. That's Davison Ishmael and Dr. Domri Armstrong, along with Ricardo Harrison, the Friends of Democracy. Let's go to St. Michael North. Are the results ready there? All right, so we are live. I guess he's not too interested in giving us results at the moment. But apparently those boxes, one or two boxes have been completed there. We'll see if we can get those results. Continue your discussion, Dr. Hines, in the meantime.
That was basically it. I would like to see what's going to happen in St. Philip. These are the constituencies that I think the DLP probably has the best chances in addition to St. Lucie being quite interesting. I'm not one that is as confident in St. John right now, but of course we're going to need to look at St. John because this is a traditional stronghold, of the Democratic Labour Party, and if they can regain that, I think that is a positive sign for the DLP. But we haven't seen any boxes come in for St. John yet, so we're just going to have to wait.
So we were having a bit of a discussion on whether or not the DLP is dead, as was mentioned before by someone. Even if the Democratic Labour Party is able to get 1, 2, or 3 seats, if you compare the current performance of the DLP, even with those 3 seats, with previous DLP performances, the party overall is in serious problems. In 1999, the DLP had 2 seats. By 2008, 8 years after, it had government with 20 seats. Currently, 8 years after, we're discussing a DLP if it's going to win a seat. Not government, but a seat. That is reflective of the state the party is in. And until it has a wider discussion beyond 1 or 2 seats in St. Philip or St. Lucie, you have a serious problem in your hands.
Ambassador Maskell, you had a point to make.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for more results. Because I think that the performance of the government is being understated or underestimated by several Barbadians. And I say that because people seem no longer interested in the fact that Barbados' pride has been restored. And when I say that, I'm talking about on the economic front. And that we're now positioning for its industry to be uplifted, but its pride. There seems to be a lack of appreciation for where we were. We denied all of the fiscal, what I call golden rules, managing the Barbados economy, right? And they were restored so quickly because decisions were taken.
This is an important seat. Yeah. This is important box has just come in. This is St. Lucie. Ding dong battle. LA1, A to G. Peter Phillips, 99. Ian Griffith, 98.
Ding dong.
Sherlyn Davis 1, Wayne Griffith 6. Right. H to Z. Peter Phillips, 86. Ian Griffith, 86. Davis 2, Wayne Griffith 8, 2 spoil. That is a lead of 1 vote at the moment for Peter Phillips. LA1, A to G. I'll say it again. Maybe Peter Phillips, 99.
It may be more than
Ian Griffith, 98.
Even where it is.
Wayne Griffith, 6. Sherlyn Davis, 1. H to Z. Ian Griffith, and Peter Phillips both having 86 each, with Davis 2, Wayne Griffith 8, and 2 spot votes. So that's right now with just 1 box. That's a 1 vote lead for the incumbent Peter Phillips.
So interestingly enough, in LA1 in St. Lucie, the Barbados Labour Party carried that seat by 60% in 2022. So if in LA1 you have a situation where the Democratic Labour Party is behind by 1 vote, and it's traditionally a stronger seat for the Barbados Labour Party, that is an early indication of what could possibly happen in St. Lucie.
So, and that is my very point. You cannot come here and conclude that because St. Michael, Southeast, Visante, and Bradshaw is tripling the numbers of our opponents, that you're going to see the same result in these seats, especially when the issues are so unique.
Yeah.
And I add to that, if you further dissect the numbers that have been presented to us so far, LA1 and LA2 are on the western side of the constituency. It is the area in the constituency that the Barbados Labour Party has always won. Even when Dennis Kelburn was the Member of Parliament, Checker Hall has been the stronghold of the Barbados Labour Party. It is where Roy Brathwaite won the seat for the Barbados Labour Party in that first instance, because he got out of that seat with big margins in that area. So when you go onto the eastern side of the constituency, which is LE1, LE2, LE3, you know, it is traditionally where the Democratic Labour Party performs better. Now, I'm not saying that it's all over for Peter Phillips at this stage. The reality that you must confront is that Ian Griffith is also very familiar with that western side.
I understand that we have results coming in from St. John. I believe Chantal Legault Gibson has indicated her readiness. Can we go to St. John? Chantal Legault Gibson is saying that St. John's first box is ready. If we don't have her there yet, I think we will get those digitally. We'll get that very shortly for you, because that also will be a very keen and contested box. You were saying, Jamal?
So yeah, with that early indication, the Democratic Labour Party, there's a swing away from the Barbados Labour Party in that seat. One that should be troubling.
All right, St. Michael North. Let's go to St. Michael North. We have results for St. Michael North. Let's go there.
Are you ready for St. Michael North?
Well, this is indeed St. John, because I see the Lodge School hall and banner there. So are we ready for St. John?
You're not ready for St. Michael North?
Colin, come back to your name, right? Yeah. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Michael Central just received the vote for all right, so and we have one.
Just bear with us as they're trying to get the broadcast officially ready, but I see the returning officer. I see she's ready to go with the first box of St. John. Can we get the returning officer to proceed?
In polling box LA1A to G is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 1 vote. Received 6 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 99 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA1A to G was 204 votes. There were no false votes. Results of votes cast in polling box LA1H to Z. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 86 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 86 votes. The total number of votes for all candidates in polling box LA1
So we're getting ready to get the results of our return
was 182 votes. There were 2 spoiled votes.
Numbers.
The results of votes cast in polling box LA2-8E is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Sherlyn Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 7.
Griffith, 125. Stewart, 12. Thorne, 107, giving us a total of 244. JA2, I to Z. Griffith, 113. Stewart, 16. Thorne, 79. 112, total 209. And the final one for now is box JA3, A to Z. Griffith, 74. Stewart, 9. Thorne, 63.
At the Darrell Jordan Secondary School here in the battle for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Colin Cumberbatch just updating the media.
To give you St. Andrew. Here we go. So St. Andrew, box AA1. Dr. Ramel Springer, 109, and Ramon Goodman, he got 48, 5 spoiled. AA2, A to H, Dr. Ramel Springer, 118, with 66 to Ramon Goodman. AA3, A to Z, Dr. Ramel Springer, 166. Ramon Goodman, 54. Dr. Ramel Springer in A to J and AB1, 140. With Ramon Goodman getting 24, they were 2 spoiled. So, as expected again there, well, we all would have expected, Devron, that St. Andrew is another BLP stronghold. We want to get back those results for St. John. Devron, analyze those for us before we get back the other results.
So, regarding the St. Andrew situation, I'm saying that Ramon performs better than what I expected in some of the boxes. For instance, so he's getting about just being outperformed by a 2-1, which certainly could be worse. First-time candidate up against Ramel Springer, Dr. Ramel Springer. I think so far he's been doing certainly better than Pedro Shepard up against Santia Bradshaw. But we'll have to take a better look at the numbers when I'm able to.
All right, let's go to St. Michael North. I think we have that audio sorted out. St. Michael North, let's go to Carrie Goody. Carrie?
Okay, so we're here at Eden Lodge Primary, and we have received 3 boxes so far. So I can give you those results now. DA1, A to H, Barbados Labour Party, Davidson Ishmael, 122. Marie Armstrong, Democratic Labour Party, 57. Friends of Democracy, Burtnell Harrison, 10. 2 spoiled votes for a total of 191 in that, the first half of that box. The second half, DA1, I to Z, 135, Davidson Ishmael, DLP. 42, Marie Armstrong, DLP. 11, Burtnell Harrison, Friends of Democracy. 1 spoiled vote. That gives you 189 as the total. Then in the second box is DA2, A to Z. This is 184 to Davidson Ishmael, BLP. 59 for Marie Armstrong, DLP. Friends of Democracy, Burtnell Harrison, 13, 13. No spoiled votes, to give a total of 256 votes in that box. The final box in this first batch, DA3, A to Z, Davidson Ishmael for the BLP, 143. Marie Armstrong for the DLP, 72. Friends of Democracy, Burtnell Harrison, 10. 0 spoiled votes for a total in that box of 225. So you have Davidson Ishmael of the BLP having the most votes in all three of those boxes.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Davidson Ishmael on his way to what I would reckon will be another overwhelming victory. But the question for you, Devron, is, and Kev, after Jason Bell in St. Lucie, is if we're seeing a voter decline. Jason Bell is in St. Lucie. Let's go back to him. Jason?
We've received the results of 4 voting boxes. I'll give you them by the box. So for box LA1 A to G, LA1 A to G, Barbados Labour Party candidate, 99 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 98 votes. Friends of Democracy, 1 vote. PCP, 6 votes. No spot votes for a total of 204. LA1 H to Z, we have a dead tie between the 2 leading candidates. BLP and DLP each have 86 votes. There's 2 votes for the FOD, 8 votes for the PCP, 2 spot votes for a total of 182. LA2 A to E, BLP candidate 151, DLP candidate 100.
We ain't got a problem. It's just he couldn't hear. We ain't got problems. It's just so many Bluetooths on right now.
There's a break in the transmission. We're not hearing Jason Bell, unfortunately. So I'm not quite hearing what he's saying. The boxes that he did give us is the ones that we would have previously announced. So there was no new news there, so to speak. I understand that in St. John is at the moment leading with the incumbent in Charles Griffith, but I'm going to get those numbers for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can feel free to analyze while we get those numbers out.
I think there's more information that Jason may have with us from St. Lucie in the LA boxes. I think that's what he was trying to articulate. The LA2 box. We only have information coming from LA1. My understanding is that there's information coming out from LA2 as well, which shows some difference in the margins as well again. So I think that we should try to get that information from Jason afterwards to give us a better understanding of where we're at in St. Lucie.
Yeah, we're just going to ask the correspondents as well to still send in your, of course, your written vote results in the chat so we can continue to read them. That's very important. We seem to be having some transmission issues there, which is proving quite hard to digest.
Yes. David? I think that's a better way of dealing with it, so that we wouldn't have these interruptions and people would clearly hear what those results are. But clearly the trend that we are seeing is picking up. It is a definitely pro-Barbados Labour Party. And the big question here now is just, can they hold on, can the Democratic Labour Party hold on to 1 seat? At least 1. So that's my interpretation of what we are hearing here.
I think that what we heard, what Kristen said, as I mentioned earlier, is pretty accurate. I think that St. Lucie is interesting to watch because of all these issues with the brown water. So I really want to see what's happening in St. Lucie. As I mentioned, I am also really looking forward to seeing results from St. Philip. And, well, we've seen some boxes in from St. John. So far, I think we have to wait and see a little bit more, but not as promising as yet as I think the DLP might want. But there's still boxes to be counted. We have to wait and see.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we're just waiting to get those results official because the audio transmission there is not good enough. You look at the result that Don Armstrong is getting against Davidson Ishmael. Corvin, you have been in that constituency. I've seen you doing some really good work in the constituency in terms of hearing from the residents. And the result here, or the result that we are expecting based on the trend, points to Davidson Ishmael holding sway despite the talk in the constituency that he had lost support. His support has seemingly been gained. We're going to take a commercial break and we're going to come back and discuss that right here on Barbados Votes.
So right now, Ishmael is
So this is what I've been trying to tell you about. So for $8.99 a month, you can get travel credit, 5,000 Barbados dollars with Going Places travel, and we can go wherever we want. This card just feels like me. Practical, but not boring. Adventurous, but grounded. The kind of card that fits into my everyday life, whether I'm running errands, working out, or heading to dance class. This might just be the one.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird. How you are?
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount. Nature's Discount has 20...
All right, thank you very much. Just getting some more results coming in. St. Michael Central, Tyra Trotman from the Barbados Labour Party, update on her results. Tyra Trotman, 369 votes. Andre Worrell, 94. Friends of Democracy, Raymond Wiggins, 20. And the PCP, Anthony Hines, 11. That's the St. Michael Central there with Tyra Trotman out front. Votes update again now from St. Lucie. Updated votes. Peter Phillips, the incumbent, 392 votes. Ian Griffith, 259 votes. 7 votes to Mr. Davis and 23 to Wayne Griffith. A 57.56% advantage over 38.03% for Ian Griffith. So that's updated from the St. Lucie with the boxes coming in. Mr. Peter Phillips has pulled ahead, despite those first 2 boxes that we would have called where they were neck and neck. He's just pulled out a little bit in front.
I think that's important if we look at the pattern of that seat St. Lucie. The way in which he would have to chart a road back towards Griffith to Phillips to win that seat at this point, he would have to take significant advantage of those LB1 and LB2 boxes. That's the only other way in which he'll be able to pull
Yes.
ahead. Now, those LB1 and LB2 boxes are similar to the Crap Hill area, etc.
Right.
You have to see, based on the impact, Crap Hill has faced significant road infrastructure challenges and water issues as well. The impact of those issues, we have to see what the outcome of those are. I'm interested to see also, Barry, we haven't heard from St. Philip West as yet. I'm also now, because of the circumstances, eyeing the St. Philip seat, St. Philip North and St. Philip West. In particular, I want to see those boxes that cover the Marshfield area as well.
All right, I have St. John. This is JA1. JA1, A to J. Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party, 94. Ralph Thorne of the Democratic Labour Party, 49. Keymore Stewart, 7. JA1K to Z, Charles Griffith of the Barbados Labour Party, 89. Ralph Thorne of the DLP, 52. Keymore Stewart, 18. 1 spoiled. JA2A to H, Ralph Thorne, I beg your pardon, Charles Griffith, 125 for the BLP. Ralph Thorne, 107. Keymore Stewart, 12. JA2I to Z, Charles Griffith of the BLP, 113. Ralph Thorne of the DLP, 79. Keymore Stewart, 16. 1 spoiled vote. And this is the closest so far with JA3, Peter Phillips, correction, Charles Griffith, 74. Ralph Thorne, 73. And Keymore Stewart, 9. So, again, a clear lead there for the incumbent Charles Griffith. How do you analyze that? Because we were waiting to see St. John and St. Lucie. They've pulled ahead in St. John, and they've pulled ahead in St. Lucie. How do you analyze those numbers?
So I think, again, you're beginning to see a pattern of consistency for the Barbados Labour Party. And if this holds, particularly in the seats that we're looking at that are supposed to be the more favorable ones for the DLP's toss, it means that you're likely going to have a repeat of what currently exists when it comes to the
feeling that you're going to eat something, so.
That is what I'm saying so far. That can certainly change.
They're back from commercial, right?
St. Philip seats that we were looking at, which would be St. Philip West and St. Philip North in particular, but so far it's looking as though, as you said, the Barbados Labour Party is pulling ahead.
He told me
about the seats that the DLP should really be pulling back at this stage.
Dr. Wickham, I want to get your thoughts here as representative of the Democratic Labour Party. The results not encouraging so far.
Agreed. You would expect to have done better to this point in St. Lucie and in St. John. We look to see how further results come in. There is something that we haven't touched as yet for the night with regards to how the campaigns unfolded, and that is the matter of financing in campaigns. It is obvious to all Barbadians, I don't have a problem with saying this, that the Barbados Labour Party had significant amounts to spend. Democratic Labour Party did not. That's stating the obvious. I often say that you would know where the money came from by decisions that are taken. And one has to ask the question, where is the money coming from? And are we at a point where we should have party campaign financing reform and not just candidates file a return at the, within a prescribed period at the end? Because what we have seen is what must be millions of dollars being spent, and somewhat of an attempt to take advantage of the desperation that many feel by virtue of the difficulties they're facing in the economy as far as the amount of money that is, bandied in front of their faces. It is something that's to be looked at as it stands right now. Who compels parties to disclose what they spend on campaigns. And as was stated earlier, opposition politics is difficult. That's obvious. So that opposition parties don't have the level of financing that the governing party has by virtue of what the governing party can promise. What we have seen are some questionable decisions. Barbadians have some questions with regards to land deals, Old Town Civic Center, and I'm not suggesting anything, but we do have to ask that question. Has the time come, if we want to ensure that our democracy remains a democracy, as opposed to money-making decisions, that we look at how campaigns are financed?
All right, more results coming in, and these results are from St. Michael East, Trevor Prescott, Ainsley Granger, and Carolyn Clark. Total overall so far, Trevor Prescott, the incumbent, 749 votes. Ainsley Granger for the Democratic Labour Party, 326. Carolyn Clark from the PCP, just 43. And that's the update so far on that on those boxes. So Trevor Preston, 749, 326 to Ainsley Granger, and Carolyn Clark, just 43. Continue, Dr. Wickham.
I think before you continue, there's a request that all the mics need to be turned off because the broadcast is getting some interference, so that those who are out in the field, all you need to do is just send us your information so that we will be able to communicate that to members of the public. So turn off all the mics. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Wickham, you were making the point in terms of campaign financing and whether or not that's something that we should look at. Just today, a caller raised that issue and suggested that we really need to recognize political parties legally so that then that type of thing can be regulated. Do you have any views on how we might do that, how that might look overall?
My personal views consider that once political parties reach a particular threshold, whether that be by virtue of the number of candidates they're able to field in an election, that we should consider state funding of the elections, as opposed to parties being able to spend undisclosed millions, which clearly can swing and sway an election.
True, but then I also have another question following up from that. So you pivoted to campaign funding, but given that there was a poll done before money was spent on a campaign that basically suggested this type of difference between the Barbados Labour Party and Democratic Labour Party, can we legitimately create a link between the amount of money spent by the Barbados Labour Party and the current performance of the Democratic Labour Party?
Two constituents in particular, based on feedback on the ground, would indicate that large amounts of money were spent in St. John and St. Lucie because of the perceived difficulty those candidates for the Barbados Labour Party would face. St. Lucie, by virtue of what we were talking about, the water situation, he would have been facing some stiff headwinds, and St. John, not so much by a challenge as much as the need to ensure that Mr. Thorne doesn't win that seat. So there was frequent presence and lots of money being spent by the Barbados Labour Party in constituency St. John.
And yet those are the ones...
Moderator, I have been very quiet. But again, quantify lots. And the other reality is that I know red hair where I see it. I've been too old now to follow down that path. What's happening is structural in the political landscape of Barbados. It is a structural matter at this stage. It's not about money. It's that the Democratic Labour Party has to step back. And that's why I'm waiting until I get more information. I hate to speak without data. But I'm waiting until I get more information to say what I have to say in relation to the political landscape of Barbados. It is extremely vital, right, that we make comments not based on the peripheral stuff now. Let's understand what is really happening to our political parties in relation to one going forward and developing and the other one stepping back.
Look, the truth is, and might I interject here, I think based on the preliminary results, I can form at least a preliminary conclusion as well. I don't think it is campaign financing alone. It does play a part of it. But I don't think it is campaign financing alone.
No.
I don't believe it's not only structural. I believe it is strategic. The Democratic Labour Party has failed to employ a sense, even a juvenile strategic mindset to its political campaigning. And the most unfortunate reality is that I have offered on brass that what I usually don't do, which is free advice. And I've said time and time again, the Democratic Labour Party seriously needed to reevaluate its political front. And that is the first thing people see. Now, I can't also blame money. The first rule of any politician is opposition. If you can't spend money, you spend time.
Correct.
And the Democratic Labour Party did not spend enough time on the ground. I mean, I've said this, and I beg that Barbadians don't see my comments to be critical or one-sided to that of the Democratic Labour Party, or to see it as an onslaught on them. But the truth is, when you have a political leader walking through Bridgetown in the middle of the hot sun in a trench coat, some nice particular shoes, you know, Barbadians are not going to see it as the most exciting thing. You don't seem down to earth. You don't seem connected. Now, there are some very interesting political actors that we've seen in the Democratic Labour Party who quite favorably, I think, have an interesting future. I think Corey Greenwich comes across as a little more palatable.
Speaking of which, I'm seeing Stokely Murray saying that they're ready for results in Christchurch South. Are we in a position to go to Christchurch South? Let's go to Christchurch South.
Yes, we are ready. The returning officer is about to give the results for some boxes for Christchurch South.
Okay. BA1, Aline, 2, Greenwich, 55, Monroe Knight, 174, Tucson, 1, VA2, Aline, 6, Greenwich, 62, Monroe Knight, 136, Tucson, 4, VA3, Aline, 10, Greenwich, 69, Monroe Knight, 307, Tucson, 0. There you go.
All right, so that is indeed a huge lead so far for Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, already a minister or a previous minister in the last administration. And we were hearing there, of course, that Corey Greenwich, you were just talking about Corey Greenwich and him having an exciting future. But at the moment, the present is not looking very good in terms of getting a chance to perhaps go into Parliament.
Look, let's not draw conclusions based
I'm basing on results so far, as I said.
But this is his performance in his seat alone. Look, we've seen political figures change seats and had greater success. But I think Corey Greenwich is suffering from the failures of Ralph Torn in this seat. You cannot abandon a constituency, wake up one morning, go to the president of this country and sign the oath and say, hey, I am now the opposition leader.
All right. Etienne Fraser is ready at St. Michael South Central. That's Marcia Caddo, Richard Seeley, and David Gill. Etienne, can you come in?
Panel, we are here at the St. Michael School for the constituency of St. Michael South Central, and I have here with me returning officer Leanne Butcher.
Box are A1 A to Z, Cattle 175, Gill 6, Seeley 71, total of 252. Box are A2 A to G, Cattle 73, Gill 7, Seeley 29, total of 109. Box are A2 H to Z, Cattle 74, Gill 7, Seeley 45. One spoiled vote, total of 127.
All right, there you have it, panel.
All right, so again, another trend in the upward trajectory in terms of Marcia Caddo. She would have won quite overwhelmingly in 2022. But so far with those three boxes coming in, she is again indeed out front in a major way. I want to bring in Kev, who has, of course, been doing any analytics. Anything that you have to offer us so far, Kev?
Just get back to the next 1 minute.
All right, so he'll get back. He's getting those
Just one
numbers
say
together.
something. That young lady is an outstanding representative of her constituency.
You're speaking about Dr.
Marcia Caddo.
Oh, Marcia Caddo.
Here I tell you, I talk about being on the ground. I know you said some things on the air. You were heard, but
that's why it's on the ear.
Yeah.
To be heard.
Right. No. I still think you're right. But I want to say this though. How do you become a leader of a political party without being a member? how do you become, how do you become a leader of a political party without being a member?
All right, guys. St. Philip West. St. Philip West. First box that has come in. Kay McConney, the incumbent, 324 votes. Dr. David Eswick, 220. Karina Goodrich, 47. Lynette Eastman, 23. Again, let me call those first set of boxes coming in there. This is a collation. This is a collection of all of the votes so far from this box. Kay McConney, 324. Dr. David Eswick, 220. Karina Goodrich, 47. And Lynette Eastman, 23. So we were looking for St. Philip West. We were all saying that would have been a keenly contested event. Early days yet still.
What box?
But I'll get that box confirmed. That was just the overall correlation of the box. I'll get the box confirmed in just a second. But again, Devron, some domination here for the incumbent and for Kay McConney of the Barbados Civil Party.
Before you go to Devon, I just wanted him to add in his permutations. The independent, not the independent, the third parties, especially Kimon Stewart and Karina Goodrich in St. Philip West, what impact are they having as it relates to the state of the race at this point, especially as it relates to, I'm sorry, who they might be siphoning votes from, especially.
Hitting the Democratic
So it's the Democratic Labour Party. So if you're looking at the numbers in St. Philip West right now, the Barbados Labour Party has about 52% of the vote, which is actually an improvement from last time. Last time they got 50.1 or something like that. And the Democratic Labour Party has about 35% of the vote, which is actually down from last time. So last time they received 41%. So combined third parties are eating into the Democratic Labour Party's vote. And I spoke to that before, because had you had, for instance, 10 apples, as I put it, and the Barbados Labour Party is going for it, the Democratic Labour Party is going for them as well. The Democratic Labour Party receives 3, Barbados Labour Party receives 7. When you interject the third parties, since 2018, you've seen the Barbados Labour Party maintaining the 7, but then the Democratic Labour Party having to split the 3. So the evidence shows that third parties are hurting the Democratic Labour Party. Not only in the statistics do we have to use that, or rather, it's not just the statistics that we can use, but we can look at the personnel of the third parties. For instance, Friends of Democracy is another version of the Democratic Labour Party. So if the Democratic Labour Party wants to move forward, it needs to consolidate its vote, because you're actually seeing David Eswick losing support from last time, interestingly enough. In the constituency of St. Michael's South Central, Marshall Cattle, she's actually also maintaining the vote. So it's about 70% of the vote she has. Celie has about 30 as well. So that's maintaining from the 2022 election.
Yeah, Barry in St. Philip West as well.
St. Michael North. We have to go to St. Michael North. Let's go to Kerry with St. Michael North. More from St. Michael North. Kerry, go ahead.
Hi, good night. Okay, so we just got a few more boxes here at St. Michael North, and I will start with DA4. DA4, A to G, 116 votes for David Ishmael, DLP. 46 for Dawn Marie Armstrong, DLP. 7 for Friends of Democracy, Burtnell Harrison. 0 spoiled votes. 169 total in that half of the box. DA4, H to Z, 139 votes for the BLP, Davidson Ishmael. 30 for Dawn Marie Armstrong, DLP. 9 for Burtnell Harrison, Friends of Democracy. 1 spoiled vote, 178 total. There was a change in locations in this constituency, and so they're no longer using the Ebenezer Revival Center. Christ the King added a box this year, and that is DA5, A to Z, the Christ the King Church in Rockdundo. Davidson Ishmael, BLP, 124 votes. Dawn Marie Armstrong, DLP, 38. Burtnell Harrison, Friends of Democracy, 15, 1-5. One spoiled vote, total 177. And then the first half of DA6, A to H, which is also at Christ the King Church, Rockdundle, 150 votes, Davidson Ishmael, BLP, 60-0, Don Marie Armstrong, DLP, 12 votes, Burtnell Harrison, Friends of Democracy, 2 spoiled votes for a total of 222. Now, what I just wanted to say is, as it speaks to the voter turnout and persons, saying that right now we don't have any numbers to show anything. I'm not seeing low voter turnout in my constituency based on these numbers in comparison to 2022. So in 2022, for my DA1 box, a total number of voters who would have come out would have been 340. In 2026, it's now 380. DA2 was 244 in 2022. It's now 256 in 2026. DA3 was 242 in 2022, 225 in 2026. That's a slight decrease in that one only so far. Then DA4, 380 in 2022. There was a slight dip in that one as well to 347, 2026. And then DA5 was 184 in 2022, and that has slightly come down to 177. So it's not a picture of massive voter turnout decline, but that's a picture that I can paint here for you right now in St. Michael North.
All right, thank you very much, Kerry. Again, Dr. Christina Hines, how do you analyze that?
Well,
hold on. Christchurch West. Graham Vaughan is now ready for us. Let's go to Graham. Graham?
Not at all.
Graham
Vaughan. Public. And I am Graham Vaughan. I'm here at Christchurch West, where we've just received another 2 boxes, sorry. ZC2, A through J, the Bonnets Resource Center in Bonnets, Britton Hill. Andrew Cave, 44. William Duguid, 149, with 2 spoiled votes. ZC2, K to Z. Andrew Cave, 37 votes. William Duguid, 150 votes. And the total for ZC2, Andrew Cave, 81 votes. And William Duguid, 299 votes. Box ZC3, Bethel Apostolic Church of Barbados, Upper Fords Road. A to F, Andrew Cave, 66 votes. William Duguid, 139 votes, with 1 spoiled. ZC3G through M, Andrew Cave, 64 votes. William Duguid, 160 votes, with 2 spoiled votes. And ZC3N through Z, Andrew Cave, 37 votes, and William Duguid, 137 votes, with 2 spoiled votes. And the totals there, Andrew Cave, 167 votes, and William Duguid, 436 votes, with 5 spoiled votes. And that is box ZC3 in Christchurch West. I'm Graham Vaughan, reporting for Barbados Votes.
All right, again, pretty much predictable what's happening there. No surprises, Devron?
Not at all. And I was making reference to a couple boxes we have looked at. Christchurch South, one of the interesting boxes given the candidates. You are, interestingly enough, seeing not an improvement for the Democratic Labour Party so far in Christchurch South. In the last election, the Democratic Labour Party received 23% of the vote, and that's where they're polling right now as well too, 23% of the vote. So Chantal has been actually increased her support so far with 76% of the
St. Michael's Central, I'm now hearing, is ready. Let's go to St. Michael's Central. Jose Nelson.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Results of the polling in St. Michael Central. Box MA3, A to H. Anthony Haynes polls 6 votes. Tyra Trotman, 143. Raymond Biggins, 14. Andrea Worrell, 29. Total of 192 valid votes. 1 vote was rejected. MA3, I to Z. Anthony Haynes polls 7 votes. Tyra Trotman, 132. Raymond Biggins, 5. Andrea Worrell, 29. A total of 173 valid votes. 1 vote was rejected. 1 ballot was rejected. MB1 A to H. Anthony Haynes, 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 93. Raymond Biggins, 27. Andrea Worrell, 26. 148 valid votes. 2 ballots were rejected. Overall total of 1. MB1 I to Z. Anthony Haynes polled 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 84. Raymond Biggins, 25. Andrea Worrell, 31. A total of 142 votes. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. So there you have it. You caught Mr. Murray mid-sentence there as he started to announce the...
Dr. Hines, you go ahead. Not
Wow.
going to stop you.
Mr. Wiggins was doing quite well in that last one. I didn't expect that result when we compare to Andrea Worrell, a more established political party. So again, eating into some of the possible votes for the Democratic Labour Party. The point I was going to make previously was about St. Philip West. And for the box that we heard, we had 70 votes coming from between the third party and the independent. I can't remember.
I said I wasn't going to stop you, but I'll continue this discussion with you now. This is another box coming from St. Philip West. And this now proves the third parties have really damaged the DLP.
Yeah, we can see
Here we
it.
go. PJ1, St. Philip West. K. McConney, 228. Dr. David Estet, 194. Friends of Democracy, Karina Goodrich, 31. Lynette Eastman, 14. So 228, 194, 31 and 14. A clear another indication there that that those votes might have eaten into Dr. David Estwick possibly, or some might say perhaps it stopped Kay from getting more. But it depends on how you look at it.
If they had gone the way of Dr. Estwick, this would be a far closer contest. So when people ask about the future of these parties, what I say is that they're generally spoilers. They spoil the futures of others. Perhaps later on, if they can build bases, they can do a lot better. But for now, they are really harming, if you are a DLP supporter, the chances of some of these candidates. And not just the chances, their abilities to perform better than they did previously.
All right, Christchurch West Central, CA1. This is the entire box of CA1. Adrian Ford, 302. And for the Democratic Labour Party, Rashid Belgrave, exactly 100. So CA1, 302 to Mr. Ford, and Rashid Belgrave, exactly 100. Another box coming in, JA2 from St. John. Charles Griffith, 238. Ralph Thorne, 186. Keymar Stewart, 28. All right? So we'll continue to keep you updated with those boxes as they come in. Jamal and Dr. Hines, you wanted to comment.
Jamal.
Look, I wanted to go back to a point that Dr. Masco made earlier. And I know there may be a sense of fandom because Marsha Kelly will spend some time with you in economic affairs. But the truth is, we must be honest about the Mia Motley coattail effect. The truth is, Marsha Kelly, as a standalone political actor, an individual who has exited the cabinet of Barbados on not one occasion, 2 occasions, You know, I mean, if you have to be honest as well, let's look at the seat as well. Let's be a little more granular.
Let me hear you.
I think, and this may just be me, if you look at the strength of Kirk Humphrey as a parliamentary representative, Richard Seeley would have dominated the Valerie boxes in Britton Hill area.
On a point of order,
Yeah.
another box coming in from St. Philip West. Now, Kay McConney, 96. Dr. David Eswick, 126. Karina Gurridge, 16. Lynette Eastman, 9. So,
Depends on
Dr.
where it
David
is.
Eswick there, pulling back, if you want to call it that. 126 to Dr. David Eswick, 96 to Kay McConney, 16 to Karina Gurridge, and 9 to Lynette Eastman. You can continue as I continue to get the results coming in.
The strength of Kirk Humphrey as a member of Parliament, especially in that Britton Hill area, I believe that helps Marcia Kettle, along with the Mayor Motley Court.
You really stretched it.
So bring an alternate argument.
An alternate argument is that Marcia Cattle is extremely active in that constituency.
active.
And you can speak to constituents
All
and
right,
you will
we
hear
have
that.
to go to St. John. Chantal Legal Gibson is there ready for us. Chantal, come in. Is she ready?
Okay, so we're here with the national clerk, Richard Harris, has been raising the last four votes. Alive. We're alive.
Well, we waited on the returning officer. I was told that she was ready there with the results, but the returning officer doesn't seem to be ready. Can we continue to analyze until he is ready?
Well, I would like to interject and to come in on that point because the assumption that Marcia Cattle is doing well.
He's ready now.
11th day of February 2026, JB2 88. Mr. Griffith 131. Mr. Stewart 12. Mr. Thorne 50. JB2 ITZ. Mr. Griffith 137. Mr. Stewart 11. Mr. Thorne 48. JC1 80Z. Mr. Griffith 81. Mr. Stewart 12. Mr. Thorne 83. JC2 80I. Mr. Griffith 64. Mr. Stewart 6. Mr. Thorne 143. GSC2, GLZ. Mr. Griffith 76. Mr. Stewart 9. Mr. Thorne 145. Right.
Thank you.
Next time you.
Ralph Thorne has clawed back, even though in two of the boxes he was overwhelmingly defeated. I would like to see where those boxes, perhaps, I don't know if Kev is ready for us, or Devron, but I'd like to see where those boxes essentially emanate from in St. John. Was somebody in the position to tell me that those boxes he won and those boxes he lost? Was somebody in a position to tell us that?
Yes, JC2. That box in particular is the Gall Hill box, and the Gall Hill box traditionally performs well for the Democratic Labour Party. So that particular JC2 box where Mr. Thorne would have gotten 143 and 145, he would have cumulatively overperformed Andrea Worrell from the previous year, who would have only had 219 versus
167.
Right, versus 167 from Griffith from the Labour Party. So Mr. Thorne has almost double the figures from the Democratic Labour Party in the previous election.
More results coming from St. Lucie. LB1, A to G. Peter Phillips, 113. Ian Griffith, 98. Davis 5, Wayne Griffith 2. LC1, A to G. Peter Phillips, 80. Ian Griffith, 79. Davis, no votes. Wayne, 3. Still remains very close, but Peter Phillips, the incumbent, still out front.
There was a point I was making, and just to respond to Dr. Hines.
You can't respond to me because I ain't finished yet. I haven't finished.
Correct.
Because what I was saying to you is that this is the kind of assumption that I cannot understand.
No.
Because in a constituency, you are doing your work. As a minister, that is different work. Kirk Humphrey does well in his constituency. He does a lot of work there. And she does well in her constituency. How the two things are connected beyond sexism is beyond me. She's doing well in her constituency. He is doing well in her constituency. Her constituents like her. And they vote for her. I don't know that that is complicated.
I think that we must not trespass on the turf of calling a science
a spade.
Or a matter
spade,
of strategy into sexism.
A spade. That's ridiculous.
Let's be real.
I am being totally real with
credibility would look at Marsha Caddo and that seat, in particular, if you look at the statistics from the last election, that is one of the worst performing seats in the entire country.
We're dealing with
St. Michael South Central is one of the worst performing seats in the entire country.
But your point does not make sense.
I am saying, no, it is that people are not super inclined to come out and support neither of the two candidates. Isn't that a fair assessment?
No, it isn't. It's a very unfair
could not even
assessment.
scratch 1,000 votes.
It is a very unfair
Richard could not
assessment.
scratch 1,000 votes in the last
Come
election.
on, give me a break.
Marsha
It assumes that she cannot do work and get votes. Nonsense.
Well, the truth of the matter is,
Nonsense.
when we look across the board,
Come on.
almost every seat that I have seen campaign for has relied heavily upon Prime Minister Motley.
Yes.
The coattails of the Prime Minister stand out in all of this.
Everybody had coattails. We have some good
so
coattails.
I mean, it is difficult.
But it wasn't relegated to sexism, though. It wasn't relegated to sexism.
No.
Correct.
The point you're making is a ridiculous one.
Is Jason Bell ready for us in St. Lucie?
A leader.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, go ahead, Jason.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we have the results of 3 more boxes here. LB1 A to G, LB1 H to Z, and LC1 A to G. So here they are in order. LB1 A to G, Steele Primary School, BLP candidate 113, DLP candidate 98, Friends of Democracy 4, People's Coalition for Progress 5, 1 spoiled vote. LB1 H to Z, BLP candidate 110, DLP candidate 78, nothing for the FOD, and 1 vote for the PCP, 1 spoiled vote. And LC1, A to G, this is Miracle Pentecostal Faith Center in Hope Road, St. Lucie. BLP has edged out the DLP candidate by 1 vote, 80 to 79, so that's 80 votes for the BLP candidate, 79 votes for the DLP candidate, Ian Griffith, 0 votes for the Friends of Democracy, and 3 votes for the PCP candidate. No spoiled votes. 162. Jason Bell, Barbados Votes.
Interesting to get a sense of to what extent is the Barbados Labour Party candidate doing well in traditional DLP areas in St. Lucie.
For the record, I have St. Michael South for the first time tonight. This is UA1. Kirk Humphrey, 213 votes. Boyce, 30 from the Democratic Labour Party, and 6 to the Barbados Freedom Party. That was Alex Mitchell, of course, the leader. UB1, Kirk Humphrey, 201. Nathaniel Boyce, 61. Barbados Free Party, 5. UC1, Kirk Humphrey, 197. Boyce, 47. Alex Mitchell, 7. UC2, Kirk Humphrey, 101. Boyce, 21. Mitchell, no votes. UC3, Kirk Humphrey, 246 votes. Boyce, 58. Mitchell, 11. Updated results there from St. Michael South.
David, sorry, you were just making the point in terms of the coattails of the Prime Minister being extremely long. That's your observation.
Yeah.
But I was wondering about a constituency like, for example, Kirk Humphrey.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
think-
interesting.
Yes, I get the impression that the amount of work that he does in his constituency, he is capable of standing on his own.
I have that view as
Correct.
well. I share that view. But the question is, how many others can you say that of?
Exactly.
Borders have
Marsha Cattle
impact.
is
No,
one.
borders have impact. Let me tell you why.
Marsha Cattle is one.
Let's discuss it.
We know that.
If you look at St. Lucie box, Colin Jordan or Owen Afford never performs well in Daytree Hill. And that is a fact. If you look at Peter Phillips, and let's go back to Richard Arthur or any other candidate, they never perform well in Daytree Hill. You know why? Because the area is traditionally Democratic Labour Party supporters. The fact remains that even in the time of Richie Haynes, that Britain's Hill area, always supported the Democratic Labour Party. Since Kirk Humphrey became member of Parliament.
Sergeant Barrow. City of Bridgetown, very important. Tanisha Rockyall, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
So the returning officer, Gloria Medford, just announced the first 3 boxes here in the city of Bridgetown. BA1 A to Z, Michael Lashley, 160. Dale Rowe, 10. Corey Beckles, 2. And 2 spot votes. The total, 174. BA2 A to H, Lashley, 82. Dale Rowe, 27 votes. Corey Beckles, 4. And there were no spot votes. 113 is the total. BA2 I to Z, Michael Lashley, 93. Dale Rowe, 16. Corey Beckles, 6. And 1 spot vote. The total is 116. So that's it for the first 3 boxes here at the city of Bridgetown.
All right, thank you very much, Tanisha. We will now take a commercial break. We'll be right back.
Marsha Cattle got no strong candidate.
Listen.
This is what the linear acceleration of new electric power feels like. This is what a world feels like where technology keeps you safe. Emotion that transports you to other worlds. This is Nissan X-Trail e-Power, power for every day.
All right, the results are coming in fast and furious. We're going to our reporters as soon as we can. So you stay tuned, all right? Barry?
Yeah, St. Thomas, first time you're hearing from St. Thomas for the night. Box TA2, Gregory Nichols, exactly 700. Dr. Rorik Hines, 168. And Mervyn Whitaker, he is, of course, is from the BFP. He had 15 votes. So that's the only box so far from St. Thomas. All right, Gravely Bannister is in St. George South. Let's go to the former magistrate. Good night to you, Gravely Bannister.
Good night, Barry. The returning officer, Roger Podmore, is about to give the result, which I record. In this constituency, there are 13 polling areas. And and we're about to have the result.
All right.
Polling station GA1, here today. Jean, 64 votes. Holden, 7 votes. Sutherland, 201 votes. There were 3 spoilers, giving you a total of 275 votes. GA2, here today. Jean, 18 votes. Holden, 2 votes. Sutherland, 62 votes. Giving you a total of 83 votes, 82 votes, and there were 3 spoiled votes for a total of 85. GA3, here today. Jean, 29 votes. Holden, 6 votes. Sutherland, 152 votes. There were no rejected ballots, total of 187 votes. Year 4, A to H. Jean, 75 votes. Holden, 9 votes. Sutherland, 223 votes. There were 2 rejected, giving a total of 309 votes. Year 4, A to Z. Jean, 73 votes. Holden, 8 votes. Sutherland, 204 votes. There were 20 rejected ballots, giving a total of 290 votes.
All right, Magistrate Bannister, he seems to have finished there. Thank you so much for that. We could repeat those, but the thesis statement there is that the man by the name of Dwight Sutherland continues to hold strong, as he has for a number of elections there against Felicia Dujon.
Yeah, look, I have no interest to pursue to the extent. There's clearly a difference in opinion on the matter. But the truth is, there's a difference between political science and political strategy.
Oh.
Anyone who works in gets into the nitty-gritty of the matters, and Dr. Maskell, I'm sure you would agree.
Just let me give you now, we have the first boxes coming from St. Peter. First box from St. Peter, EA1, Colin Jordan, the Barbados Labour Party, 289. Peter Phillips, correction, Jason Phillips, 171.
We did better.
Box EB1, Colin Jordan, 276. Jason Phillips, 116. EA2, Colin Jordan, exactly 400 votes. Jason Phillips, 151. So, 3 boxes there so far. EA1, EB1, and EA2 commanding lead for the incumbent Colin Jordan. That's a box I think you had some interest in earlier, ladies and gentlemen, but Colin Jordan is up front and suggesting that he perhaps will pull away with an overwhelming victory.
The very point on strategy by leads to also why Rashid Belgrave should not have left the other Christchurch seat to move to this one, where 21% swing was required, or 22% around there, was required for Rashid Belgrave. He switched seats with Quincy Jones. He went against a very much stronger Barbados Labour Party candidate in Adrian Meddick-Ford, and now he's underperforming. And that is one of the reasons why I said in the initial point that the Democratic Labour Party has not employed any sense of strategic thinking or strategic approach to its entire planning.
Can we also raise the question, though, of the quality of the candidates? Do you think that played a role?
That's part of it, and they're also, when they were chosen, the time that they had to be in the field and that sort of thing. And then add to that the comment which has been made earlier by Ambassador Maskell about the extent to which they were actually visible on the ground. Because I've heard people talk about laziness That they expected people who came late to be out there. But you know, the same thing that has happened to other people in the society, heavily relying on the internet and Zoom and social media. That same impact has been felt among some of the politicians. Do not forget that along the way in this period, we have also heard people complaining about the visibility of BLP candidates. And what makes the fundamental difference between the two parties in this regard is the presence of the Prime Minister.
Yes. So what I will say, I agree with you that there are several weak Barbados Labour Party candidates who, or rather they don't perform well in their constituencies, but they benefit from, as you would have termed it, the coattails of the Prime Minister. But what I will say here is that look at this performance in the city. It's abysmal. 10 votes for a Democratic Labour Party candidate who was selected way before the Barbados Labour Party candidate.
Or let's go to Christchurch South. Stokely Murray apparently has another box for us. Stokely, go ahead.
Yes, good. Hello, everyone. Once again, as Barbados Votes. We are giving you the information now for VA3, K, actually VA4, sorry, A to H. VA4, A to H. Barbados Labour Party, 138. Democratic Labour Party, 73. Solutions Barbados 3. PCP 4. Once again, VA4 A to H. The BLP 138. Democratic Labour Party 73. Solutions Barbados 3. And the People's Coalition for Progress 4. Now we go to VA4 I to Z. VA4 I to Z. Barbados Labour Party 111. Democratic Labour Party 52. Solutions Barbados 1. And the PCP 5. Once again, VA4 I to Z. Barbados Labour Party 111. The Democratic Labour Party 52. Solutions Barbados 1 and PCP 5. We stand by for more information as the results are coming in really, really quickly. Back to everyone in the studio as Barbados Votes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stokely. Ted Roy.
Please.
All right. You guys can continue discussion until he's actually.
Could I join here quickly?
Sure.
I want to sell this argument.
You can?
Doesn't he sound like?
No, I can't.
He's ready. I'll stick a pin. Let's go to Ted Roy.
With the data.
Ted Roy,
Hi,
go
good
ahead.
evening, Barbados. Barry, I have the final result here from St. Michael Southeast, where Santia Bradshaw was announced as the winner with 3,050 votes. Pedro Shepherd, 734 votes. Roy Turner, 50 votes. The total votes were 3,850 votes.
All right. So thank you very much, Ted Roy. So the first final declaration, bringing back, of course, Santia Bradshaw, 3,050 votes. Pedro Shepherd, 734. Roy Turner, 50. This is really going true to form with how 2022 went. Santia was the first that was declared. Santia now the first declared here again, and an overwhelming victory for Santia Bradshaw. We wait to see how those numbers stack up in terms of the overwhelming percentage that she's gained over Pedro Shepherd, and also the voter turnout for that particular constituency. Sure. We'd love to hear from Kev on that, and yourself, Devron.
So far for Santia, we're seeing a situation where she's maintained support. So she has about 80% this time around. She also had 80% in 2022. The Democratic Labour Party, again, performing at the same amount, about 20%. as far as the turnout, you have an increase about 300 votes or so. You had 300, sorry, last time you had 3,485, and this time around you have 3,800, and I missed that last one, but you have about a 300 increase.
So this idea that there was such a low voter turnout,
It still is, because last time you had a 45% turnout just about in this constituency, less than that, 42. And that pushes us up not by quite a bit. So you probably maybe have a 50%, but I'll get rid of the exact number.
Updated box, St. Michael South Central, a box that Jamal and Dr. Christina Hayes have been fighting over. Marcia Cattle, RA1. 175 Marcia Cattle for the Barbados Labour Party. Richard Seeley for the Democratic Labour Party, 71, and David Gill for the PCP, 6. And I believe we would have given you RA2 earlier, but for the record there, Marcia Cattle, 147 for the DLP, Richard Seeley, 74, and David Gill, 14. Let's go to the Democratic Labour Party headquarters, and I believe that Pedro Shepherd there might be about to give his concession. He's with Carol Toppin. Let's go to the headquarters.
And yes, good evening from the Democratic Labour Party headquarters for Barbados Votes. And I have with me Mr. Pedro Shepherd. And we would have just heard the final results. So give me your thoughts and what you have to say at this time.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate Ms. Bradshaw on another outstanding defeat. Well, another outstanding performance which led to my defeat. I am not daunted in any way. I was in the constituency. I understand the sentiments of the people in the constituency. I was able to observe how the Barbados Labour Party operated and how Cynthia Bradshaw operated in the constituency. The constituency is the type of constituency that depends heavily upon the members of parliament or any person who is interested in contesting the seat. And of course, the incumbent had access to all the resources. I did not have access to those resources. But I believe that over time, the people of St. Michael South East would come to understand that in Pedro Shepherd, there is a genuine person, one who is interested in people and representing people. And they will give me an opportunity maybe the next time around.
So are you saying that you will be back?
I will be back. I am a teacher in the constituency. I've been in there for 38 years. I still have a few years left as a teacher. Hopefully they will not transfer me from the constituency. And I will continue to do the work. As I wrapped up my canvassing yesterday, persons were saying that they needed to see a lot more of me in the constituency and doing a lot of activities in the constituency. And if I have access to some resources, I surely will do some activities in the constituency and build my profile some more.
Well, thank you very much, Pedro Shepherd. Conceding defeat this evening, he has been here from very early, getting things together and determined that he will continue with the Democratic Labour Party. So right here, live at Democratic Labour Party headquarters, this is Barbados Votes.
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you very much to Pedro Shepherd, the first candidate to have his concession speech. And we look forward to going to the BLP perhaps soon and hearing from Cynthia Bradshaw. Now, updated figures, and this is from St. Peter. These are the updated figures. Peter Phillips, let's go to St. Lucie first before we go to St. Peter. Let's go to St. Lucie. Updated figures for St. Lucie. Peter Phillips, 1,689 votes. 1,689. Ian Griffith, 1,222. Davis, 23, and Wayne Griffith, 93. There were 10 spoiled ballots. So total votes cast so far, 3,037. Peter Phillips, the incumbent, now leads by 467 votes in St. Lucie. Again, let's give you updated. Peter Phillips in St. Lucie, updated, 1,689. Ian Griffith, 1,222.
think, Barry, we still have to wait for those LE boxes.
Yeah.
To be able to, when we get those LE boxes, we have a better understanding of where Peter Phillips' fate lies at the end of the day.
So right now, you have Peter Phillips performing at 55% and the Democratic Party performing at 40%. That is just a reduction for Peter Phillips of about 3% from last election. So he's not lost a tremendous amount of support, and the DLP has not gained a tremendous amount of support. They received 37% last time, they're at 40% right now. So you're not seeing a major swing for the Barbados, well, rather for the Democratic Liberal Party, which is a huge problem for them at this point.
I have another box.
Let's take a comment from him.
Oh, no.
Yes, go ahead.
Gravely Bannister. So we have to go back to Gravely Bannister.
Yeah, we have to go back
St.
to
George
Gravely
South.
Bannister and St. George South.
Yes. We're about to get the next set of results.
The results are as follows. Polling station GB1, ASI, Dujon, 53 votes. Polygon, 5 votes. Sutherland, 156 votes. Spoil 1. Total, 215. DB1, J to Z. Dujon, 63 votes. Polygon, 8 votes. Sutherland, 151 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots. Total 224 votes. GB2, A to H. Dujon, 80 votes. Polygon, 11 votes. Sutherland, 189 votes. There were no rejected ballots. Total 280 votes. GB2, I to Z. Dujon, 74 votes. Polygon, 18 votes. Sutherland, 170 votes. Rejected ballots, 1. Total, 263 votes. GB3, A to Z. Dujon, 81 votes. Polygon, 12 votes. Sutherland, 164 votes. There were 3 rejected ballots, totaling in that box 260 votes.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Tanisha Rock-Yaw. I think she has more results for us in the city of Bridgetown. Tanisha?
In BB1 A to H, Michael Lashley 126, Dale Rowe 28, Corey Beckles 1 and 1 spot vote, the total 156. BC1 A to Z, Michael Lashley 76, Dale Rowe 10, Corey Beckles 1, no spot votes, the total 87. BA3 A to Z, Michael Ashley 168, Dale Rowe 47, Corey Beckles 18, no spot votes, total 233. And BB1 I to Z, Michael Ashley 147, Dale Rowe 18, Corey Beckles 5, and no spot votes, the total 170.
Thank you very much, Tanisha Rock-Yaw. I've got to tell you that this overwhelming response to Michael Ashley in the city of Bridgetown is perhaps more than anyone expected. Am I correct in saying that? I mean, Michael Ashley was indeed the firm favourite, but you've got Dale Rowe getting 18 votes. That sounds like someone who's an independent.
So right now we have Michael Ashley winning with 83% of the votes so far. And it's a point I made off here where he said that the Prime Minister has the political capital to carry people. So people might have assumed that, the last decade discussion, Michael Ashley, etc.
All right, so, sorry to interrupt.
Sir
you.
Michael
St.
West.
West.
Sir Michael West.
West Central.
Sir Michael
St.
West Central.
There's not just that, there's suitability for constituency.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Leslie for Barbados Votes from St. Michael West Central. We've got WA1 A to E, Barbados Labour Party, Ian Goodin Edgell 123, James Paul Democratic Labour Party 29, Katrina Ramsey Friends of Democracy 4. WA1 F to L, Barbados Labour Party 153, Democratic Labour Party 19, Friends of Democracy 2. WA1 M to Z, Barbados Labour Party 165, Democratic Labour Party 20, Friends of Democracy 4. WA2 J to Z, Barbados Labour Party 124, Democratic Labour Party 24, Friends of Democracy 1. WH3 A to J, Barbados Labour Party 112, Democratic Labour Party 31, Friends of Democracy 7. WA3 K to Z, Barbados Labour Party 125, Democratic Labour Party 27, Friends of Democracy 1. WA4 A to F, Barbados Labour Party 129, Democratic Labour Party 23, Friends of Democracy 3. WA4 G to M, Barbados Labour Party 123, Democratic Labour Party 31, Friends of Democracy 12. WA4 N to Z, Barbados Labour Party 117, Democratic Labour Party 31, and the Friends of Democracy 3. Those are the results provided by Returning Officer Mr. Leonard Waters. This is Stephen Leslie for Barbados Votes.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Again, consistent with what we've seen, and Ian Goodin Edgell on his way to overwhelming victory as well.
Yes, and it seems to be, as you said, across the board. And I was making the point about Michael Ashley, and we had an earlier discussion about him being part of the so-called lost decade. But I think what people don't recognize is the Prime Minister has the political capital to even carry individuals from the so-called lost decade. And to my mind, she is the first Prime Minister in our history to not only be able to cut, but also carry. If you think of the Fernell Stewart administration, when you had the infighting, for instance, with Eswick and Dominic speaking out publicly against the party, against cabinet, etc., Fernell Stewart was not in a position to do anything about that. But you now have a Prime Minister who has, as I said, the ability to hire and fire. And there is really no repercussions in her doing that.
That's a very significant point.
Yes.
I think what you have seen is the consolidation of her political power over time. And this result is going to put a number of those people who are under her wing, especially the newer players, in a situation where the natural inclination will be, you fall in line. If you don't fall in line, you're gone. I took the opportunity to look at her cabinet reshuffles. I counted so many of them between 2018 and up until the point when she called elections. I've never seen that many cabinet reshuffles in that kind of time by any Prime Minister in Barbados. But it just indicates to you how that power has been consolidated. Now, it also brings to mind, and maybe sit down as people discussing the issues of this country on a daily basis. And it raises the question of how the rest of Barbados responds to that power. And by the same token, how the political directorate, with all of that power in their hands, have shown
so
that they
David,
have
just one
responded
second.
to
They are ready for us in
the
St. Lucie.
concerns of people.
They're ready for St. Lucie. Let's go back to Jason Bell. Jason?
We are approaching midnight. Can you hear me, guys?
Loud and clear, Jason.
And
Continue.
outstanding. We have the results of 3 more boxes, so we are approximately halfway through the vote count for the constituency of St. Lucie. Here are the results for box LC1 H to Z, LC1 H to Z. The BLP candidate, Mr. Phillips, 80 votes. The DLP candidate, Mr. I. Griffith, 69 votes. The Friends of Democracy candidate, 0 votes. And the PCP candidate, Mr. W. Griffith, 5 votes. There were 2 spoiled votes for a total of 154 votes. LD1, A to G, St. Lucie Parish Church Hall. Here are the results. Barbados Labour Party, 121, 121. DLP, 86. Friends of Democracy, 1. People's Coalition for Progress, 11. 4 spoiled votes for a total of 227 votes. The third box that I have an update on, LD1, H to Z, 105 votes for the BLP candidate, 81 for the DLP candidate, 3 for the FOD, 2 for the PCP, 2 spoiled votes for a total of 191 votes as Barbados Votes. This is Jason Bell.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Jason.
And we go straight now to Graham Vaughan. I believe Graham has another result. Yeah. Or
All right, not quite ready for Graham yet,
You're not quite
so we
for
can
Graham
continue the discussion. And Graham was in Christchurch West, so we'll get to him when he's ready.
Yes. David, this is these results that we're hearing. We haven't heard from St. Philip North, quite interestingly.
And we also
haven't
need
heard
to hear from St. Michael Northwest.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, Graham is ready.
Graham is
so
ready.
Christchurch West, Graham.
202 votes. In ZD2, A to Z, Mr. K polled 35 votes. Mr. Duguid, 175 votes. ZE1, A to H, Mr. K polled 58 votes. Mr. Duguid, 151 votes. There was 1 spoiled vote. ZE1, I to Z. He polled 46 votes. Mr. Duguid, 165 votes. There were 2 spoiled votes. The total votes for ZE1, Mr. Andrew K. polled 104 votes. Mr. William Duguid polled 316 votes. There were 3 spoiled votes. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of Christchurch West is as follows. Mr. Andrew K. 686 votes. Mr. William Duguid polled 2,439 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 3,125 votes. I therefore declare Mr. William F. Duguid to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of Christchurch West to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. I thank you.
All right, congratulations there to Dr. William Duguid. So Santa Bradshaw is in, Dr. William Duguid officially in, but a number of the other candidates are on their way to doing so. You had a point to make, Jamal.
Yeah, look, I believe that this thing is taking too long.
So that again?
This thing is taking too long. I mean, this is ridiculous that we are here so many hours after poll close at 6 o'clock and we are still counting ballots.
Sorry, Jamal. We have to go back to the city of Bridgetown. Tanisha? Tanisha?
Yes, can you hear
live.
me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, 3 more boxes just came in. BD1, I to Z, Michael Ashley, 172. Dale Rowe, 34. Corey Beckles, 10. 1 spoiled vote, total 217. BD1, A to H, Michael Ashley, 200 votes. Dale Rowe, 40. Corey Beckles, 7. 1 spoiled vote with a total of 247. And the final box, BE1, A to H, Michael Ashley, 115, Dale Rowe, 21, Corey Beckles, 2, 1 spoiled vote, total 138.
All right, thank you. No real surprises there. Thanks, Tanisha. Dr. Wickham, I want to hear from you. Did you expect Dale Rowe to be this is high level of underperformance? It's underwhelming for him, you would have to say?
Because I know Dale has been in the constituency and has been getting around doing some work in the constituency. I'm not saying it would have been easy or that he would have won, but I would have expected to see a higher number of votes.
Well, you know, the Democratic Labour Party has had to look and will have to seriously assess the concept of branches, for instance. It is well known that the branches of the Democratic Labour Party were largely dormant for quite some time. So when you combine the fact that the branches were not active with the idea that you had appointed new candidates who really had very little time to be
David,
out
just
there.
a second. Apparently, Graham Vaughan has the winner of Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid, with him. Graham?
And I think also the third thing I want to complete, which I started but haven't completed, is a resource center for this part of the constituency for different class, and then a daycare center for Bonnet. And those two things, as well as the roads and the rest of the infrastructure, I think I would be on good stead, and I would have left a good wicket on which to build my next campaign.
Could you elaborate a bit more? You made reference to legislation that would assist.
So the legislation that if you have overgrown lots, now the government has legislation in place that if your lot is overgrown and the government goes and cleans it, that they will the cost of that will attach to your land tax bill.
So you will be back again in another term, in another election?
As long as the people want me, I'll be there.
Okay. Now, this is a considerable legacy that you have developed here. What do you think has really shored up the fact that people believe in William Duguid, the name William Duguid covers and has that kind of weight?
First, I have to, I could not say that anything built first on my predecessor, Sir Henry Ford. Sir Henry Ford had a massive contribution in this constituency, and I tried my best to build on it, to continue the projects and the programs, and also the policies and the way in which Sir Henry Ford treated his constituents. And I built on that and continue to improve on that. Of course, this is a different time. When Sir Henry was the Member of Parliament, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Instagram, we didn't have TikTok, hardly email. And now constituents reach out to me on all of those platforms, as well as the traditional. But what I always try to do is to respond to every single person. I can't always meet the request, but I respond. And I think that that has been a critical part of being able to provide the necessary support and representation for the constituents.
The personal touch. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Results coming in now for the first time from Christchurch East. Wilfred Abrams, the Barbados Labour Party, box XA1, Wilfred Abrams, 357 votes. From the DLP, Amoy Gildenborn, 129. From the PCP, Ingrid Best, 17, and Steve Prescott from the RBP, just 6. Box XA2, wow. Wilfred Abrams, the Barbados Labour Party, 430. Amoy Gilden Bourne from the DLP, 85. Ingrid Best from PCP, 12, and 6 to Mr. Steve Prescott. XA3, Wilfred Abrams from the BLP, 167. Amoy Gilden Bourne from the DLP, 54. Ingrid Best from PCP, 5, and 2 to Mr. Steve Prescott from the RBP. So, updated results there from Christchurch East. First results that we've got from them. You must feel quite proud so far, Mr. Maskell.
I just want to say though that many of these candidates are now in their third election. And the notion, I accept how strong the Prime Minister is. She's the most challenged Prime Minister of any that we've had, and she's responded. But I don't want you to take away from these candidates now developing as politicians.
St. Philip South. St. Philip South, first results we get from St. Philip South. Indoor Wear, the Barbados Labour Party, 576. This is PF1 box. Neil Marshall from the Democratic Labour Party, 265. Omar Smith from the Friends of Democracy, 12. And Mr. John Wayne Scanderberry from the Barbados Freedom Party, just 9. Box PF2, Indoor Wear from the BLP, 367. Neil Marshall, 138 from the DLP. Friends of Democracy, Omar Smith, 9. And Mr. Scanterbury from the Barbados Freedom Party, just 3. Updated results coming there for the first time tonight from St. Philip South. You were saying, Ambassador Maskell.
Yes. So that I understand the notion that the Prime Minister is strong, and I see it daily, but I'm also saying do not underestimate that as we develop, as we grow into a job, we also deserve some kudos as well. And in this respect, what you're seeing, now mind you, I've also heard in the city, but I want you to recognize the suitability of a Michael Ashley to the constituency. Think about it. Profession, always in that area, you know, has been dealing.
Sorry to cross you.
Yeah.
For the first time, St. Joseph. We have Ryan Brathwaite from the Barbados Labour Party. This is box OA1. Ryan Brathwaite, 350. And Randall Rouse from the Democratic Labour Party, 121. Box OA3, Ryan Brathwaite from the BLP, 208. Randall Rouse from the DLP, 92. Box OA2, Ryan Brathwaite from the Barbados Labour Party, 229. Randall Rouse from the DLP, 62. Updated results from St. Joseph. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and in similar vein, I can't help but get back to something I want to resolve. Marsha got 72% of the vote in 2018. Kurt got 73%. Kurt got 79 in the COVID era. Marsha got 67. But Gail entered the race and took away votes from Marsha. So I'm saying to you that you can't reduce her contribution. By the way, she is perceived by her colleagues as a strong young woman. By her colleagues.
Just a quick question.
So,
was David Gill in the race in 2018 as well?
2018?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe he was for a different party.
So how did we conclude that he entered the race in 2022 and take away votes?
No, I'm saying that an opposition should expect to receive those kind of votes. So,
Dr. Bass,
the other way, the opposition should have gotten the votes that they deserve.
All right, St. Michael Northwest. First results from St. Michael Northwest.
This
Let's join Vilmore Johnson. Vilmore, go ahead.
1 second, they go to Bridgetown. I appreciate it. Right.
So Michael Northwest we're waiting for, Neil Rowe of the BLP, Ryan Walters, DLP, and Ricardo Williams, Friends of Democracy. Anytime today.
And this was one of the closer ones as well. Closer, not close.
All right, the returning officer there doesn't seem to be quite ready.
Graphic.
All right, they're not ready there at the moment. That's Neil Rowe of the BLP, Ryan Walters of the DLP, Ricardo Williams of the Friends of Democracy. We are just waiting on the returning officer and that graphic to come up. You were making the point, Jamal, though.
Yeah, look, Dr. Maskell,
Yeah.
I appreciate that you're trying to mount a defense. And I have already resisted the temptation for delving further into the discussion on the matters of candidate.
Well
But truth be told,
But you can't leave it alone.
we have broader discussed the fact
Can't
that
leave
the
it.
Prime Minister has a very long coat tail. Let's not discuss the numbers
Jamal,
for
I
a
just
second.
wanted to let you know we've had another box coming from St. Philip West.
Let's not
This
discuss
box
the
is
facts.
PK2 from St. Philip West. Dr. David Eswick for the Democratic Labour Party, 230 votes. Kay McConney from the Barbados Labour Party, 138. Friends of Democracy, Karina Goodrich, 18, and 16, there's Elena Eastman of the PCP. All right, so that's right, so that was just a box coming in there for St. Philip West. We have a graphic, I understand, showing the results for the parties, I believe, so far. So, this is the leaderboard in terms of the leaders. Neil Motley way out front, 69.4%. Ralph Thorne, 28.1%. Kemar Stewart, just 1.1%, and Karina Goodrich, 1.3%. So we can see from the results we've seen so far, the final results, that the Prime Minister is out front with the BLP. And I must tell you that her box, I believe the Prime Minister has concluded her victory as well. So add the Prime Minister along with Dr. William Duguid and, of course, Santa Bradshaw to the three concluded boxes, concluded constituencies. Let's go to Kev. Kev, do you have something for us, Kev?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Barbados. You are not dreaming. This is not 2022. This is 2026 as it stands across the country. Over 24 seats out of 30 seats have been accounted for, and the Barbados Labour Party is leading in all of them at this point in time. So what did the DLP have to do in order to have a good night tonight? We would have highlighted a number of seats that the Democratic Labour Party would have likely been targeting versus 2022. Seats like St. Lucie, St. John, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and potentially St. Michael Northwest. But at this point in time, the Barbados Party appears to be leading in St. Lucie, St. John, Ding Dong Bahal in St. Philip West, and we're still awaiting figures from St. Michael Northwest, correct?
That's correct.
So at this point in time,
ladies and gentlemen, just in, first box for St. Philip North. First box for St. Philip North. PA1. Simon Clark of the Democratic Labour Party, 237. Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party, 209. The Friends of Democracy, Anya Lord, 14. Nigel Newton, 4. And the Independent, Mr. Beckles, 7. Box PB1. The Barbados Labour Party's Dr. Sonia Brown, 240. Simon Clark of the DLP, 200. Friends of Democracy, Anya Lord, 17. Mr. Newton, 3. Mr. Beckles, 14. PC1. Barbados Labour Party, Dr. Sonia Brown, 133. Simon Clark, 127. Friends of Democracy, Anya Lord, 3. PCP, none. Independent, 5. So, I haven't done those entire calculations, but it looks like Sonia Brown might be holding a lead of about 20 to 30 votes there overall so far after those 3 boxes. Yeah. Kev, you can continue.
Thanks for that, Barry. So at this point, we would have just gotten figures from St. Philip North. So as it stands, that now puts the Barbados Labour Party at 26 out of a possible 30 seats. So if you're in Roebuck Street, you're probably jumping for joy. And if you're in George Street, well, at this point in time, there could possibly be some hope. In St. John, for example, we're still awaiting figures from GE2, which is the College Savannah box. That's the biggest box within St. John. And at this point in time, comparative to the previous election, in order for the Democratic Party to at least have a fighting chance in St. John, they're going to still have to perform, or at least overperform rather, in GE2, which is the College Savannah box. So Barry, at this point in time, if you're in the Labour Party, you're very happy, and you might have to have some cause for reflection for the Democratic Labour Party in George Street.
Well, we have representation here from both parties. Mr. Wickham?
Absolutely calls for reflection. There's no denying what the results are showing. There's no sugarcoating it. Deep introspection, as well as also taking on board, the outside views, as opposed to just the echo chamber views, taking on board what others have to say and charting a path forward from there. Take it as wide viewpoint as you can.
So if I can jump in here really quickly, I think we missed something in St. Joseph. You have Randall Rouse, for instance, who in 2003 got 48% of the vote. In 2008, 48% again, just about 49. And 2013, I think it was like 45. So he's come close on several occasions. Now he's down to 25%. There is clearly an issue with brand DLP. Because if you have an individual in St. Joseph who's run, I think, on 7 occasions, performing at 25%, that is not a reflection on him. That is a reflection of the Democratic Labour Party, given the fact on several occasions he's almost won the box. So the party needs to look at its brand. We talk about the weak candidates and what's not, but you have strong or potentially strong candidates who are falling behind because the branding of the party nationally is not a good one. So even if you bring, and I said this before, Barrow back, he would lose the election under the branding of the DLP right now. So it's not about the candidates, it is actually about the brand of that party.
Just to confirm, conclusion there in St. Michael's South, as predicted, Kirk Humphrey just declared winner of St. Michael's South. So that's Kirk Humphrey, Prime Minister, of course, Mia Motley, Dr. William Duguid, and Santee Bradshaw, the 4 confirmed winners of the constituencies so far. You were making the point, Dr. Wickham, and a response from Ambassador Maskell from the Barbados Labour Party.
A political party requires a lot of resources, not financial. I'm talking about organizational strength. You cannot deplete it of the likes of George Pilgrim and Dean Whittaker. Who else? There were 4 or 5 other persons that behind the scenes do a lot of work in terms of organizing.
Sandiford Garner.
No, you can call them. A whole host of people that are not present. And a candidate.
But they had those people in 2022.
No, but I talk now in terms of the division.
Beaten badly.
Because you should have been developing, and what should happen, you expect the incumbent to weaken.
We have another candidate coming in, St. Michael North, I believe Davidson Ishmael there, and Kerry Gooding she has some more results. Kerry?
Standing in boundaries and acknowledging, making sure they're right upon. And that scripture has been a constant reminder and refrain for me throughout the campaign, and even to this morning when I got up at 4 o'clock to was twisting and turning in bed, getting myself ready, thoughts and mind for what was laying ahead of me on the day. I'm trusting God throughout this journey. It's been 4 years representing the people of St. Michael North, and I'm grateful to them for giving me the opportunity to be here once again. I want to thank my family, my dad who's here, my wife and my boys for their constant support. to thank my campaign management team led by Antoine Williams, and my office team, Isha, and all the others, all of my canvassers. I mean, this is a team effort. We have had more persons on the ground in St. Michael North than in my first campaign, and I'm really grateful for the building support that is taking place within this constituency. As it relates to my constituents, I want to thank them for imposing their confidence in me once again to represent their interests. I campaigned on 3 words and promises. I would be responsive to their needs, that I would give them the highest level of representation, and I would deliver to them results. I have done that in 4 years, so I've built a strong foundation of that, and I'm looking forward. I'm excited for the next 4 years, 5 years, whichever it will be, of service to them. I dedicate myself to them, I commit myself to them, and I'm excited for the future goals for us to continue to build best possible St. Michael North possible. So thanks to them, thanks to everyone who has supported, thanks to everyone who prayed, even those who are overseas who've been praying and have been sending their regards and their love and sending their warmth. I really want to thank everybody who's been in our corner here for the Barbados Party and of course for the Israel.
There's a buzzing outside. I know they're waiting for you.
Very excited. Very excited to be here, and I'm going to keep this momentum going because this energy in St. Michael North is pretty good. It's pretty warm. It warms my heart. My campaign manager and I, we have discussed this. We felt a different kind of energy, and I wanted to continue to build and to move throughout the entire constituency. This is a positive energy, and transformation continues to build in our constituency, and I'm thankful and grateful to God for giving us the opportunity to just lead this initiative and step forward.
Okay, just one quick observation. Looking at the numbers, glancing at 2022 and 2026, you actually didn't have a low voter turnout. Your numbers were pretty on par. What do you think this means for your campaign, and how do you feel about that?
I think it shows that we have been able to stand strong in St. Michael North as a Barbados Party rating. And amidst all of the different noise and clutter that you hear sometimes and clamorings that you hear, I think that people have been able to, from today's result, to show that St. Michael North continues to be strong for the Barbados Party. My representation, I think, has been strong and enhanced over the last 4 years. And I think that not only Barbados Party supporters of old, but even new persons who have been looking and watching and have been observing, I think they have been convinced and they have confidence in the level of representation I have brought and that the Barbados Party continues to offer to the people of Barbados. So with the numbers holding fairly steady, I think that is a good sign that this constituency continues to be in a strong place, and we will build from here for sure.
Congrats.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much. So let's give you the final of the finals so far. Christchurch West, Dr. William Duguid. St. Michael South East, Sanjay Bradshaw. We just saw St. Michael North, Davison Ishmael. St. Michael North East, of course, we told you first, Mia Motley. St. Michael South, Kirk Humphrey. And I understand in a minute we should be getting the final result for St. Michael West with Chris Gibbs. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 7. 7, of course, confirmed seats for the Barbados Labour Party so far. Ladies and gentlemen, these results, consistent with 2022, you said it quite early, and also Dr. Wickham has conceded that lots of reflection needed. Devron, do you see so far anything that would suggest that the Democratic Labour Party has a future with the consistent, with the candidates that they have now, who might have just been beaten? Do they still have a future going forward in the party?
So as candidates, I would have to say that they do have a future, but the key thing again is the overall party and how the party is seen. So,
all right, hold on. Tanisha Rockyaw, is she ready in the city?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead, Tanisha.
So 4 boxes were just called. BE1, I to Z, Michael Ashley, 125. Dale Roth, 13. Corey Beckles, 4. 1 spot vote, total 143. BF1, A to G, Michael Ashley, 105. Dale Roth, 13. Corey Beckles, 6. 2 spot votes, total 126. BF1, H to Z, Michael Ashley, 136. Dale Roth, 20. For Rebecca, 6. 0 spot votes, 162 is the total. And BF2, A to I, Michael Ashley, 129. Dale Roll, 29. For Rebecca's 2. No spot votes, with a total of 160. We have 4 more boxes left until the winner is announced.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. That's going to be an overwhelming victory. That's the projection. Just confirmed, Christchurch East Central. Ryan Strawn declared the winner for Christchurch East Central to add to those that we have already given.
Sorry, I just wanted
Kristen?
to follow up on the point that Ron was making. You're saying that it's brand DLP, that these candidates may have a future. What about the concept that the quality of the candidates has lowered the brand? And as such, it is important that they find candidates that the public can believe can form a government.
All right, final count. Let's head to St. John. Final count, can you understand?
133, total 352. JD2, A to Z. Charles Griffith, 52. Kemar Stewart, 7. Ralph Thorne, 70. Total 129. JE1, A to H. Charles Griffith, 110. Kemar Stewart, 15. Ralph Thorne, 109. Total 234. JE1, I to Z. Charles Griffith, 90. Kemar Stewart, 8. Ralph Thorne, 139. Total 229. JE2, A to Z. Charles Griffith, 57. Kemar Stewart, 9. Ralph Thorne, 123. Total 189. JC3, A to Z. Charles Griffith, 118. Kemar Stewart, 3. Ralph Thorne, 40. Total 161. JE3, A to Z. Charles Griffith, 105. Kemar Stewart, 17. Ralph Thorne, 140. Total 162. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,327 votes. Mr. Kemar Stewart, 236 votes. Mr. Ralph Thorne, 1,876 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,439 with 18 spoiled. I therefore declare Mr. Charles Griffith to be elected and be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
All right, I believe that they have Charles. I see Charles Griffith there. Is he going to speak?
Yes, we do have Mr. Griffith, and he's going to give us a comment right now.
All right, so congrats
Mr.
to Charles
Griffith,
Griffith.
coming over to give us a comment. Congratulations. There we have Mr. Griffith.
Being congratulated there by Kemar Stewart
meeting
of the
with
PCP.
leader of the National Party.
Reflections. Has this been a tougher one than usual? I would say that I was always confident because I think I can work in this position. Nice short.
We're not hearing Charles Griffith very well.
Any words about his performance?
Mr. Charles, we could just speak a bit, sorry.
Of course. Yeah, Kemar came into the race. You don't take anything for granted in politics. So you respect your opponents that are respecting him. Coming into the game. I guess you don't know he has to A message. Yeah, look, as far as my challenge part being a rep St. John, I have always made it.
All right,
But I
so
don't see
we're going to
red.
break away because the audio there is just not very clear or concise. But congratulations to Charles Griffith. That was the seat that many were saying was going to be close. It was close, but you have to say that well done to Charles Griffith because in the overall analysis, that was the seat I got the impression that the Prime Minister was most worried about, based on the fact she spent a lot of time working with Charles Griffith, campaigning in St. John, and I think that when you look at the final analysis, that says a lot about her presence in St. John with Charles Griffith. Would you agree with that, Ambassador Maskell?
There was some concern because the candidate is supposed to be the leader of the opposition. So you feel a sense that people would be inclined to want to give him some support. You see the young man there, Kimar Stewart? He needs to find a home, that's all.
You think you see some hope for him?
I see a talent in him, yeah. That's a fact. He needs to find a home. He needs to settle down and decide where he wants to be in relation to this political arena. You know. But
all right, so Jason Bell, St. Lucie, I believe we might have a result there, if not more boxes. Jason, come in.
We have 4 more boxes. I hope you can hear me, everyone. Good morning. As we approach midnight here in Barbados, we have the results of 4 boxes. Here is the results for LD2, LD2 A to Z, BLP 119, DLP 100, FOD 1, PCP 6, 1 spoiled vote. LD3 A to G, LD3 A to G, 100 DLP, 124 DLP, 1 each for FOD and PCP, no spoiled votes. LD3 H2Z, BLP 80, DLP 79, 1 vote for FOD, 9 votes for PCP, 1 spoiled vote, and LE1 8G, BLP 73. DLP's candidate garnered 133 votes. The FOD candidate, Mr. Davis, garnered 2, and the PCP candidate, Mr. Wayne Griffith, 8 votes. No spoiled votes in that box. So we have approximately 3 boxes remaining before we have a call here at Barbados Votes.
All right, we're awaiting the final count for Christchurch South, but St. Lucie seems to be pulling away as well, Jamal. St. Lucie seems to be pulling away from the Democratic Labour Party, and Peter Phillips might very well continue to hold strain in St. Lucie.
Yeah, I mean, based on the count that I have here, Phillips is so far 2,061 votes. Ian Griffith is at 1,658. It means that Phillips is leading by 403 votes. We only have 1 of those LE boxes in so far. There are 2 more to count, which is LE2 and LE3. LE3 being one of the larger boxes, I believe, or LE2. One of those 2 LE boxes are larger than what came in. So we are still to see if those last 2 boxes will be able to close down in those. Sorry?
It's not enough votes.
It's not enough votes. So
but we're also underestimating some very good parochial politicians in Barbados, of which Peter Phillips is one, and the young man that just won in St. John. They have been doing work.
Charles Griffith.
Charles Griffith, and I'm telling you why no. So we seem to think that, you know, we can just simply dismiss them and say.
Why was there some concern then? Because there seemed to be concern. Yeah, there seemed to be concern with Charles, and not just because he was running against Ralph, but I'm talking about internally. The people of St. John seem to have quote unquote were saying we're not going to vote for him.
But
And was
recall
it genuine
historically,
concern?
this has been a DLP stronghold. You understand what I'm saying? This has been a DLP stronghold. And this young man has gone in there and over time has been able to win it 3 occasions. And I'm saying that there, yes, you can say that the Prime Minister, with her long coattail, but you still have to work at the constituency level to
Dr.
accomplish,
Masto,
to
I am not
accomplish
trying to
results.
take any credit from any of the victorious candidates here this evening. But truth be told, if you walk into any community, whether it be in 6 Rose Martfield, whether you go down to Greenfield, whether you go to Boscobel, whether you go to any other constituency or community, people are saying, I am voting for Mayor Motley.
Correct.
My great-grandmother is 97 years
don't
of
deny
age.
that.
And she said this morning that she was voting for a specific person, the leader
Yes.
of a party.
Right.
Now, she didn't call the candidate's name. She called the leader. And might I add, if you look at global politics, a maximum leader always does better for any parliamentary or any party group.
Yes.
All right,
And Prime Minister Martin
let's
is
go
there.
to Joy Wood. I believe she has Kirk Humphrey, the winner of St. Michael South.
And we are
That's not
ready
your
to hear from him
constituency. Let me go.
as to how he feels about being declared the winner for the second time. Third time. Mr. Humphrey, tell us how you feel tonight.
But I feel fantastic. I want to thank the people of St. Michael's South and they trusted me for the third
Unnecessary
time.
chatter
I want
right
to
there.
thank my
You don't
team.
need
I
that
have a
right now.
very
Let
big
me
team. I
leave
want
out
to
when
thank them. I want to thank
I'm
Prime Minister
All right.
and all
Come
my
on,
colleagues.
guys.
They ran a
Come
very
on,
good
guys.
Problems there
campaign.
with
Make
the
good about
audio.
yourself.
But
All right, so we
indeed,
celebrate with you.
congratulations to
I would say
Kirk
congratulations.
Humphrey as we
And we
continue
look forward-
to bring you up to date. Christchurch South, another box coming in. VB1, Chantal Munro Knight from the Barbados Labour Party, 196 votes. Corey Greenwich from the DLP, 149. Christopher Allen, 9. And no votes there to Mr. Toussaint from VB1.
Yes, it is.
VB2, Chantal Munro Knight from the Barbados Labour Party, 214. And DLP's Corey Greenwich, 94. 5 to Chris Allen and 1 to Mr. Toussaint. Tanisha Rockyaw, I believe she has the final count now for the city of Bridgetown. Is that correct, Tanisha?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's right, Pearson. Final count from the city. The returning officer, Gloria Medford, joins us.
BF2, J to Z, Corey Beckles, 3, Michael Lashley, 156, Dale Raw, 25. There were no spoiled ballots, 184 in total. BF3, A to G, Corey Beckles, 4, Michael Lashley, 109, Dale Raw, 29. There were no spoiled ballots, a total of 142. BF3, H to Z, Corey Beckles, 5, Michael Lashley, 139, Dale Raw, 37. There were no spoiled ballots, a total of 187. BG1, Corey Beckles, 6, Michael Lashley, 74, Dale Raw, 8. There were no spoiled ballots, total of 88. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown is as follows. Corey Beckles, 92. Michael Lashley, 2,312. Dale Raw, 425. There were 7 spoiled ballots. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates were 2,829. I therefore declare Mr. Michael Lashley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the city of Bridgetown to serve in the House of Assembly on this island. Thank you.
There you go. You heard of the
All right. So congratulations to Michael Lashley, but I mean,
Congratulations.
nothing that we didn't predict. He has had an overwhelming victory. You have to begin looking now. I asked this to you. I asked this to Ambassador Maskell. There's been this talk that Michael Lashley, if he was to win, and he has, that he could become the next Attorney General of Barbados.
Oh, I can involve. Come on, sir.
Perhaps he can answer the question. Perhaps he can answer because he's live with us. Let's go to Michael Lashley.
Good canvas too. I recognize too based on my work and based on my national profile. It made it a lot easier for me to canvas the constituency. And I think the strength of the Prime Minister that too assisted me in Bridgetown. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and Barbados for endorsing me and the support. I want to thank my canvassers, the campaign manager, everyone who worked with me through the sun and the rain, who went to meetings with me. I want to thank them so much. And of course, I want to tell the people of the city that I am here to give them a very strong representation, as I'm accustomed to.
Is it too early to tell us what's your first order of business for the city group?
My first order of business is to get them on the ground again and not letting them get down on the ground. Hold some community meetings with all the residents, particularly those persons living in the terrace units. I want to meet with the elderly. I want to do some work with the young people. I want to do work with those persons who will be these second chances. I want to do work with respect to victims of crimes. I want to sit down and have a chat with them, develop a body, and also have some important work to do in the city, plus the projects that are coming. I would like to lobby to ensure that the city breaks down and the constituents, as I say, get some work.
Thank you, Michael Lashley, representing, of course, the Barbados Labour Party. He is the winner.
There you have it, Michael Lashley. Coming in per se from St. Michael Northwest. However, I've just been informed that the total count so far has Ryan Walters leading Neil Rowe by some 32 votes. So we'll get those numbers confirmed. But at this stage, it looks like Ryan Walters is the only leader so far for the Democratic Labour Party there in St. Michael Northwest. But like I said, we haven't heard St. James South as yet either, and we haven't got the final results for St. Philip North. So those are three seats that are indeed giving us something to chew on and think about. I believe Stokely Murray has the final count for Christchurch South. Is that correct?
You coming, all right? He was coming.
Hello, everyone. We are standing by to get the final results of the boxes VB3, VB4, and VB5, and then we'll be getting the announcement of the winner of the constituency of Christchurch South. They will stand by. The supporters of the Barbados Labour Party and Dr. Chantal Moronight are gathering, eagerly waiting the confirmation of the results. And he's now making his way to be now switched to get the final results. We want VB3 onward. This sounds like VB3 onward.
Everything. And the declaration. Yeah.
So I can go VB3, VB3 pieces.
Hello.
Andrew, if it's not really a surprise at all, Dr. Ramel Springer, 3,198. And Ramon Goodman from the Democratic Labour Party, 839. So, congratulations to Dr. Ramel Springer. 3,198 final count. Ramon Goodman from the DLP, just 839. Congratulations to him. It's the Ryan Walters seat now that has the interest, and also St. James South. We haven't heard a thing from the night from St. James South, where Sandra Husbands from the Barbados Labour Party, the incumbent, is there running against Pedro Graves from the Democratic Labour Party. We have to hear that, and also what's happening there in St. Michael North. the stats, the facts, the information?
I think it's really more of the same. You have a Barbados Civil Party who is either maintaining support or in some constituencies gaining support. And for instance, if you look at the St. John's seat, you had maybe a 6-point swing away from the Barbados Civil Party.
All right, Stokely Murray, Christchurch South, final count. Let's go to him.
Hello.
We're just waiting the count of BB3, BB4, and BB5, and then the final announcement of the winner of Christchurch South.
We need it. We need it. We need to come now.
All right, they don't seem to be ready as yet where that is concerned. Congratulations again. Congrats coming from the St. Andrew final vote count. You were saying, both yourself and Christine.
So in essence, I was saying that you had in St. John, for instance, the government just losing about 6% of the vote, more than enough to maintain the seat. And you would again expect the political leader of the Democratic Labour Party to be getting more than a 4-point swing in the election. So to my mind, holistically, I feel as though the Democratic Labour Party has wasted 5 years, truth be told, because they're falling back to 2022 performances or possibly even worse. I remember since 2021, I would have said, based on the numbers, the Democratic Labour Party will not see government, all things being equal, to the late 2030s. I was almost cursed for saying that. But again, at this point in 2026, they're performing at 2022 levels. I use the St. James North by-election as an example to show the party was losing support. Again, it was a whole uproar about me using those statistics. But elections are fundamentally an exercise in mathematics. And the Democratic Labour Party does not seem to want to accept the math. And therefore, they're not doing the things necessary to move the math.
All right, so let's go to Sir Michael.
100,
Christchurch South.
Monroe Knight 136,
I think they're ready there.
Tucson 1, rejected 2, with a total of 245. BB4, A to I, Aline 2, Greenwich 27, Monroe Knight 89, Tucson 2, with a total of 120. BB4, J to Z, Aline 2, Greenwich 45, Monroe Knight 104, Tucson 4, with a total of 155. BB5, A to G, Aline 5.
All right, congratulations there to Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight. And I share a little secret between Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight and Corey Greenwich. They're both church mates at the Covenant Life Teaching Center. So I know Pastor Wesley there, to him, it's a victory for CLTC because they're both church mates at CLTC. Look, she's done a lot of work in the constituency. And I think you correctly said that this is a situation where Ralph Thorne would have left Christchurch South. Was that an easy shoe-in, Dr. Christina Hines, would you reckon, for her, even though it's been an overwhelming victory? Your thoughts?
I think this would have been a relatively easy seat for her to win. It doesn't mean that she didn't have to do work. I think perhaps in this one case, I could agree with Jamal because she is now coming
That's the
into
breaking
this-
news for the night.
Well, she's coming into the seat. And she now has to prove herself. She has to do work. When it comes to the others, I think it is extremely unfair to say that they have been unable over 8 years to put in the work necessary to stand on their own. And I think that a number of the BLP's candidates now can stand on their own. I think they got washed in with the tide in 2018, but now a number of them can indeed stand on their own. And this is something for the DLP to consider because you have to be able to build talent so that the party can continue. And This is some of what I believe we're seeing in the BLP, and the Democratic Labour Party has to take a lesson. You have to build talent, keep it there so that year on year, election after election, you have a group of persons to pull from. Right now, they're really struggling with their talent pool.
Yeah.
And there are some talented individuals in there, but they need to be able to grow. And to Devron's point, as well as Kristen's, I don't know if this is a chicken and egg situation. If the brand is pulling down the talent, or because there is insufficient talent, the brand can't get any better. Because how do you attract people to something, people who are talented, who have potential to something, if they can't see a future in it? So there is a lot of work for the DLP to do. I don't think it's impossible, but it is probably impossible with their current strategy.
Agreed.
All right,
completely.
Tyra Trotman, I understand, is getting ready to give her speech. Let's go to Tyra Trotman.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Y'all are in black.
Husband Pierre Graham. Well, she was with him. We lost that feed. But Tyra Trotman, of course, also victorious. And it looks to me like they're about to make that official.
Five boxes. Right, the last five boxes are regular. And then there's the remaining. And I paid it just correct.
They finished.
Y'all got it? Ready? You're gonna go though, because this is ambassador still going, so. All right. Well, we gonna go short here. So we need to cut up right now, buddy.
Colvin, you look at tomorrow, well, today, essentially, because you're going to have a situation where the Prime Minister is going to be forced to look at several things where her cabinet, again, is concerned. It's going to be another overwhelming victory. Like I said, there's only now one, perhaps two seats that we haven't heard. But this is going to be a headache for her, you reckon? Or is she going to keep things as they were with those persons in particular ministries? What do you reckon?
Well, that's a very tough question for me to answer in terms of trying to see into the mind of the Prime Minister. But what I can say is that she does have an overwhelming mandate, which is what she was after in the first place. And she has quite a few, quite a bit of talent.
All right, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We need to return to Tyra Trotman.
Andrea Worrell, 12, total of 174. MB2, A to Z. Anthony Hines, 7. Tyra Trotman, 141. Raymond Wiggins, 7. Andrea Worrell, 44, total of 199. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Central is as follows. Ms. Tyra Trotman polled 1,962 votes. Mr. Andrea Worrell, 464 votes. Mr. Raymond Wiggins, 168 votes. Mr. Anthony Hines, 72 votes. There were 12 rejected votes, a total of 2,666 valid votes. Overall, including the rejection of 2,678 votes.
I therefore declare Tyler Spotman to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Central to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
Not hearing anything. We see here people in a jubilant mood. Let me give you some updated results here now from St. Michael Northwest. So this is a completed box. HA1, and congrats to Tyra there, we saw that graphic. HA1, A to Z, Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party, 67. Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party, 117. Ricardo Williams, Friends of Democracy, 4. There was 1 spoiled vote. HA2, A to Z, Ryan Walters, 130, Democratic Labour Party. Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party, 114. 1 spoiled vote, none to Ricardo Williams there. HA3, A to H, Neil Rowe, 106, the Barbados Labour Party. Ryan Walters, 83, Ricardo Williams, Friends of Democracy, 2. And then HA3, I to Z, Neil Rowe, 121, Barbados Labour Party. Ryan Walters, 104. Ricardo Williams, 5. 1 spoiled vote. So far, that gives a lead of just 18 votes to Ryan Walters. We look forward to see how that's going to climax. Ryan Walters out front there. Does that surprise anyone here?
Well, I'd like to ask Dr. Masco because he may be more familiar with it.
Yeah, he's that's his
depends on boxes. You got to go into HB boxes, not
HB.
HC.
Okay.
Largest boxes, yeah.
Okay.
And they
Up on the hill.
particularly would favor
Yeah.
the Barbados Labour Party.
Well, in more recent times, yes.
All right, yes, because in 2022, Ryan would have been soundly beaten in
The
those
farm,
boxes.
Purleyhurst, and then the HC is the Goodland side on the other side. So HC would vote at Eagle Hall. They would vote at Deacon's Primary School. So those are the big boxes.
But I want to raise the question of whether there's any introspection to be done on the part of the Barbados Labour Party. Because I know we sit here and we see what could be 28, 29, 30 seats. We see the high percentage of performance. But there are many people who express concern about the quality of the representation that they're getting from their individual candidates. And one of the concerns is that when they win so overwhelmingly, which honestly is really because of Mia. I know people who were disgruntled and said they're not voting for that candidate. They are voting for Mia. So it will lead those people who really shouldn't be getting the votes to believe that they have actual strength when they don't. Is there any introspection that they should be doing, particularly because Mia is not going to be there forever?
Well, they should be. They should be doing a lot of introspection. They really should lose some seats. The BLP would
All right,
benefit
excuse me,
from
Christina,
losing
we
some
have to head to
seats.
St. Lucie, final count. Who do we have
How
in
much?
St. Lucie?
All right, so we are about to announce the last three boxes, sir. 4 boxes in this constituency of St. Lucie as Barbados Votes. Thank you so much, Mr. Combach, for your attention. Please take a look.
1 minute, please.
One moment, please. everyone.
Your point was that they need to lose some seats, right? And I agree with you. I think most people would prefer to have more balance. But this constant result is a reflection of the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is a poor alternative. And that doesn't mean that the government is great. It just means that there's no competition. And I really would like
All right,
for there to be
St.
less
Lucie's ready.
excuses
Sorry,
about that.
Kristen. St. Lucie's ready. Let's head to Jason.
Sir. Go ahead.
So we have the returning officer.
We are here waiting with bated breath as the returning officer is about to announce the results of the last 4 boxes and to declare winner.
We have the returning officer, Mr. Colin Cumberbatch, about to announce the final results for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Cumberbatch.
The result of votes cast in polling box LE1H3D is as follows. Mr. Sharon Davis received 1 vote. Mr. Ian Griffith received 124 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 72 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE1H3D, 205. There were no for ballot. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2A to G is as follows. Mr. Sherman Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 99 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 55 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2 A to G was 165 votes. There were no for ballot. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2 H to Z is as follows. Mr. Sheridan Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 101 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 4 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 69 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2 HDD was 177. There were no for ballot. Result of votes cast in polling box LE3A to D is as follows. Mr. Sheridan Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 117 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 5 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 3 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE3A to D was 208. There were no for ballot. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Lucie is as follows. Mr. Sherman Davis received 37 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 2,026 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 134 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 2,211 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,431. There were 23 for votes. I therefore declare Mr. Peter Ricardo Phillips to be elected and to duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Lucie to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
So there you have it. It has been confirmed. Peter Phillips, the man who became justice.
All right, so thank you. Congratulations to Peter Phillips, because the whole St. Lucie issue was something that many people on brass tacks and many people throughout Barbados predicted might have gone against him, but the man is held firm. Congratulations. Look, the final vote. 2,211, Peter Phillips of the BLP. Ian Griffith, a valiant fight, you have to say, a very good fight. 2,026 for the DLP. Wayne Griffith, PCP, 134, and Sherman Davis, in Friends of Democracy, only getting 57. Let me go to Ambassador Maskell. Congratulations to your party again. Another overwhelming victory in terms of this, in the sense that this was one we thought might have been the one that the Dems might have got, but Peter Phillips has held firm.
Yes. I keep saying though, I live on the border, so I am aware, I know quite a few people in St. Lucie now. I've been in the area for 27 years. And I'm kind of not surprised. I know it was difficult because something like water affects everybody. And brown water, no matter what you do, until you see clear water, you're going to continue to complain. And then the whole question is roads too as well. So,
we have to head to St. Michael.
All right, St. Michael West Central final count. And this is, of course, Ian Gideon-Edgell, James Paul, and Katrina Ramsey.
Okay.
Stephen?
Good evening, everyone. Coming live from St. Michael West Central, where the returning officer, Mr. Leonard Walters, a few moments ago would have provided the last few boxes. We have WA2, A to I, Barbados Labour Party 132, Democratic Labour Party 25, Friends of Democracy 4. We have WB1, A to H, Barbados Labour Party 108, Democratic Labour Party 46, Friends of Democracy 3, WB1, I to Z, 108 to the Barbados Labour Party, 31 to the Democratic Labour Party, and 3 to the Friends of Democracy. WB2, A to Z. WC1, A to H, 182 to the Barbados Labour Party, 61 to the Democratic Labour Party, and 6 to the Friends of Democracy. WC1, I to Z, 190 to the Barbados Labour Party, 36 to the Democratic Labour Party, and 3 to the Friends of Democracy. WC2, A to H, 140 to the Barbados Labour Party, 27 to the Democratic Labour Party, and 2 to the Friends of Democracy. WC2, I to Z, 107 to the Barbados Labour Party, 21 to the Democratic Labour Party, and 2 to the Friends of Democracy. The overall totals are as follows. For the Barbados Labour Party, Ian Gideon-Edgell received 2,298 votes. Mr. James Paul of the Democratic Labour Party, he received 508 votes. Ms. Katrina Ramsey from the Friends of Democracy, she received 67 votes. And there were an overall 16 votes, for an overall total of 2,889 votes cast, and that would have allowed the returning officer, Mr. Leonard Walters, a few moments ago, to declare Mr. Ian Gideon-Edgell as a duly representative for the St. Michael West Central constituency. This is Stephen Leslie for Barbados Votes.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and congratulations there to Mr. Ian Gideon-Edgell, returning there from St. Michael West Central, 2,298. James Paul, 508. Katrina Ramsey, Friends of Democracy, 67. Let's go to the Barbados Labour Party. Let's go to the Democratic Labour Party headquarters and see what Carol Toppin has for us.
Well, good evening again from the DLP headquarters here, George Street in Belleville. I have with me Corey Greenidge, Christchurch South. Your race, how you felt about it?
I actually feel very proud of the race. First, let me congratulate Dr. Monroe Knight on her victory. My campaign, they ran a very good campaign in a contracted period of time, and I feel like the best part was meeting the people, was interacting with the people, was getting my hands to the ground and doing the best that I could.
Lesson learned, biggest lesson?
The biggest lesson learned is that the work begins now. We have to continue going and continue serving the community. Part of it is that we do not give up, and this has been my first experience, but it has actually been a fantastic experience.
While we were waiting, the results for St. Lucie were coming in, and supporters here very, very excited, even though you had to concede. Your thoughts on that, especially moving forward on what to do?
I am saddened by my colleague not getting over the finish line, but Ian Griffith was an excellent candidate, and it demonstrates that the Democratic Labour Party is not dead in the water. We have good candidates, and we are going to continue to fight for Barbados and fight for democracy that works for the people.
Thank you very much. We're here, DLP headquarters, Barbados Votes.
Thank you very much, Carol Toppin, there at the DLP headquarters. It's now 7 minutes past 1 a.m. and we thank you so much for still being with us here for Barbados Votes 2026 with the kind compliments of Western Wholesale, service at the right price. Blue Waters, hydration in every size. Nature's Discount, get healthy with the ultimate health food store. Courtesy Garage, legendary service, legendary performance with GAC, where craft meets technology. Nissan, innovation that excites, and Hyundai. At this time, we'll take our commercial break.
So interesting observation.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price. And we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? That man incredible, man. I wish he could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird. Okay.
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, calmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
GAC Motor.
Inside Barbados Votes 2026, the countdown is on. I'm telling you, we're having some robust discussions here in studio. I wonder what Dr. Maskell has to say at this time. You're absolutely into what is happening. What are your thoughts so far? We see we're at the BLP headquarters. Is that BLP headquarters?
Yeah.
And we have some visual.
Yes.
Yes, we are at the BLP headquarters where the celebration is ongoing. What? Well, Dr. Wickham.
Certainly there, and I'm sure it's already started at headquarters. There's much introspection going on. There is clearly a lot of lessons that have to be learned from all corners.
All right, Dr. Wickham, just stick a pin right there. We are going to head to DLP headquarters, the Barbados Labour Party headquarters. Gaynor Marshall. Gaynor?
Well, I need not tell you that the decibel difference is extreme. George Street versus Roebuck Street. So while we were listening to the robust commentary and discussion, it was the arrival of Michael Lashley, the duly declared representative for the city, and quickly following him was Ryan Strawn with his supporters. And while that was happening, M50, we all know that number, concurrently was driving in to the headquarters. So we know what that means as well. As we were listening to the discussion, the keen eye now is on the seat being very, very closely contested between Neil Rowe and Ryan Walters. This might be their only shot to have a seat in the House of Assembly as the where did we go wrong continues in the discussion. But the jubilation in Roebuck Street is nothing short of euphoric. It actually feels a bit more heightened than in 2022. There's been fresh additions in first-timer Tyra Trotman, first time with the Barbados Labour Party, Michael Lashley. And we've also had some very keen boxes that we watched this evening that have brought the results that the Barbados Labour Party was definitely looking for. So the excitement will only continue to build from here. But a few things to note. From the time we were here this evening, the one thing we noticed is that every candidate not only had their own campaign song, but they were all cradled within the Barbados Labour Party This Is We Party campaign song, however they have actually titled that. And it really goes to show the marked difference in not only the look and the feel and the sound of the two campaigns. So I know there's going to be much to go back to the drawing board about, but tonight in Roebuck Street, yeah, it is really, really red. And they have definitely put their stamp on their celebrations here this evening. And we're going to bring as much as we possibly can to you tonight. You can hear it behind here. I can't hear myself. It is absolutely deafening. That is the kind of celebration that has been going on all night long. From the first box to the last, I suspect it will be no different. But we'll bring you all that we can as Barbados Votes.
Yes, thank you so much. Lots of jubilation there in Roebuck Street. Now, Dr. Wickham, you can continue your points. You're talking about the introspection.
Yeah, I mean, we do have good candidates. You could always look at what you could have done differently. And as I said, I guarantee you that that has already started. And very importantly, we'll be taking on board not just the points of those in the party, but those on the outside of the party. As was stated, as far as the party's base is concerned, I do believe the base was more energized this time around, but the issue remains that you still had a significant number of persons outside of the party's base that, you know, the party was not able to reach. The party was not able to reach, and we're not going to figure that out by just listening to ourselves. We have to hear from outside, from persons in that group. I think as far as Barbados is concerned, you know, any country really benefits from having vibrant democracy involving multiple parties, as opposed to one party dominating. So it is not to say that because the Barbados Labour Party has a dominant victory, that all was well. over the last 7 years. Clearly, many persons in Barbados have serious concerns about various things that were happening. But as far as seeing the Democratic Labour Party as the option at this time, they did not. But it doesn't mean that everything was right. And even with, say, a 50% turnout, that still signals a lot of persons who are disengaged from what's going on, having serious concerns, and not presently seeing the Democratic Labour Party as a viable alternative. That said, the Democratic Labour Party will listen and look to learn and move forward, see what we can do differently.
I'd like to add to that analysis, though. I think sitting as a media practitioner, I have noticed that a lot of pressure is placed on the media to play a greater role in analyzing what is taking place. And I don't believe that is going to change. But what the Democratic Labour Party and the other opposition parties need to do better is to help look at legislation, analyze what is coming before us, identify what they see as the strengths and the weaknesses. That is a critical part.
Well, the Democratic Labour Party has done that about a number of pieces of legislation.
In recent times.
In recent times, yes.
That is correct. But you know how long we were calling for that? I accept that on cybercrime and the tourism bill and a couple of others, that is true. But I'm saying that more of that is required. And of course, the issue of unity within the party and leadership, because I cannot see the party running away from the fact that it must find a young leader. It must choose from among those that are young, and that's where the branding can change. That's where the focus on things like analytics could also change. They really have to step into the modern era as a political party. They need to look also at their choices. How does this person get to become a candidate over other people? All of these very intricate issues stare the Democratic Labour Party in the face. And in the meantime, the question is, how does the rest of Barbados see its own responsibility in protecting the interests of the people?
So I would jump in here and say that I don't think the Democratic Labour Party needs more introspection. We've heard this on 3 occasions now. What the DLP needs to do is to actually listen. But there seems to be some situation where the DLP is suspicious of intelligence, and individuals that have given it advice, like myself, they've made an enemy out of. All I have pointed out is how performances have gone over the years, and somehow I have become biased as though I've created the numbers. It's the numbers of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So even when you try to have discussions with the DLP, they shut down. So it's not introspection that they need an open mind and individuals around them that can guide them in the right direction. And currently, that is not the case.
But as I said just now, it's not just about introspection.
No. But you said about introspection. But I've not seen that before. You know, we've heard occasionally the words. But if you really sit and listen, anytime anyone says anything that they perceive to be negative, no matter how objectively true, the response is, you're biased. That is not accurate. The nation poll that was done, the number of people who called in to try to call into question the validity of the numbers, how it was done, the objectives of the people who did it, all of that is a failing of the Democratic Party because they don't listen.
No, but in all fairness, anybody could call in from off the street, but that doesn't necessarily represent the official comments you actually hear from the people who are leading the party.
So do you hear comments from the people who are leading the party the various people, I should say, who have led this party over the last 8 years that suggest that they have really been listening to the people. And I'm not counting Ronnie and his group because they weren't really given a chance to get started.
I'm only responding to the comments that have been made about the survey, because those that I've heard.
No, what I'm saying,
but I don't know,
that is reflective.
There may be other aspects of it that fall into that category. But as it relates specifically to that, it was difficult for us to establish that the leadership of the party was questioning it, because I don't remember any comments that they made.
There is something about the leadership, I would say, though, and this is connected to the strategy, although I get a little shade about not being a strategist, but it's connected to the strategy, which has a certain type of messaging that I find to be rather conservative in a Barbados that is changing. So even the language seems a little blind and deaf when you have a campaign called Barbados First, and we know some other place to the north of us that had America First.
Correct.
When you hear certain messages on political platforms that fly in the face of some of the things that young people no longer reject outright, and you call it then going back to morality and righteousness, it's out of touch. I'm not saying that people don't want to have standards and morals, but some of the messaging is very out of touch with society. And it's okay to do that if you believe that there is a large enough pool in Barbados that will respond to that. But having done it a few times, I think the Democratic Labour Party needs to note that that is a shrinking group in this country that is going to respond to that kind of messaging. So as base and crass as people might think the BLP's approach is, it is speaking to people who are going to show up, vote, and support them.
No, there lies the issue. Rather than adopt a strategy that you think is a winning strategy, you adopt a strategy that seems to be opposing. You distance yourself from the BLP as much as you can. So you move from all the music to religious music, because you want to come over as righteous, because you have a perception that somehow the strategy here is too base. You with me? And you therefore, so I never got the impression that there was any winning strategy. I got the impression that I want to distance myself. It became a personality issue. You understand? I don't want to appear to be like so-and-so. So therefore I'm here. Now the thing is, do you really want to win? Because the truth is, in all sports, in all politics, there seems to be one thing. People look for personalities. People go to NBA basketball, football to see a personality. And therefore, if you think that you have to withdraw yours so that you don't appear to be modern or flashy or all the other things, you're undermining the very needs of marketing.
You see, one of the major errors the Democratic Labour Party made, and I won't call the name, is pigeonholing themselves to a certain entity, or a certain media entity, I'll put it that way, that quite frankly is not a position for you're laughing, but they're not in a position to attract the individuals that are necessary for the party to grow. So they pigeonhole themselves to the individual, their views, and as Ms. Maskell said, for instance, that overly righteous approach to politics. And if you're having a situation where the DLP has 27% in the national vote, it means it needs to grow. You can't grow by putting yourself in one corner. That's a huge strategic blunder on their part. And the individual is of no use to the DLP. That's the truth.
The truth is, and I have to agree with Dr. Hines. By the way, happy birthday, Dr.
Happy birthday.
I don't want anyone to think that my colleague is my enemy. But certainly, happy birthday, Dr. Hines. Look, the truth is, I agree with you totally. And correction, I think the word that Dr. Maskell used is probably more suitable, a personality leader versus a maximum leader. The truth is, That is why I am of the opinion that the Democratic Labour Party must...
All right, just stop it for a second. We're going to go to St. Joseph. Partner, we have the final...
The graphic.
The graphic for
St.
Joseph.
Yes.
Let's have a look at that graphic for St. Joseph and look at the final numbers there for St. Joseph. So 2,662 by Ryan Brathwaite of the Barbados Civil Party. And Randall Rouse, boy, has he tried. 881 for the Democratic Labour Party. Do you think we will see someone different in the next 4 to 5 years?
I would expect so.
This
is about the 8th time that he's run or something. Yeah.
He's been running since 1999.
In 1989? 1999.
But while we're talking about strategy, I think one of the things the Democratic Labour Party focused on was a narrative that things in Barbados are awful.
Yeah.
And I really don't think Barbadians bought that. I think there are people who are unhappy, there are people who are concerned, there are people who have issues, but they try to create the impression of there are these problems and people should focus on these problems and vote for us because of the
All right, we
problems.
need to interrupt you there, Kristen. We're going to the DLP headquarters with Carol Toppin. Carol?
DLP headquarters here. And I've got with me Andre Worrell. Good morning to you. Your thoughts and how you're feeling after quite a fight.
Well, good morning to Barbados. Well, obviously, this was a part of in the realm of possibilities. I would have given a lot to the campaign and in terms of the party as well. So obviously, we would have hoped that we would have done more in the election campaign. But obviously, the country has decided, so we have to move on and live with that.
Let's talk about moving on and what that looks like to you. You are one of the more senior members right now as it relates to the party. What does that look like?
Well, moving on in terms of the party, well, the party has to decide, what we will do going forward, how we will change our process, and also strengthen our base, obviously, and appeal more to persons within the country. I thought that as a party we did put a good message, but obviously we did not operate on a level playing field in terms of one party having access to all of the resources, the media and everything. So these are things that we have to consider going forward.
Let's look at some of the younger members of the party that you have and bringing that togetherness in order to push that message beyond what has happened in the last few hours.
Right, for the younger members of the party, I would like them to continue to do what they're doing, and also to continue to give. Look at this as one of the process in terms of any political campaign, but there's always going to be a future that will be different, and the younger members, they're the ones that would have to take this party forward. So if they're really serious about it, dig in, make the commitment, and start creating a niche for yourself within the constituency that you're interested in.
Having said that, will you be back?
These are early days still, so we will see how that goes.
Thank you very much. Live from DLP headquarters early in the morning hours as Barbados Votes.
All right, well, thank you very much there, Carol, doing a really good job. Andre Worrell, the future for Andre Worrell, lost in St. John in 2022. Now he's lost here in the St. Michael's seat. Is there a future for him? Because he talked about the younger members of the party still continuing and doing work. What about him? Where does he fit in?
I would have to say no, that he does not have a future in elective politics. I don't think he has the personality for it, and it's one of those first things that a politician has to admit, knowing politics is for you or not. And I just can't see him getting over the line in any constituency on the current DLP and any future DLP. Because I could be wrong.
I have an assessment of him too that suggests that he is not strong enough a personality. When asked to send someone to represent the party, I felt that he just didn't have that. He's a decent guy.
Nice guy.
That's one thing. I mean, you're not questioning him in that regard, but it is that presence that he seems to lack.
You agree with that, Dr. Wickham? He's from your party.
Andre is a good man, very good man. I've interacted with him on many occasions, various discussions, particularly in the area of health, which is a ministry that he shadowed. He's a very good man. He's done very good work in the party. As far as his future, as he said, it's early days. He would decide what he would have to do, and as far as whether he would be a candidate, how it is done in the Democratic Labour Party, there's a process. So like even if he decided he wanted to be a candidate again, by that process, it's not automatic. And if he decides he doesn't want to be a candidate, well, that settles that question.
Well, you have emerged as one of the new, vibrant speakers. You haven't run as a candidate in this election. Where do you see yourself going?
There were various reasons why I didn't run as a candidate. It's been declared publicly that I was indeed asked, various reasons why I didn't run. As far as where I see myself going, I go where God would have me to go. Yeah, so I have no idea whether tomorrow I would be a
doctor.
Pardon?
Where's your practice? I know you are a medical doctor in case...
St. George.
St. George, okay. So you have a practice in St. George, and that's where you live?
I live in St. Philip.
You live in St. Philip? South, west, north?
St. Philip North. I live in St. Philip
St. Philip North, okay. All right, just wanted to... Someone had actually asked that, that's why I put the question to you.
That reminds me that we haven't heard anything about St. Philip.
Yeah, we haven't heard St. Philip North. We haven't heard St. James South at all for the entire night. And we're still trying to get a finalization of the St. Michael Northwest.
Yeah.
Those are the three, and St. Philip West. Those are the four seats now we need some finality on. And we hope our correspondents can definitely
coming out of some most recent count. Dr. Sonia Brown has 1,434 votes, and Simon Clark is around 1,180 votes. That is the four PD4 boxes. But there's some interesting developments I understand coming out of St. Michael Northwest.
Sorry, right, you had to agree with Bannister? St. George.
A total of 194 votes. GD1, H to Z. Lujan, 48 votes. Mulligan, 10 votes. Sutherland, 195 votes. There were no rejected ballots for a total of 253 votes. GD2, A to Z. Lujan, 72 votes. Mulligan, 31 votes. Sutherland, 244 votes. Rejected ballots, 3, for a total of 350 votes. GD3, A to Z. Lujan, 44 votes. Mulligan, 7 votes. Sutherland, 232 votes. There were no spoiled ballots for a total of 283 votes. GD4, A to Z. Lujan, 40 votes. Mulligan, 4 votes. Sutherland, 121 votes. There were no rejected ballots for a total of 165 votes.
That is the result for St. George South.
Almost had some issues in terms of how things went for him during the last calendar political year when he... Was he still speaking?
Ready?
For St. James South, not a word.
It's been declared already?
All right. Is that completed? Are we completed with him?
Dwight Gregory Sutherland,
Probably not.
3,217 votes. Felicia Yolande Dujon, 1,127 votes. Suzanne Holligan, 250 votes. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 4,894 votes. I therefore declare Mr. Dwight Gregory Sutherland to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. George South to serve in the House Assembly of this island.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. I was making the point that Dwight Sutherland did have some issues during the year, was forced to resign, and after that resignation, you know, he's obviously would have not regained his ministry. He said that he was forced to. Well, he did indicate that he had issues and that he wanted to.
Nobody was clear as to whether he jumped or was pushed.
In his speech, the Prime Minister clearly said that she's heard from Dwight Sutherland, who has indicated that at this stage he wants to step down as Prime Minister. As minister, correction. So therefore, but deducing that, there was something that forced him to resign. I don't think that's hard to deduce.
Maybe lead. What's the strong word? Lead.
Something forced him, whether it was illness, whether it was problems otherwise, something forced him to make that decision. And the Prime Minister ultimately accepted, as she said. She didn't fire him, but he resigned.
What is crucial here is whether they are able to win just one seat. If they win one seat, and it's still outstanding here in Northwest, we need to find out what's happening there, then the prospect of running another term penniless changes.
Yeah.
You know, that's what
It would be a good seat for them to win too. Back to the conversation we were having, because if that is the sole seat that they win, you have a different kind of personality in Ryan Walters than you have in Ralph Thorne. You have a man that holds fets, that is younger and a lot cooler. And even if you look at his element of the campaign, it feels different. It's not ageism, but I am saying...
It's clearly ageism.
Well, if you want to call it ageism, you can.
Donald Trump
but
is
I am talking about appealing to a certain segment of
well, we have an aging population.
so that you can grow your base. And if the DLP is serious about growing its base, it needs younger members. I'm not saying they need all teenagers, but they need those as well. You need an active and vibrant youth arm. And you're not going to generate that with this old-time-ish message. And just because you're older, don't mean you're going to be old-time-ish.
Yeah. What if Ryan doesn't win? Should Ralph Thorne step down as the president of the Democratic Labour Party?
Well,
I can't answer that.
I will just say that in all of this, I'm watching with interest how we are going to cope with this geopolitical environment. The extent to which the right wing of the United States is likely to seek to exert pressure on us in various areas. One of the first things that we are trying to get a sense of is whether we are indeed going to be forced to take deportees from the United States, from third countries. And the extent to which that concept that they have been pushing, that we are in America's backyard, therefore we have to do as America says, will have an impact on, first of all, the international image of Prime Minister Motley, who has spoken frankly and with a high degree of gusto on issues like climate financing. We have a situation where they have pulled out of certain of the organizations that are concerned with climate. we don't have a sense yet of how that decision is likely to impact on us. The whole issues with respect to LGBTQ and that kind of posture, which I think we knew full well where the Biden administration stood in that regard. But we've seen the Trump administration take on a different posture. We've seen that Cuba, that we've supported considerably, is now being starved out. And to the point where they just said that they cannot refuel planes, and they've been cut off when it comes to oil from Venezuela. Mexico has been pressured. This is a very, very difficult period to lead Caribbean countries. It's not peculiar to Barbados, but I am very keen to see how we are going to cope with this approach.
It's interesting. It wouldn't be the first time, in the very early 1960s, when the British decided to look towards Europe, and almost had determined by then that they were giving up the Caribbean. And the United States said, well, boy, this Caribbean region is on my doorstep. And then stepped in.
Is the missile crisis?
Yeah, and then the whole issue with Guatemala, Nicaragua, you know, they then made their presence felt in the region. Now, the thing for us to do, and eventually we moved from the sterling to the US dollar after the Bretton Woods, you know, we moved from fixed exchange rates to flexible exchange rates. But the thing for us to do here is to treat this as part of CARICOM foreign currency coordination. I don't think the region, in an instance like this, that the individual country should try to step forward. I think there should be a clear position within CARICOM in relation to our foreign policy coordination and deal with that level, as opposed to believing that one individual or one country can now come and confront the United States. So that it is an interesting period. Already we are starting to see some evidence of a decline in the US dollar in terms of depreciation because of the policies of the Trump administration to impose tariffs and the like on people, and then having to step back.
So what implications would that have for us when it comes to our tie to the US dollar?
Right. So in instances where we are tied to the US dollar, when the US dollar gets stronger, our imports are cheaper. In instances where it gets weaker, and I'm talking from non-US thing, in instances where it's weaker now, then we have obviously to look for more foreign exchange to purchase for non-US. So it has implications for us, but I think that we are in a position now in the Caribbean where, given the unusual posture the US under Trump, that we should certainly sit down and try to come to a regional position on this. Is a major plank of our of CARICOM, you know, the whole question of foreign policy coordination, and I think we'd be better served to look at it through the lens of CARICOM.
But we already have Trinidad having a different posture altogether.
That's precisely why we should.
All right, we're going to go to St. James South. We haven't heard anything there for the entire night, but we understand it's another victory for the Barbados Labour Party. Let's get the final results now from St. James South, where Sandra Husbands, the incumbent of the Barbados Labour Party, was up against Pedro Graves of the Democratic Labour Party.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Of the poll held for the election of a member serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. James South is as follows. Ms. Sandra Husbands, 2,590 votes. Mr. Pedro Graves, 1,8 124 votes. Mr. Matthew Thorne, 161 votes. There were 20 rejected ballots. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates is 4,301. I therefore declare Ms. C. Sandra Husbands to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. James South to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
All right, so congratulations to Sandra Husbands. Many thought that she might have had a big struggle there, but she's won quite comfortably, I would say. But a very good showing from the first-timer Pedro Graves. Pedro, of course, well known in sporting circles. He's, of course, the director of at the Barbados Cricket Association. He's on the board. And Pastor Matthew Thorne, who, of course, was also in the Democratic Labour Party before. He would have been with Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, now going to the Friends of Democracy, but not getting a lot of votes there at all. It was a two-horse race, to tell the truth. And while Pedro did hold on in terms of giving some competition, Sandra Husbands, being led by Mayor Motley, was able to fight and win that seat. How do you feel about that, Dr. Wickham? Because he was one of your bright sparks in terms of the votes. When you look at someone like a Neil Rowe, Dale Rowe, who was a first-timer, Pedro was a first-timer, Dale Rowe got not even 300 votes. Someone got 1,800 votes. How do you feel about that?
Two very different constituencies in terms of both how the Democratic Labour Party has done in those constituencies historically, as well as the current layout of those constituencies. I did admit earlier I was surprised that Dale in the city didn't do better than he did, given some of what I knew personally that he did in the city. And I'm sure we will have discussions on that. So I did admit being surprised on that. Pedro put up a good fight of it. It's just an indicator, as we've been saying all night, of what's happening in the country, and I believe the Prime Minister's current popularity. And to Ambassador Maskell's point, candidates that would have done work in constituencies.
I think it should be noted, though, that in St. James South, that in each election she's lost support.
Yeah.
And that's one of those constituencies that I think people were concerned about.
What was the difference?
Right? One where the difference, so in 2018, the total was 4,012 votes, right, to beat Donville Innes. Then in 2022, 2,879. And now, based on what I noted, 2,590.
Right.
But
so
what was
in
the turnout?
2022, Sandra Husbands received 63% of the vote. In 2026, she now has 56. It's a decline, but it's not significant to me.
It's also, though, indicative of it's a middle-class constituency for the most part.
Correct. I live in that constituency.
Yeah, that makes it.
Well, there you go.
It's mixed.
Yeah, it's mixed, but it's more Milish than thing. Yeah, the Hillsborough.
I'm really surprised to hear y'all say y'all thought this constituency was going. Cause I lived there and I didn't think it was going any place.
No, not that it was going. I didn't think it was going, but I also think the people that vote in that constituency are not voting just based on the work that the person does in the constituency. I think people who live in a significantly middle class and highly educated constituency tend to think more seriously about the country. And this is a constituency. Do you do? But is that more?
Well, that is where I believe the candidates spend most of their time.
Yes.
So, for instance, when I hear people talking about Pedro Graves and him being a young, bright spark, as far as I can tell, most of his time must have been spent in those areas.
Yeah, from what I gather, part of the problem,
if there was time spent.
Precisely. That is a very relevant point in all of this. Some of these people did not get down on the ground enough. And I suspect that he would have been one of those. I mean, he might have done remarkably well given the amount of time that he spent. But that is something that they have to look at. Look at the performance so far, because we're still waiting for Ryan.
I just got the news that there's still about 10 boxes left to be counted for St. Michael Northwest, and that's quite a lot.
That's a lot. No.
Well, in terms of they're split in half.
Oh, split.
So that's 5 essentially, but 5 by 2. So there's still quite a bit. We haven't got HC2, HC1, HB3, and HB2 and HB1. So like you said, the HBs are still outstanding. And that's going to be significant to see if the Democratic Labour Party...
He had more time in our constituency than a lot of the other candidates.
Who's that?
Ryan Walters.
Ryan Walters.
Yes.
He's been running
Yes.
since 2018.
I think he entered the race from 26, from
2018 almost.
Yeah,
right
all
after
he had.
that,
Right.
he was showing his support for the seat. But what is interesting to me in St. James South, the Haynesville box is 25% of the entire constituency, which is quite high comparatively. What is also interesting is the impact of the former DLP MP, because it seems as though the Democratic Party had the idea that Don Valinis was able to carry a candidate across the line by standing next to them. You have a 2-point swing in favor of Pedro Shep.
I don't attribute that.
But that's what the numbers are saying.
I don't think that was a strategy of the Democrat Labour Party.
It was the idea that they certainly had.
Was it the idea? How do you come to that
conclusion? That I don't. But here's the thing. You have a
ahead.
situation where Dr. Yearwood received 36% of the vote in 2022. You have Pedro receiving 38. You should be seeing bigger swings than that, given the fact you literally had the previous candidate, who the Dems, from my interaction, have been saying is going to be able to take him over the line.
In fact, I think it was the Democratic Labour Party's intention to keep Donville Innes away from the Central Party.
Yeah.
And that was a fundamental error, especially when you have a member of Parliament who hadn't he been incarcerated for a period of time in the United States of America. He was one of the most viable options to lead the Democratic Labour Party.
But he was on the ground in St. James South.
Yeah, but
a lot.
But
he was with
public
him all the
facing.
time.
There you go.
How often?
Well, every spot meeting.
Well, spot
all the meetings.
Right, he was on the ground with him.
They do.
I come back to the
You think
salient
so?
point that I made earlier. I asked this question. Nobody's been able to answer it. But who's going to be Attorney General of Barbados?
And why is that
Why
so?
don't we figure that out tomorrow?
Who's going to be the next leading Democrat?
We should start there.
that is important.
Well, I do not understand
Why
the question is so
constitutionally
important, because at the end of the day, what kind of change in policies do you anticipate a different Attorney General
David, hold on. On a
is
point of
going
order.
to
On a point of
influence?
order. When any government wins, the first thing that the Prime Minister does is to name the Attorney General.
But I hear that.
Yeah, but that's tomorrow morning.
This is tomorrow morning.
I hear
Well,
that.
that's late a couple hours from
That's better
now.
today.
So it's still a point of discussion.
But is it something that you think will concern people? Like if,
Of course, it will concern people.
right,
but-
and what
because many
conclusions
people-
can they reach by the options?
Many people
What
have felt
difference?
that Michael Lashley was going to get that position.
I would be surprised.
And you've had the Attorney General who's just bowed out. He's
He
just
can come
bowed
through the
out.
Senate.
Why would he have bowed out?
Well, because he didn't want to deal with elective politics. John King said he didn't want to deal with elective politics, and he went through the Senate.
Some other thing with
There are many options that could happen. Never know, Verla de Pisa could be the next Attorney
Oh,
General.
come on.
But it's interesting. So the Ryan Walters seat, I actually don't think that Ryan Walters is a strong candidate. We see his campaign, his social media blitz, etc. He hosts parties, etc. But yet we're having a conversation as to whether he is going to win his seat against Neil Rowe. I genuinely don't think that that is a strong candidate. And he underperformed Chris Sinclair in 2022, for instance. We haven't seen the results as yet. But I'm not sure if he's the person to take the party forward either, and I'll tell you why. He made a political miscalculation by aligning himself with the current leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. That is poor political judgment.
let's wait and see the outcome, because I think
Sure,
that
I know what the outcome
outcome
is gonna
will
be
tell
already.
you whether or not that
I know what the
that
outcome is.
interpretation is correct. If he is able to do better than most of those other people in the Democratic Labour Party, we've had a situation here where there were some people who we thought would have stayed with the DLP and they left, and some are really in no strong political position today. He said, and he's been able to see some growth and recognition, both in the Senate and on the ground. So I wouldn't share the view that it was an error to do so. I mean, if you say that, you should have gone to the Labour Party then?
There was a larger argument that I was going to make. I think the Democratic Labour Party needs, to my mind, not only someone who has good political foresight, but also you need a thought leader for the Democratic Labour Party. The reason I say that is because you have a confidence deficit in the DLP. The people don't trust the DLP to take Barbados in any direction other than back, apparently. So you need an individual who's able to speak on things, think on things, get ahead certain things, and from my interaction and observation, I do not believe he's the individual.
The Democratic Labour Party hasn't had that for a very long time.
Correct, and they won't get it to him.
And the question is, if you put that on the table, who do you see in the party that seems to have any of that to offer?
Well, people have been saying Corey Greenwich. I would have to see more and certainly have more engagement, etc. But at the present moment, I currently don't see anyone.
No, there's a strange phenomenon.
All right,
in the
sorry,
DLP.
Dr. Maskell, before you go ahead, we would like to credit our advertising partners.
Okay.
We have said a big thank you to Western Wholesale, service at the right price, Blue Waters, hydration in every size, Nature's Discount, get healthy with the ultimate health food store, Courtesy Garage, legendary service, legendary performance with GAC, where craft meets technology, Nissan, innovation that excites, and Hyundai. We take our next break.
So this is what I've been trying to tell you about. So for $8.99 a month, you can get travel credit, 5,000 Barbados dollars with Going Places travel, and we can go wherever we want. This car just feels like me. Practical, but not boring. Adventurous, but grounded. The kind of car that fits into my everyday life, whether I'm running errands, working out, or heading to dance class. This might just be the one.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Welcome to Nature's Discount, the ultimate health food store. At Nature's Discount, we have thousands of quality products at great prices. Our popular club membership is just $50 a year, and this gives you 10% discount on everything except food items, plus weekly and monthly specials of 25% off selected products. You can join up at one of our 10 branches or online at calmart.com. BART members can join our club for half price, and we have well over 3,000 amazing products to help you get healthy.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain? Great. Okay. You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Nature's Discount has 25 locations in 10 different islands around the Caribbean. Here in Barbados, we have 10 locations throughout the island. You can find us at Trident House on Broad Street and Bridge Street Mall in Bridgetown, Carlton Supermarket in Black Rock, Dome Mall in Warrens, Sky Mall in Haggett Hall, next to Cave Shepherd in Sunset Crest, Town Square Shopping Centre in Speightstown, at the back of Hastings Plaza on the south coast, Sheraton Mall in Christchurch, and Emerald City in St. Philip. You can also find us at our online superstore, kelmart.com. If you have any difficulty finding any of our locations, just give us a call at 625-9500. Please check us out on social media. Like us on our Facebook and Instagram pages at Nature's Discount. Thank you for spending this time with us. Please visit your nearest Nature's Discount store and see how we can help you get healthy.
Welcome back. We will now turn our eyes and ears to Kev's politics. I believe he has some information for us. Kev?
Thank you. So before I get to the initial discussion, I just want to highlight something. You see that piece of yellow right there? Ryan Walters is currently leading in St. Michael Northwest. This is the first time since 2013 that a Democrat Labour Party candidate is leading a seat anywhere in Barbados. So I think that that's an interesting point to start from. However, I want to take a look back at St. John. So St. John's count already finished. The incumbent, Charles Griffith, would have had a total of 2,222 votes versus DLP political leader Ralph Thorne, 1744 votes, which is a difference of 478 votes. Now, in this instance, let's break down according to the boxes within the actual constituency. Now, as you've indicated, there has been a reduction in terms of the amount of votes collectively throughout the parish, but as it pertains to how each party performed across St. John, as you can see, we see JD1 and JE1. Now, early up in the night, those two boxes I pay special attention to because JE1 in particular, the College Savannah box, is actually the biggest box in the constituency. And the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party will have seen both of their votes collapsing within this particular area. JD1 has seen the highest amount of decline within the Barbados Labour Party, and this particular box will be the area of Cliff, and this particular area will be the area of Cliff and also Featherbed Lane. So I just wanted to highlight that in terms of, while we look at the national picture, politics is very much in fact local. So I just wanted to pitch this question to the panel in terms of St. John, because like I said, we would have mentioned so many different instances of how races influence the national conversation. But I think that sometimes we might have to speak in terms of, as we've seen with St. Lucie and St. John, politics is very much in fact local. So I don't know if you want to have that conversation with the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's an interesting one, but one, when you look at it, was that a big surprise for you, Dr. Wickham, in terms of how it finished in St. John?
Yeah, definitely St. John was one of those that I would have been expecting for Mr. Thorne to get over the finish line. Came close, but not close enough. But yeah, definitely that one was a surprise. As I said, I know the Prime Minister did visit Parish quite regularly, and that likely played a role. Feedback from many of the persons in the constituency, having spent a lot of time up there, was one of great dissatisfaction with the incumbent. The message about not voting for him but voting for me seemed to have carried some sway.
Jamal, we were surprised by that outcome because I think you two might have been thinking that St. John might have been wanting to.
I was surprised. I wasn't surprised. I never said I was surprised.
No, I'm asking if you were surprised.
I definitely wasn't surprised. Look, I've said it from the beginning. Ralph Torn was not the right leader for the Democratic Labour Party. And there's look, before I get there, I have been chastised on brass tacks for saying time and time again, even by some of my fellow moderators, for saying that I am casting aspersions on the man, and I shouldn't say this. The truth is, the same thing we're discussing this evening about a personality leader, Ralph Torn isn't that. Simple. It isn't about his age, it's just how he presents himself. The thing I would like to also add to that is that the way he entered the Democratic Labour Party was very uncouth, uncivilized, and almost unmannerly. You just don't walk in a house and decide that you're going to behave as you like. Let me put this into context. Ryan Walters challenged Ronnie Yearwood for the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party months before. And you decided before you are going to even join the party, you are going to put Ryan Walters, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, the president of the Democratic Labour Party's opponent in the Senate. Then days later, you're going to decide, oh, I want to be a member of the Democratic Labour Party. That's a colossal madness. Who does that? And I think it is so unfortunate because I remember in the by-election, we were talking about what kind of democracy do we want. This is not healthy democracy and this and that. I mean, the truth is, if we did not have a Ralph Torn at the helm of the Democratic Labour Party, we most likely would have had a different outcome tonight. I believe that Dr. Ronnie Yearwood was started to make some inroads in the public. People started to like him. In fact, you would also recognize that Tricia Watson also was one of the persons who started to make an impact. It's the recent legislation, I can't remember which legislation it was, that Tricia Watson brought to the public attention. And then he came on the program. He didn't even have the courage to mention Tricia Watson's name on the program. I believe you hosted that, David, that program.
Yeah, but I still have a view that Tricia Watson was seen by many people as a potential political hopeful in the Democratic Labour Party. I felt that there was a measure of miscalculation in the way that whole situation went down. And my recommendation would have been for her to stay in the middle and watch to see how things were panning out. Unfortunately, she decided that she was going to leave. But look at what has happened tonight. You see, where would she have been in this current environment if she might have run for a seat? But even if she didn't run for a seat, she carries a high degree of public support for the work that she's done. The question is, when it comes to the politics, is she desiring to become a politician? I'm not so sure whether she prefers to be an activist rather than a politician.
I think perhaps that may be the position now. I don't know how she could have comfortably remained in the party after what transpired. And I'm not even talking about the locking out part. I am talking about the firing at the conference without even being given notice. That's terrible. That's terrible.
There's something that we need to be careful with, and that is, I've watched Mia Mottley reach where she is today. How many blows she took politically. I remember 2013. when Owen Arthur said that you, Dr. Maskell, was his co-leader. 2013.
2008.
Right, but then 2008. What I saw...
He misspoke.
what I saw, though, from her...
That's not what he meant.
But what I saw was a weakened Mia Motley. She did not run away from the Barbados Labour Party. She eventually stayed the course and has reached where she is today.
It's very different, though, because she had a seat. And you have in Tricia Watson, someone whose position within the party was an appointed position by Mr. Thorne. So Mia Motley, in some ways, stood on her own because even if she's not in the cabinet, even if she falls out of favor or fell out of favor, she had some standing. I thought that to be very unhealthy for the Democratic Labour Party because she is one of these people, or she was one of these people that could have been a very strong leader for the party, especially because of how well known she is for the work that she has done on energy, electricity, the rate hearings, etc. So I think that it would have been very difficult to remain in there considering that situation and those circumstances. And I would also say it's not just because of that, it's also the locking out. So after you get locked out, then this thing happens. It is very disrespectful. And people have to have a level of respect for themselves if they expect to be respected by the public.
It is well understood that politics has what Basdeo Pandey called a morality of its own, and in many instances you have to take some blows in politics to get to what you want to achieve. So I differ on that approach to it because I've seen too many other people have to sit and bide their time and go through a lot of difficulty to reach that point. There is nobody who has been leading this country who did not go through hard times.
And I'm not saying that. Actually, I would say that that point holds better for someone like Ronnie Yearwood, who could have bided his time inside of the Barbados Labour Party, and who knows where he would have been now. But perhaps there was a level of impatience. I don't know the reason that he left, but it was nothing that was as publicly humiliating, I would say, as what occurred with Tricia Watson. So we could make that argument for a number of people, perhaps even some of the people who have recently left the Democratic Labour Party, who we don't know a lot about. We just hear this person left and they were a kind of behind the scenes person. These perhaps are some of the people who could have waited it out, continue to work within the party, work at the grassroots level, gain some kind of reputation while building the party. And when these dominoes fall, they can then step in. But there is always this impatience, and I wouldn't characterize what I saw in this instance as impatience. And I would add, although Jamal doesn't like it, the Democratic Labour Party does not have the best reputation when it comes to women. And I know they will tell me that this is not the case, but they have three candidates. Wow. And the Barbados Labour Party is not excellent either, because despite all that Dr. Maskell told us about men stepping back and everything, they ain't going to UE. The majority of the candidates that we have in this general election and in every general election that we have had in Barbados are men. Yeah, the Prime Minister is a woman. The majority of the parliamentarians are men. The DLP, for whatever reason, I do not know, I am not a member, I have never been one, has had difficulties finding a core group of women that they can place in winnable seats. And when they find these useful women, They put them in some monkey seats that they can't win
Do you think it's a
over and over
Do you
again.
think it's I'm in agreement with you. In
I do not
principle,
know
but
if it
a
is willful or not, but I know it is a
Felicia
problem.
Dujon.
But this
I
is
agree
the-
with Felicia
This is
Dujon.
the largest caste, though, of females.
It is larger than the other, but it's not large. It's not even half.
This is 9.
It's not a third.
No, but you can't make it a third or a thing just so. As you know, this game called politics is not the easiest. And in all fairness, it's not getting any easier. All right, it's not getting any easier because of how it is developing, and along certain lines. And then the responsibility and the sacrifices that you need to make in this arena are great. And in terms of time, and this is going to require a lot of dedication, especially for females.
To say that the Democratic Labour Party on that basis has a bad representation with women, you know, because there weren't more female candidates. You work with who comes forward, putting their hand up to say I want to be a candidate, the selection commission goes through the process.
But they never
based
come forward.
Here's the thing. So
when you lock out
most of the people locked out women, by the way.
the women, and in particular, the ones that may have been more promising, then people get entitled to say that they don't treat women properly.
In all fairness, though, I heard it before and I hear it again tonight.
Boys.
One also had to take into consideration what happened the day before.
The DLP hierarchy have asked me to
Okay,
clarify that
and I
Tricia
don't.
Watson was not locked out.
Pardon me?
The DLP hierarchy have asked to highlight that Tricia Watson was not locked out. She just did not return on the Sunday after lunch.
She publicly said that she understood her name was on the list of people to be locked out.
And the same Tyra Trotman was outside saying the senator can't get in. These are not things that are being made up.
I'm intrigued to know what's the DLP's hierarchy.
That's a good question too. That's a good question.
The hierarchy.
What is the hierarchy, Barry?
Persons in charge of the party.
Oh, so the president?
Who they are.
Well, I mean, we don't have to say who they are. But they've
I
asked
don't know why they're not being identified. They don't have confidence to be identified.
But they didn't ask for identification. They just wanted that someone clarified.
Well, I don't know if it clarifies anything.
But you don't go into a party like that and divide it. And that's what happened. There was a perfect opportunity to heal. There are some behind the scenes who seeking to control, and they have to know when to exit stage left. You understand?
Yeah, and that's what
that's
what this particular outcome should achieve.
We thought that last time.
Yes.
And the time before.
But the truth of the matter is that this is the third time that they've been beaten like that. If they don't understand that now, something would be wrong with their head.
But that's the point I'm trying to get across, because we talk about the old guard, for instance. The old guard goes beyond candidates. It's steep in jurisdiction in the sense of the executive and the general counsel. I made mention of the fact that the LP is suspicious of intelligence. If you look at Tricia Watson, the cross-sectionality that she has, she's female, she's well-liked, she's well-known, intelligent individual, all of those upper middle class, I assume, all of those are things that the DLP has to begin to appeal to, because it has pigeonholed itself into a singular argument and singular corner of the working class, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then you have to have other individuals who can tap into other spaces, and she was one of the individuals that could have done that. And what have they done? Throw her to a side. So it just seems to be constantly against intelligence. It's suspicious of intelligence. That has been my observation. But
let's just look at the St. James North final figures that have just St. George North final figures. St. George North final figures coming to hand, and Tony Moore from the Barbados Votes Party, another overwhelming victory, 3,276 votes over David Warren of the Democratic Labour Party, 1,060.
You know something that struck me today while voting? You got the pictures, you got a list of people that you're supposed to vote for. And yes, you had some photographs of these people. But there were instances where I'm sure a lot of the people who were voting could only identify the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party.
Yeah.
That's got to be a significant point in all of this, because they just didn't know. And remember, it didn't say BLP or DLP. It just went by facial recognition. And because these people were totally unknown to many people, it was logical where the people were going to put their vote. You go with the people that you know.
Kevon mentioned all politics is local, and there were some constituencies we were looking at that the local situation might have changed the outcome, St. Lucie being one of them given the water situation, etc. The swing that was required in DLP only achieved half of what it needed. In St. John, a similar situation, only a third of what is needed. On those bases, that is why I'm going to say that Ryan is unlikely going to win his seat, because his swing is actually higher than what is needed in St. John and St. Lucie. I'm not making a prediction per se, but given the trends, even at the local constituencies that we thought might have been different from the others, the swing was simply not there. So I can't imagine why it would change this.
To support you on the basis of percentages, Neil Rowe is the best performing candidate of the Barbados Labour Party in the last election during the COVID period. Yeah. So you're right that to turn it around, the margin is pretty healthy. I'm not sure what's happening.
We're all unsure.
Yeah. But
can I just
to turn
add,
that around is going to be.
I said this earlier, and I want to go back to it. This process is taking too long. This is taking way too long. Truth be told,
2:30 in the morning, and we still waiting
there's
on
no
boxes.
reason we need electoral reform. There's no reason that boxes need a bus go around, count it in the same station that it's at. It happens all across the Caribbean. St. Vincent, St. Lucia, you count in the same box that the ballots were cast. That's one. Two, there's this concept of...
Will they have resources to do that, though?
Well,
Why not?
That's the right question. Why not?
Just hire more people?
The other thing I'd like to add to that is that there's a major challenge, logistical challenge that I think that both political parties would agree to. That on election day, you have one polling agent, what's the alternate person to the candidate. And in other instances in the Caribbean, you have for each box that exists. So it reduces the amount of time at the final count. Only thing prohibition is that you can't change that person an hour before the election time. So the counts done in different boxes, tally comes, returning officer brings the final result, hip hip hooray. Voting count is over in like 4 or 5 hours. I mean, this has been happening from 7 o'clock tonight.
It's 2:25. The reporter there says still waiting at St. Michael Northwest. Only 4 boxes done today. What's that? It's 2:25.
Given the outcome.
That's what
that sounds
The
strong.
EBC has relegated this process to a Pappy show.
Yeah. Kristen Turton, I understand that we have a victory for Kay McConney. I understand that Kay McConney has indeed taken St. Philip West, 2740, 2,740 votes for the BLP to 2,187 for Dr. David Eswick. We just await for that confirmation to come in, but indeed it's consistent with how the last 3 to 4 boxes went for the Barbados Labour Party in that particular St. Philip West seat. We were saying that was going to close. Has he declined since 2022?
From my estimation, it's the same performance, just about 40%. And he received 41% on the last time. I have to get the final numbers, but it seems to be the same. So no growth, long story short.
Also unofficial, the voter count apparently is under 30%. Can that be confirmed?
I can't tell.
Kev, can that be confirmed as yet, the voter count? Or the percentage? All right, that is unofficial, I must tell you. But based on the votes that have been cast and the 28 or 29 constituencies that have come in, that seems to be pretty accurate, which would be, if it is true, that would be a very, very, very low voter turnout.
You have a minority government again. I don't think we consider the fact that in 2022 you had a government that more persons stood home than voted for, and you have it again, and significantly so. So we have to have a serious conversation as a country as to what this means, truth be told. So this is why they call it a loveless landslide.
I know.
But this is what we see in Jamaica as well.
Yeah,
so
correct.
if this is the case, and we don't know, it would be comparable to what we see in Jamaica. And rather than rejoicing and being jubilant, the party that wins has to be very modest in their acceptance, understanding that the majority of those eligible to vote did not vote them in, even if it is the majority of those who voted. But as I said, we don't know if that is the case.
You'll be very quiet, Colvin. How do you see it?
In terms of the apathy?
Yes, the apathy. And the general results that we've had looks like 29-1 so far.
29-1 thus far. Well, obviously, we are still awaiting the results from Ryan Walters and Nero. In terms of the voter apathy, that would be very troubling if those numbers hold true. You said what, around 30%?
Yes.
That's the unofficial number. Actually, that seems to be even worse than what the poll predicted. In terms, I think we were predicting around 45%.
The poll predicted 45%? Can you remember?
Well, the poll spoke to around 41% of individuals
The last
saying
election
that they
was 42,
weren't
was
on.
it?
And the last election was 43.
43, right.
43.
So last one's 43, and they were saying 41. So if you're getting something like 30, I mean, the numbers do suggest 30, because if you look at the majority, the margins that the Barbados Labour Party have won against the Democratic Labour Party, those margins seem to be adding up based on the fact that the voter turnout was very low.
Yeah, and I think Dr. Hines is spot on in saying that the returning party, the winning party, has to be very modest in its jubilation, because there are persons that, a significant number of persons that maybe not happy or whatever, for whatever reason, have decided to abstain from this process, and some effort has to be made to find out how to re-engage those persons back in the process.
But politics is such that once you win, you win. You don't have to worry about the rest.
I think, well, again, it goes back to the discussion that we had earlier about, is it a case of voting for the ruling party, or is it a case of the opposition being that weak that really you had no choice but, you know, this is who you have in front of you to vote
If
for.
the
So,
statistics, you've got to look and see to what extent those statistics may indicate some voter apathy too on the part of people who normally support the Labour Party.
Those are the things we have to drill down to in the figures as well to see it. And I said, I mean, I guess speculating on official results may not really be the best thing to do at this point. We have to see what the official numbers say when we do.
But you know, tomorrow, later today, all the talk is going to be about what happened with the EBC and the list and the complaints and that sort of thing. And to get a sense of how many people have felt disenfranchised is going to be a big task for us.
And exactly, and then we have to also see what the observers report say.
Yes, that report is going to be
that reflects on Barbados, and for the first, for the historical, for something as historical as this, for the first time that we have had observers in Barbados, the reflection of that report is going to be pivotal as we seek to make changes going forward.
They had two cases though. Yesterday on this matter. Case one, 2 persons were listed as overseas incorrectly, and they had an ex parte application, meaning that the EBC was not present.
Not present, correct.
And then Justice Cicely Chase ruled they should be placed on the list and they're allowed to vote. So they were allowed to vote. Then they had 2 cases, 2 persons in St. Philip North, matter brought by Verla. The court ruled they should be placed on the list and allowed to vote. An extension was granted, duration uncertain. But I suspect that's where the 6 went to 7 o'clock to permit. So that's why I said at the start of this, several hours ago, that many flood wouldn't work, because you need to say, and I hope that the various electoral stations would be able to identify those persons who turned up and were denied voting because they were not on the registered list. Because in all fairness to the politician, the ultimate thing is to convey something. The protest is to convey something. And you don't want it to be said that those persons actually could have changed the outcome.
Well, we sometimes have just
point,
to say quickly that the returning officer in St. Michael Northwest has indicated that he should be coming to the media within 20 to 25 minutes with the remaining boxes. So
there's something that we spoke
I
about
just want to make a quick point on that issue. Again, earlier in the program, I pointed out this was something people could have seen. It is, to me, clear that more than 3 people weren't permitted to vote at various points, but nobody went to court. Only those people.
There's something that we discussed offline that I think is important to introduce here. We spoke about the apathy being there, but there's also something to consider. For the last couple of weeks, the opposition leader has put forward a case that there's something wrong with the process. So far, that it is almost people were trying to conclude that elections were being stolen from them.
Yes.
You made a point in a discussion we were having that it could essentially lead to people losing confidence in the process.
Correct.
And also not voting because of the comments that the Democratic Labour Party were making.
Correct.
And that's something to take into consideration
And
as well.
it's irresponsible.
Yeah.
Because it's a comment that was being made, and I don't think that there has ever been any basis or evidence expressed for it. I think we can all agree that the EBC made several errors. And that alone can cause people to not have confidence. But additional confidence will be lost when you when you suggest that there's an element of corruption or it's leading to the stealing of an election. Yeah. And there are people who are going to receive that and accept it and just not participate.
It started way before that.
Correct.
You recall that the attempt to allow CARICOM nationals to come to reside in Barbados
to vote
was also seen in that light.
Correct.
It was spun in that way. The impression was that you were bringing persons into Barbados now to give the ruling party an advantage. It wasn't seen that this is part of a wider thing of allowing for the freer flow, a movement of labor or people across the region. It was then, and that started, so this is not an isolated case of where the opposition leader then suggested, well, hey boy, something is amiss.
Well, the concern with that proposed, Ambassador, the concern of that proposed citizenship bill was the granting of citizenship to CARICOM nationals after as little as 6 months, which was well below what the majority of Caribbean countries do.
Yeah, but the interpretation...
Citizenship to residents.
You could have expressed the concern without imputing.
Well, there's several issues with that legislation.
To do that.
There were several issues with that legislation that could have been well exploited without going to the point where you're suggesting that it is being done to get more votes. And this is a challenge that I have had with the narrative that has been projected by the Democratic Labour Party. I think they have lost critical opportunities to make real points that could actually influence voters and instead have opted for this very base approach of impugning everything and trying to create a narrative that there is so much corruption that people should then vote for them.
It was their entire campaign.
It was, and it's really an ineffective approach. Like earlier I was talking about problems and how they focus on problems. And it is not to say problems are not important. They are. You have to highlight them. Yeah. What was the vision for Barbados? What does a Democratic Labour Party-led Barbados look like? Can anybody tell me? All I know is a country where everything's awful and miraculously you're going to come in and fix it.
That is the point I made about competency. I'll say a couple of things. I do agree that the narrative overall that the Democratic Labour Party had regarding the ABC was irresponsible. I'll say that. But the issues of the ABC go well beyond the presence of Ralph Thorne. Dr. Masco made mention of when he ran the DLP in 2003 and the inflated list, for instance, because you have individuals on here who are not supposed to be there. In 2018, I remembered leaving Stircom probably 4 o'clock. We can probably do it again because of the late returns. In 2022, you had 6,000 people who could not vote because there was no electoral reform or there was no electoral law in place that allowed them to do it. Now we have 2022. So this is a long-standing issue. And the reality is that we continue to treat the ABC like a wallflower. We only pay attention to it when election periods are here. We can't continue to do that given how fundamental it is to the operations of Barbados through the vote. So until we just had a discussion about cleaning this list, and from my estimation, what they did was abandon the entire process and throw everybody back on. So you have a circumstance where nobody can come and say that they were not able to vote. So the entire process was wasted, and we need to put some serious resources and effort into dealing with this long-standing issue. This goes beyond Ralph Thorne. He was irresponsible, yes, but it goes beyond him.
So let me clarify something. I completely agree that the issues in relation to the Electoral Boundaries Commission are long-standing, and in many ways they've been trivialized. Even the Prime Minister was acting as if this is relatively normal. Okay, that doesn't mean it's right. And it doesn't mean that on this occasion it isn't more, or it doesn't have a greater impact. The point is it needs to be addressed. But if we were talking, as I understood, we were talking about narratives and strategies and the approach taken, I was addressing that directly. That's separate and distinct from the point that something has to be done with the Electoral Boundaries Commission. It cannot function this way. And certainly whatever the observers find must be consistent with that. Because apart from the fact that we're here at 2:30 in the morning, this entire day has been filled with complaints and concerns, and there are real people who should be on that list as a matter of law. Where they went and they were not permitted to vote, no accommodation was made for them.
The concept of vague quantifiers still need to be taken into consideration. It is no different than when the media, and I'm conscious that we are part of the media as well too, when the media starts reporting crime, everything that happens pertaining to crime is almost at the forefront. Yes. I think that today may have, or the past weeks, one or two issues may have exacerbated the fact that there are multiple issues, or there may not be multiple issues. People just raise their issues publicly.
Let's consider that what may have happened is that this gave us an opportunity to really see what the problems are. Because whether you tell me it isn't two people, right? It may have been statistically insignificant in terms of the outcome of the election. But it's not good enough that someone can turn up somewhere with a circular, right? And then the circular, you sent them and you don't make provision for them to vote there. There has to be an adjustment. And that's why what I think is important is for there to be an actual investigation that, yes, identifies numbers, but identifies weaknesses and then undertakes improvement.
My only concern, though, is that in a household, if it is that you received correspondence from EBC about voting, and you're the senior person, why did you not investigate as to why you're not?
No, people did that, though.
But people did. So I take the point that there is personal responsibility, and I will always say that. But there are people who checked. double checked. But should I have to feel compelled to screenshot what
sorry,
the site says?
All right, let's go to Prime Minister Mia Motley. She's at the podium in
Tony
Roebuck Street.
Moore, the General Secretary of the Barbados Workers Union. Come on up, come on up. My dear people, Bajans, I want to start by saying first and foremost, thanks to the Almighty. And I want all of us to give thanks and praise because something special happened in this country today. I want to be clear that we are still waiting on one result. We do not have two of our members here who are trying to get through, I suspect, the density of traffic and audience. I speak of Kerry Simmons. Kerry isn't here yet, right? 3, I speak of Kay McConney, and I can speak also of Sonia Brown and Dwight Sutherland. But I'm reliably informed that all 4 of them will be the members of Parliament for St. James Central, the members of Parliament for St. George South, the member of Parliament for St. Philip North, and the member of Parliament for St. Philip West. We have one more result to come. And on my last count, he is ahead by 186 votes. I speak, of course, of Neil Rowe. But if you know me, you know that I do not count the chickens before they are hatched. But I do not also want to keep you here much longer. The hour is late, and most of you reported for duty at 5 o'clock this morning. Yesterday morning. You are now doing almost 22 hours. And I am appreciative of that fact. But I want to talk and say a few things. We stood here in 2018, and I promised you then that we would work hard to stabilize this country, that we would do the difficult things, and we did them. We thought we could move to a growth path almost immediately, but COVID had other plans for us. And rather than a growth plan, we went from mission critical to mission survival. And regrettably, some of our friends and family did not make it. It is really only in the last 2.5 years that we have started mission transformation. And it is to this that this Barbados Labour Party government is committed. We did not come simply to hold office. We have come to make Barbados better and to make your lives better. We have never stopped believing from the days of Grantley Adams that our mission first and foremost is to stop poor people from being poor and to remove injustice wherever it exists, to create opportunities for people and to be able collectively to build strong families, strong communities, strong workers, strong businesses, and ultimately a strong nation. I suspect Mr. Sutherland is trying to come through the audience. Make way for him, please. But I say to you that that has been our mission. And next month, we will celebrate 88 years as a political institution. We now know in Barbados more than ever the importance of strong political institutions. And let this Labour Party never take it for granted. But I also recognize that even as we have won tonight as convincingly, we do not turn our eyes away from the concerns of our constituents, constituency by constituency. We do not turn our eyes away from the things that ordinary Bajans want us to redouble our efforts on and to refocus. And whether it is traffic or roads, or the state of our health care, or indeed the issue of public safety, I give you this assurance tonight at 111 Roebuck Street that this team that I have the utmost honor to lead will be required to be able to make progress on all of these areas. I have said for most of my time very simple things, that we must see people, we must hear people, and we must feel people. And I promised you that even though we have received overwhelming mandates from the people of Barbados, that we will guard and tender and take care of this democracy as if it was a newborn child, requiring our total attention and care. I think we are now seeing the titan who has taken down the pit bull, Kay McConney. Make way for her, please. I am making the point that we must be committed to taking care of this democracy, which last year celebrated 75 years since Grantley Adams gave ordinary Bajans the right to vote without having to own property in this country. If Grantley Adams did not do that, none of us would be able to claim the Barbados that we have. And the majority of you who are here would never be able to vote. And that is why we say without fear of contradiction that the father of our democracy was Grantley Herbert Adams. I equally say that the father of our independence, Errol Walton Barrow, helped us unite as a people and to recognize the importance of taking those steps to chart our destiny, or in the words of our anthem, to be firm craftsmen of our fate. We have now come this year, as we go to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our independence on November 30th, and the 5th anniversary of our republic. It is time that we fully accept that the responsibility for transformation of Barbados is not just these men and women on this platform, but it is each and every Bajan. No one owes us a living. No one owes us anything. And we know it because in our individual lives, most of us have to find our own way. But as a society, or as a community, or as a family, we work to help each other. I want us, please, as a nation, to recommit to this process. This country has been good to us. Previous generations have worked hard for us to be here today. And we must not take it for granted. And I ask you, please, that even in this moment of victory and jubilation, that each of us recommit to doing a little more each and every day. That each of us commit to doing our job without trying to chinks and move off. That each of us commit to look and see who we can help raise up when a person needs a helping hand. That each of us recommits to making sure that our senior citizens, who are constituting more and more of our population, are treated with dignity and respect. That each of us recommit now to building the future by raising our children well. Every time I see or take a picture with a little child, I ask them one question: are you reading? Are you reading every day? Because this country became what we are because even with the cap of a 7th standard education, even without having access to secondary education, your foreparents understood the importance of reading and being able to learn and think for themselves. In this world in which we live, there's a danger that this tool, as great as it is, as much entertainment and productivity as it gives us, if we are not careful, it will cause us to become slaves again in the 21st century. We must learn to be discerning. And I don't mean to give you a heavy speech tonight, but I need to speak to you from the heart. I am 60 years old, and I believe that I am a bridge, not a destination. I am a bridge, not a destination. And my responsibility is to ensure that the younger ones in this party receive the guidance and the mentorship that Brees and John, Henry Ford, Owen Arthur, Billy Miller, Nigel Barrow, David Simmons, Louis Tull, and I can go on, Vic Johnson, Johnny Cheltenham. They invested in me. And I have a responsibility to invest in all of these here. Because this country has paid a heavy price on the sides of both political parties by having 3 prime ministers die in office. And I don't say so because I fear that. I say so because the knowledge and the experience that they had went like that in the flash of a light. I want us, Barbados, to believe in ourselves. And as much as you have given us your trust and confidence, the major problems facing us as a nation require us internally to band together. And the major problems facing us as a nation with the outside world that has become more and more difficult and troublesome, and at its worst stage since World War II, requires us equally to operate as one. Tonight is not the night for me to reflect on the fact that in this campaign, unfortunately, persons chose to wash dirty linen in public and to be able to make allegations across the region that were intended to harm this country's good reputation. I'd like to make way for the next Member of Parliament for St. James North, Chad Blackman. But what I will say to you is that we have a responsibility to be able to protect our reputation. We do it as individuals. We do it as a family. we must do it to protect Barbados's reputation, because at the end of the day, that is what we have as our currency in the world. People regard us not now, but from the days of Grantley Adams as thought leaders that could help shape the world and shape the region. And I ask us to respect that legacy and to build on it. I'd like equally to say to you that this government is still focused on the basics. We must get rid of pit toilets. We must ensure that people's houses that are in a dilapidated condition, that we find new and novel ways on top of what we have done already to help lift people out of those terrible conditions. And I say so because if we don't do it, our society will disintegrate and there will be nowhere to hide on 166 square miles. And that has been the genius of what Barbados has brought to bear. But I'm equally conscious that those challenges internally, particularly as it relates to gun crime, and those challenges externally, particularly as it relates to the threat of war and cost of living and geopolitical fractions, require not just me asking us as a population to work together. When I called the election at Westbury School, I spoke to you, and I know that some people had concerns. I started to carry you there at Queen's Park in October at our annual conference. I do not enjoy the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is going through a difficult moment in history. Just bear with me, please. I don't. Because I believe that this country needs strong institutions. And I pray that they will listen to the people of Barbados and do what is necessary. It is not mine to advise them. On 2 previous occasions when I offered them the opportunity to be able to serve in the Senate, to have a voice, they told me I was out of order. But I, at risk of being told that I'm out of order again, say that they have a duty to be able to put themselves in a state to be able to help this country. Because that may take time, I made a conscious decision to be able to broaden our tent. And we brought in Michael Lashley. And the city of Bridgetown told me in no uncertain terms that they wanted Michael Lashley in the Barbados Labour Party to be able to be their representative. And Michael, I thank you, where are you, for the courage of being able to make that step. Because, as I said last night in Bay Street, moving from Saul to Paul is never an easy journey. Our elder Colin will tell me that. And equally, my role as his leader will not be the same that he might have been accustomed to with a previous leader. And I make no apology, Michael, for telling you that. Because what you may have done before under a previous leader may be different from what you do now under this leader. After all, Led Pike told me to take charge. But I want to talk you through something too. Because many of you are also aware that I would have asked Chris Sinclair some years ago to serve on our behalf in Washington as a nation. And I want tonight to thank Chris. H500, you're blocking someone. H5000, could you please move the car? You're blocking someone who is not feeling well. It's urgent that you do. I'm now told H5004. But I want to thank you, Chris, for being a part of this campaign and for helping us start to reimagine what a Barbados with a big tent can look like. Because we do not have the luxury of leading and living in a country that does not maximize the use of as many people as possible as we can. So I thank you, Chris, for the work that you have done in this campaign with us. And I don't want anybody to whisper about it, because you know me. I am upfront. As I told you in Oystons, we have nothing to hide and everything to show. But my friends, I simply say to you that in spite of all of that I ask you to do, we know that the majority of the heavy lifting is this team. And this team has operated with a discipline in this campaign that I am happy to be able to celebrate with them today. It's not a perfect campaign, just as we're not a perfect government. And we will learn from our mistakes, but it was a good campaign, and we had candidates doing their best to be able to impress you and to persuade you that we deserve the opportunity to continue. I want to say to them that your future depends not on me, but it depends on these people out here. And don't ever, ever, ever forget that they must be seen, heard, and felt. And I want to say tonight that I have every confidence that when I announce my cabinet and reduce some of my portfolio and increase some of my supervisory capacity, that I will make sure that being a bridge is not simply words, but indeed will allow me to be able to mentor and ensure that this Barbados Labour Party team can continue to be appropriate and fit for the times at all times. My friends, we will do the heavy lifting, and we will ask you to allow us to tell you, don't hot up your head, relax yourself. In the song that many wondered why we did it. And I want to thank young brother, because it was a gift, and I thank him for the gift. But it is equally important for me to give you a gift, because you have worked hard the last 3.5 days, 3.5 weeks.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
It will not be today, but Friday will be a national bank holiday in Barbados. My friends, and let's be real, the hour is so late that it would be impractical to tell the rest of Barbados not here that they're not going to school or work tomorrow. So we do things in a disciplined way, and you will have a long weekend because you will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my friends, it is not by accident, that Friday is a day off, that Saturday is 2 days off, that Sunday is 3 days off. That number 3 songs are a little too special. chickens before they hatch. I have been taught always that I must share everything that I know with you. And if I happen to know that Neil Rowe is ahead by 217, is ahead by 217 votes.
Oh Lord.
There is a recount of a box. And I will not keep you later than I need to. But I feel that in the words of Red Plastic Bag, something is happening. And whether that is so or not, I want you to know that Friday can be your day of rest. But I feel I owe the people of St. Michael Northeast that the moment of thanksgiving, celebration, and jubilation should take place in St. Michael Northeast. And against that backdrop, I say to you that it is wonderful in life when things come together. Or in the words of Gary Sobers, when the timing is perfect. And the timing between Saturday the 14th of February, the Day of Love. The timing between the fact that for whatever reason my parents gave me a name called Mia Amour. And the timing between the fact that the National Botanical Gardens is probably the only place that can hold all of you, all of you. But there's one more coincidence. And that now is the fourth coincidence. So we better get accustomed to loving the number 4. Saturday is not only the day of love. Saturday is the day of red. The day when we are truly red and ready. Because everybody on Saturday will show their love and their red, and their celebration and their thanksgiving. So all roads on Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. at the National Botanical Gardens. Peter Phillips, come down from St. Lucie with your people. Colin Jordan, come down from St. Peter with your people. Ryan Brathwaite, come down from St. Joseph with your people. Rommel Springer, come down from St. Andrew with your people. Gregory Nichols, come down from St. Thomas with your people. Dwight Sutherland, come down to St. Michael with your people. Tony Moore, come down from St. George with your people. Chad Blackman, make it the big man, make a big step into St. Michael. Kerry, you are not here, but I know you can hear my voice wherever you are. Make your way from St. James Central to the Botanical Gardens. Sandra Husbands, I heard you won a cricket match and you won every single over today in every single box. Come down from St. James South with your people. My dear friend Davidson Ishmael, step across the road with your people. You only got to step across the road. And Tyra, you got to step across the road from St. Michael Central. And he ain't got an edgel, come up, you got to go 2 steps across the road. But that is not a problem since the next man that gave you two foolish statements was the man that you left 2 foolish statements and endorsements have already gotten you accustomed to 2 steps.
Oh Lord.
I ask that Trevor Prescott step cross and come. Yes, Presti, come cross. And I ask that Cynthia Bradshaw bring them down all the way from the Pine into the Botanical Gardens. I ask that Kirk Humphrey come forward and Marsha Cattle hold his hands and come up to the Botanical Gardens. Poor people Governor Michael Lashley, bring them up from the city. And where's the Sheriff of Christchurch? I get to you yet, don't come down. The Sheriff of Christchurch, William Dugan, marshal your troops and make sure that Ryan Strong, Wilfred Abrams, the medic, in case any of us needs him, and of course, the only lady in the Christchurch team, Chantal Monroe Knight, come cross. They tell me that the man Chris Gibbs is bringing up all of what we need from St. Michael West because he is the anchor down there. And when we do all of that, you notice that I come around so rather than going around so. I then want Kay McConney. You have now silenced a pit bull for I hope ever. Bring your people from St. Philip West down to celebrate and to give thanks that we will no longer be a victim of that pit bull. Sonia Brown is not here, but I know that she too will be coming from the east. And in there, bring them down as the captain of St. Philip because we need St. Philip in the house. But you notice I have left one for last because I have spent much time in St. John in the last few weeks. And I ended my day today in College Savannah. And I said to them and to the people of St. John that with Charles you have me. In fact, I will now make sure that St. John has, along with Charles, its third Prime Minister. So my friends, get to work today. We know that everybody might be a little starry-eyed. But I give you the assurance that if you rest on Friday, on Saturday, we shall truly give thanks and celebrate. Because as of next week, I expect that the cabinet will have to be sworn in on Monday. And I have asked Parliament to get the business of Parliament ready for an opening no later than next Friday. Because this government will not be playing. We will do our rest, celebrate, but come Monday, we start the work of the next 5 years of transforming this nation. Such that the target of Mission 2030 and our 6 missions, you now have to embrace fully, just as we have embraced you, because that is the core of our transformation program. So, run the tracks, my brothers, and give the people of Barbados 3 cheers for a wonderful, peaceful election. We do not take it for granted. Let's go.
No, no, no. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. See how she walking and she walking and she walking all the time. She's the great. She's the best Prime Minister. She's the greatest, yes me. She's the best Prime Minister. Oh, give she the vote and watch her. I know you like she. I know you like vibes. I know you like speed. Top work, gal. She is the queen bee.
The real top shotter in the Caribbean.
She say, let me cater to you. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to hot up your head. You don't have to hot up your head. Oh, she's
breaking up.
Who is not You're recording or you're live? You're Barbados today.
Good evening again, Pearson. I think you've come to me. Getting a little breaking up on my end. But we are here with Ralph Thorne, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. We just heard the Prime Minister's speech. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thorne now for some words.
Thank you very much. First of all, let us thank God for life. Let us thank God that He gave us the strength to fight a very difficult campaign. Let us thank God that we acquitted ourselves well, that we brought the issues to the people of Barbados, that we fought a clean campaign. We set an example for the young people of Barbados. We set a good example for the children of Barbados. There was no vulgarity, no crudity, no profanity on our platform. And as they say, we fought the good fight, we finished the course, and we kept our faith. And we go forward, this party goes forward with the faith that what we do is well done here. And I also want to thank the Democratic Labour Party. I have had amazing comradeship around here, certainly within the team, a group of young men and young women who made a good group dynamic. We had an excellent group dynamic. And when you saw us in public, and even here tonight, expressing affection, often it was quite genuine affection. So I want to thank the party for being a good party, and its work must continue. We make no apology for acknowledging the forefathers of this party. We've been criticized for acknowledging the forefathers of this party. But any organization that wishes to be credible will acknowledge those who began. And we continue to acknowledge the foundation of this party. I want to say as well that the result is disappointing. It is quite disappointing. There can be no immediate explanation for it, but what we lament and regret is that there seems to be a new paradigm in Barbados in which money has a bearing on results. And that's a matter of some regret. But we will continue to focus on values as a party. We will continue to focus on morality. I know that some people were upset that we talked about the strength and the power of morality over money, but we continue to believe that. Yeah. So thanks to the party, thanks to the people of Barbados, thanks to those who supported us throughout this campaign. I want to say that the party came back after the obvious difficulties of 2 years ago. We came back and we fought together. We were united. And the people of Barbados must understand that the Democratic Labour Party, they have observed the way in which the Democratic Labour Party fought this fight. And I think we came out looking quite well. The result, as I said, is disappointing, but this party is very resourceful in going forward. Clearly, the time comes when I must pass on to other persons. And this is a democratic organization. I do not write political wills, and a new leader will emerge, I'm sure, in the fullness of time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Thorne, Ralph Thorne here at the Democratic Labour Party, sharing.
Not a concession speech per se, but acknowledging that the Barbados Labour Party has indeed overwhelmingly won, and that in the end the Democratic Labour Party, unfortunately for them, have again been bridesmaids. We have so much to discuss, but look, it's 3:21, And we have to leave some room for discussion on brass tacks, which starts at 10. In fact, Jamal Slocum, who's hosted the program, has left us to go and get some rest. We expect to be discussing this for quite some time. I mean, this has now really just begun with the discussion and the analysis comes. This is historic. 330 loves in Barbados, because we understand that Neil Rowe has indeed won by a slim margin. We have not got the final figures, but we'll have those comments and those figures perhaps at another stage. Last words from everyone. Let me go for Colvin to come round. Colvin Moonsley from The Nation. 30 love, are you surprised? 10 seconds.
I'm not surprised. I would not have been surprised either if the DLP got some seats. It was a very touch and go in some areas. At the end of the day, with a low voter turnout, as we are seeing unofficially, the numbers would favor the incumbent, and what we got there, I was not surprised. It's unprecedented. 330 loves in a row. I can't cast my mind back to any Caribbean country or any that would have.
Not even the 5-star general.
Yes, I don't think he ever got a clean sweep ever. I think the James Mitchell administration in St. Vincent in 1980s got a 15 love, and then Keith Mitchell in Grenada
I think,
also got 15.
Skerritt in Dominica had
as well.
He had a couple of
but to do it a three-peat back-to-back is something that is one for the historical
unprecedented.
I would now pass on to...
Yeah. Your final thoughts, Kristen Turton.
I can't say that I am surprised. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed for Barbados because we deserve better. We deserve to have two strong political parties that operate in a way that is best for Barbados. And I think that these results are a reflection of the fact that Barbadians are not yet convinced that the Democratic Labour Party can be good for Barbados, as people have always said, at least it once was. I am hopeful that they will not speak about introspection, that what they will do is to actually sit and actually identify deficiencies, accept them, and stop making excuses, and then actually identify a suitable leader that can take them forward in a way that overcomes those deficiencies and actually presents something to Barbados that is a better future, but in the vision that the Democratic Labour Party has for Barbados. That's what I'm hopeful for.
Devron, to your credit, yourself and Professor Devonish, you all called this before the election, and it's been true to form, so credit to you, credit to the stats and the facts that you would have put together, and to Professor Devonish if he's watching or listening. But you guys called it, and it's so said, so done. You also called a low voter turnout. That was also consistent. You called the voter apathy, and you called the fact that you didn't see, only 3 days ago, you call the fact that you did not see any change in the pre-election poll. So very well done to you. You're not surprised, of course.
No surprises at all, and I echo everything Kristen said, truth be told.
We'll get to you last.
And no problem.
David, any surprises to you?
Well, to some extent, I expected that the Democratic Labour Party might have done better than they have. Again, it comes back to, at the end of the day, what does that mean for Barbados and for the other institutions that exist in Barbados? I mean, I'm part of a media institution, and I know full well the kind of pressure that exerts on the media to identify strengths and weaknesses, especially not just on the part of the government, but also on the part of the opposition. And we've been through this process before. I don't think that our job changes in any way. And we, along with the other institutions in this country, organizations like the Barbados Bar Association and others, will remain in a position where we have to be vigilant, and we have to be prepared to see that vigilance and calling a spade part and parcel of our responsibility within the society. Having said that, I think we have to congratulate the Barbados Labour Party, and in particular, the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, Mia Amor Motley, on what is really a historic victory here. And as she said, ultimately, we all have to work together to make sure that we do the very best that there is for Barbados. I hope that, speaking on behalf of the media practitioners in the country, that we can give the commitment that while we are not necessarily going to lay down and play dead, we will still be working with government in every way possible towards the development of this country.
Dr. Christina Hines?
So the question is if I was surprised?
Yeah.
I was surprised in 2018. The thing about 2018 followed by 2022 is that there's no longer anything to be surprised about. In 2018, I gasped when I saw the direction that St. John was going in. I'm no longer surprised. I can't even say I am disappointed, because I think if you were looking, it was quite clear that the Democratic Labour Party, oh, y'all can't hear me? So I was saying that I am not surprised. I was surprised in 2018, but following 2022, I am no longer surprised. And if you have been looking at the Democratic Labour Party and its performance, I think that although the Democratic Labour Party has done some work, it has also made some significant missteps and has a lot more work to do if it wants to continue to be a viable political party in Barbados. And I think that they have to really focus on themselves now and start to do that work, or they will be replaced. And unlike others, I'm not sad for Barbados or disappointed. I am hopeful that we will see better because of this. So because this is the third time, and I congratulate the government, our new government, for sure. But because this has happened the third time, I hope that it means that those who have been unsuccessful will do what they need to do to improve the quality of our democracy and governance.
And finally, Dr. Wickham, your party beaten soundly. Does that surprise you? And what does the future hold for the Democratic Labour Party?
Surprised in the sense that I did expect, at least a few seats. What does that hold for the future of the Democratic Labour Party? Well, the leadership and the membership will decide that. I certainly, I too join in congratulating Barbados Labour Party. I wish, as I'm sure we all do here, the best for Barbados. We all want Barbados to do very, very well, and look forward to working together. I do believe there is a place, definitely a place, in Barbados for a strong Democratic Labour Party to rise. I also believe democracies function better when you have opposing views being expressed in an open way without any malice of any kind, and where we can differ on how we do things without being divisive. I do believe that. So there is a role for the views of the Democratic Labour Party and its members, and the Democratic Labour Party will rise. The Democratic Labour Party will rise. That isn't just hopeful thinking from what I've seen among persons there since I've joined. As most persons would know, I haven't been in the party that long, but I've seen persons who are willing to face adversity, persons who are willing to listen. Can we do more? Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. And clearly, 30 Love Again says that we need to do more.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I really enjoyed your input. I want to thank Ambassador Clyde Maskell, who's left us, but his input indeed was tremendous as well. and like I said, Jamal Slocum. So thank you for watching. Krista J, the final word and the final wrap-up is with you. And of course, our wonderful sponsors. It's been a marathon from 7 to 3:30. And Krista J, the final word with you.
Yes, we want to just express our gratitude, our sincere gratitude to our panelists. We heard from all throughout the evening into night into now morning. Moderators David Ellis, Dr. Christina Hines, Jamal Slocum, Kristen Turton of Down to Brass Tacks. And we also had representing the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador Dr. Clyde Maskell, and a reporter from The Nation, Colville Munzi, and Dr. Wickham, representing the Democratic Labour Party, Dr. Elvis Wickham. We say a big thank you as well to our advertising partners, and they were, of course, Western Wholesale, service at the right price, Blue Waters, hydration in every size, Nature's Discount, get healthy with the ultimate health food store, Courtesy Garage, legendary service, legendary performance, with GAC, where craft meets technology, Nissan, innovation that excites, and Hyundai. Tonight, Barbados has spoken. And with that, we bring Barbados Votes 2026, our election night coverage, or rather, should I say it this morning, to a close. Throughout the evening, you would have heard verified results, on-the-ground reporting from constituencies across Barbados, and thoughtful analysis in partnership with the Nation Newsroom. And we say thank you so much to our sister company for that collaboration. We thank our reporters in the field, our results desk, our technical and production teams here at VOB 92.9 FM at Starcom Network, our colleagues at Nation News. Some of them are here as well for your collaboration and professionalism. You see us here, but there are a lot of our colleagues working behind the scenes to make this possible. Most importantly, we thank you, our listeners and viewers on VOB 92.9 FM, Hot 95.3 FM, Life 97.5 FM, and The Beat 104.1 FM. All of you locked on across the Caribbean, the diaspora around the world. We say thank you so much for being here, for staying with us, engaging respectfully, and trusting us to bring you accurate, responsible coverage. As Barbados moves into the next chapter following these elections, and we look ahead to the work of governance and nation building in the days to come, we are reminded that our democracy is strengthened by participation, patience, and respect for the process. Regardless of the results and your political support, we are Barbadians who accept the peaceful transition of power. For full results, analysis, and continuing updates, stay with Starcom Network and Nation News across all our platforms. From all of us here at Starcom Network and Nation News, thank you for watching and listening, and good night to you. May Barbados continue to prosper. God bless.